This woman once lived a life of luxury, admired as the perfect noble lady of the empire. Her name was Edele Lancaster, the Duchess of the powerful Lancaster family. From childhood, she was taught that elegance, grace, and obedience were the essence of a noblewoman. She fulfilled every expectation, marrying Duke Lancaster and maintaining her dignity as his devoted wife. But one day, her flawless world collapsed. Her husband, blinded by ambition, led a rebellion against the empire. His forces were crushed, his name erased, and the House of Lancaster fell into ruin. Edele, the once glorious Duchess, was branded the wife of a traitor, and the people who once bowed before her now spat her name with disgust. One night, as one kingdom launched an attack on another, the noble Duchess sat alone in her room, praying softly, "Please, take me into your arms without too much pain." She whispered again, her voice trembling, "Allow me not to waver before pain." And continue to have faith in God's plans and endure. Outside, chaos erupted. Soldiers shouted, "The gate is open. Arrest the traitors." Edele, calm amid the uproar, murmured to herself, "Pain is fleeting, but the fruit of patience will be sweet." Moments later, a commander rushed in as one of the soldiers yelled, "This is the only room remaining." Another barked, "Break down the door." The door burst open, and there she was, a beautiful lady sitting gracefully on a chair, her posture still regal even as the world crumbled around her. The soldiers laughed, one sneering, "Haha, my. So the rumors were true. She really is a beauty. So even in the midst of all this mess, you're still a duchess, is that it?" The commander stepped forward and called out, "Duchess Edele Lancaster." Edele looked up at him, disbelief flickering in her eyes. "Are you going to execute me here?" she asked quietly. He drew his sword and held it to her neck, replying, "No, by the order of the emperor, I will take you alive as a prisoner." Her thoughts screamed, when did it all go wrong? As she sat in that old chair, Edele thought to herself, "Accepting my share of accountability in this old chair, I pondered the honor and pride of a noble. I foolishly endured through everything for such silly things, but I can't even die as I wish." The perfect lady, Edele Lancaster. She hasn't been the Duchess of Lancaster for too long. 3 years ago, memories flooded her mind. She recalled a grand banquet where whispers floated through the air. "Look over there. It's Edele Canyon." Another voice added, "I heard she is engaged to Duke Lancaster." Even if the Lancasters are one of the 4 most prominent families, it's still distasteful. To marry such an old duke, precisely. This year, the duke turned a hush. "Someone might hear you." More importantly, just look at how steadfast she is. Another lady whispered, "My goodness, does this not bother her in the least?" I don't know what she's thinking. Count Canyon's only daughter, Edele Canyon, born to be perfect. There were 4 extraordinarily powerful families in the empire, and Edele, raised and groomed to be married into one of them, had finally fulfilled her purpose. She had lived a year and 8 months as the old duke's wife. Who could have guessed that this perfect lady was nothing more than a means to bind 2 powerful families together? Yet, because of the duke's treasonous plan to declare independence from the empire, she would become the wife of a traitor. The emperor chuckled upon hearing of her capture, his voice dripping with mockery, finally. "The greatest spoils of this war." Duke Lancaster's second wife, Edele Lancaster. Edele's thoughts were bitter and cold. "All my life, I was born and raised for a single purpose. I collapsed where I was standing because I was too afraid to run. I couldn't bear the thought of facing my death on the floor, so I dragged an old chair over to sit, all because of my feudal honor. It may be all I have left, but still, I can't crumble to the very end." Laughter echoed through the hall as one man shouted, "Your Majesty, give the treacherous criminal to me." Another bellowed, "No. I probably took more enemy lives than him. Sir, take pity on this old widower." A woman's voice joined in mockery. "Why don't we decide who gets the prisoner with a duel?" Someone sneered. "I guess no one here has any dignity left." Nobles whispered among themselves, but it's understandable. Edele Lancaster was praised as the perfect lady of nobility. Well, she's nothing more than a slave now. All the more reason not to hold back. Emperor Demarcus Tuberine chuckled and said, My. I almost forgot about the greatest contributor in suppressing the rebellion when he's standing right here. Isn't that right? Tell me, Laszlo, are you not in need of a woman? If you would like, I will give the greatest spoils of war to you. The nobles murmured bitterly. She got married to the wrong man, and now she's ruined. And that commoner, he's thriving, isn't he? He's been made a count, and now this. Why does His Majesty want to endow him, of all people, with the greatest spoils of war? Ideally thought. From what I recall, he used to be a mercenary. Then again, what does that have anything to do with me now? At this point, he's no different to me than any other knight. However, the man who brought me here, Laszlo Chrysis, the master of the Empire's largest mercenary guild, Calliope, and the man who was made count at the young age of 27 because of his military achievements. To the traditional nobles, he is by far the biggest threat among the nouveau riche noblemen on the Emperor's side. However, from what I heard, the nobles who treat mercenaries like delinquents look down on him and treat him like a commoner. Laszlo spoke calmly. I'm not sure. My maids are short-handed, though. The Emperor roared with laughter. Ha! Ha ha! Are you saying you want to use the woman who was once a duchess as a maid? Laszlo replied without hesitation. I don't have any other use for her. The Emperor smirked, pleased by the cruelty of it all. Good, very good. I will endow Ideally Lancaster to Count Laszlo Chrysis, who is in need of more maids, and as the hall erupted in laughter, Ideally trembled, her heart turning to ice as she whispered a final, desperate plea, all-powerful Para. Is this what I get for being patient? 3 years ago, in the house of Count Canyon, a storm of voices echoed through the grand halls. Ideally's mother shouted, Ideally Canyon, stop being so stubborn. Do you think you can really defy your father? Ideally hesitated, her voice trembling, but mother, the Duke is even older than father, so how could I marry? Her mother sighed deeply, trying to reason with her daughter. No, there isn't a better suitor out there. He's had a lover for a very long time now, and his children are all grown up. He wouldn't try to sleep with you to have more children. Besides, when he dies, you will be left with all of his assets. Ideally's heart wavered as she whispered, you don't even know when he will die. I would probably be at least 30 by then. Her mother's tone sharpened. You really don't get it, do you? When you become the Duchess, even your father will bow down before you. What is it you don't like about this arrangement? Becoming the Duchess of one of the 4 most prominent families, but Ideally, desperate, turned toward her father and pleaded, Please, father, this isn't what I want. Please reconsider. Yet the decision had already been made. It was a destiny decided long ago. Her father's furious roar filled the room. How dare you? If anything, you should be more actively involved in this family's endeavors. Do you have any idea what kind of humiliation I had to endure so you could marry the Duke? I of all people am doing all this for you, you worthless girl. Or have you forgotten why I raised you? Ideally clenched her fists, her thoughts trembling in silence. I can finally be free from my father, she thought. I can leave the house of Count Canyon. That was the only thought in my mind as I endured everything. I was relieved the Duke was too busy with his lover to lay a finger on me. So I was patient. Despite all the jeering from the people of the Lancaster family, I persisted. I kept dozens and dozens of account books while managing hundreds of staff. And I kept my patience. I entertained guests who visited day after day and hosted endless parties, and I held firm. I didn't slip up once. I kept up the act with a smile on my lips, all for the moment I would finally be free. However, perhaps such efforts were all for nothing. Then, one day, a man came running toward her, shouting, You must run, my lady. Ideally blinked in confusion. What do you? But he cut her off in panic. The Emperor's army is storming this place. Her mind froze as realization dawned. Up until that moment, I had no idea, she thought. I was the only one kept in the dark about Duke Lancaster's plans to declare independence. The plot he hatched without me failed. And I realized something while running down the empty corridors. She dashed through the halls, her breath ragged. I don't see anything. Where did all the staff go? I was the lord that would keep the Emperor's army at bay. The kind of life I longed for was one filled with the warmth of others and supportive validation. But even though I was in charge of all those account books and staff, only one butler bothered to warn me. It turns out I never truly held any part of this large estate in my hands. I became the perfect lady my father always wanted me to be. My life that was praised was nothing but an empty shell. Perhaps all the pain I endured were signs from God telling me to run. Now imprisoned, Idili sat in silence when a guard barked, "Now stay quiet." She lowered her gaze, thinking, who knew something worse than death awaited me. They call me the spoils of war, but in reality, I am nothing more than a slave. They just call me that because slavery has long been abolished. Inside the dark cell, Duke Lancaster's eldest daughter, Lauren Lancaster, shouted bitterly, Are you still acting all high and mighty even now? Well, aren't you the incredible and perfect lady? Her sister, Daria Lancaster, added venomously, she's always been like that from the moment she got married. Her own family sold her off, but she's always acting like she's a real duchess. Count Canyon ratted on everything. I'd bet she helped her father, too. We made you the Duchess, you traitor. You ungrateful wench, Idili sighed softly, thinking, it's not the first time they've expressed their disapproval of me, but they've never been so crude before. They're worn out and have completely given up. She spoke gently, her tone calm amidst the chaos. Why don't you get some sleep, Lauren? You too, Daria. Inside, she thought, I don't want to waste my energy on a meaningless exchange of vicious words. Sooner or later, there will come a time when the guards aren't watching closely. When that time comes, I need to have enough energy to kill myself. I would rather die than become someone's plaything. All the Lancaster men have died, and the House of Canyon was able to avert annihilation by giving up on me. Count Chrysis said he would use me as his maid, but a young female prisoner of war will hardly be treated like a human being. Even now, the only reason I'm in a tolerable cell despite being a serious criminal charged with high treason is because I am a gift the Emperor is giving away. It feels like my whole body is screaming in pain. My head aches too. I should sleep for now. I'm sure I'll think of something when I wake up. I have to figure out a way to kill myself. The next morning, sunlight fell across her face. She blinked her eyes and thought, I guess old habits really do die hard. I was completely exhausted, yet I woke up at this hour. Today, I will be handed off to Count Chrysis. No matter what it takes, I have to find an opportunity to die. That means this is the last sunrise I'll ever get to see in this life. It almost seems like this glimmer of sunlight shining through the window of my small cell is bidding me goodbye. The sky is unbelievably beautiful. The final meal they served was relatively lavish for a criminal. Keeping in mind that this is my last meal, I took each bite with a grain of gratitude. A voice soon echoed through the corridor, calling out, Lauren Lancaster. Daria Lancaster. Come on out. Idili Lancaster. Come out. Idili rose slowly, her mind steady. I pray that nothing atrocious happens to those poor girls, she thought. Now there is only one thing I must do, to remain elegant until the moment I die. As the soldiers brought them toward the carriage, she glanced at it and thought carefully, let's jump off the carriage. If the servant doesn't keep too close an eye on me, I might succeed. If his estate is in the neighborhood where other noble estates are located, there'll be many carriages passing by. If I'm lucky, I could die on impact. Hopefully, the servant who is taking me is inept, but when she looked up, her breath caught. Standing beside the carriage, waiting with quiet authority, was Laszlo. Idili rode silently in the carriage, her wrists bound by the weight of her thoughts rather than chains. Sitting across from her was Count Laszlo himself, his presence cold yet steady. She thought to herself, I didn't think he would come to get me himself. He probably came so he could personally keep an eye on me. What if he tries to talk to me? He probably doesn't like me. After all, he was the commander of the Emperor's army. How could he look favorably upon me, the wife of a traitor? Laszlo reached into his cloak and pulled out his red jacket, his sharp eyes glancing toward her trembling hands. Why are you? She stammered, startled. His reply was short and quiet, then stopped shivering. Her eyes widened as she realized, oh, I guess my hands were trembling. That's why he gave me his cloak. She clutched the fabric, feeling the warmth, and a dark thought crossed her mind. If I throw this cloak toward him, would that buy me enough time to jump off this carriage? Yes, once I jump off, I'll be crushed to death by the carriage's wheels. I can do it. Her breath grew shallow as she counted in her mind. I can hear a distant carriage approaching. I'll count to 3, and then I'll open the door to jump off. 1, 2. Before she could move, his deep voice cut through her panic. It'd be better if you didn't do that. She froze. He knows, she thought bitterly. That's why he put me in the same carriage as him. This man will definitely not leave me alone. Soon the carriage slowed to a stop, and Laszlo's voice commanded, "Get off." She looked outside and thought, so this is it. The hell that I will be living in. As she stepped down, her ankle twisted, and she braced for pain, but instead, she felt a firm, gentle hold. She looked up, startled, to find Laszlo supporting her in his arms. I always remember what a noble lady mustn't do, she reminded herself. Keep in mind that acting like you're dizzy to fall into the arms of a man is a cheap and vulgar way to win over his heart. Her cheeks flushed. I'm sorry, she whispered quickly, hoping he wouldn't misunderstand. Laszlo released her without a word and turned toward the castle. Follow me, he ordered curtly. As they entered the grand yet strangely quiet estate, his voice echoed, "Head housekeeper." I take it nothing happened at the estate while I was away. Idili blinked. Head housekeeper, she thought, confused. A maid rushed forward, smiling nervously. Welcome back, my lord. Haha, nothing out of the ordinary. Your housekeeper, Marcia, is taking good care of the estate, so please do not worry. Idili frowned inwardly. Why isn't there a butler answering him? She wondered. Laszlo then said calmly, Did you say you were short on maids? Here's a new maid. Use her as you see fit. First, give her a bath, feed her, and give her a room to sleep in. Marcia blinked in shock. What? But Laszlo continued, you can let her use any of the rooms that aren't already occupied. Put her to work starting tomorrow. Idili's heart skipped a beat. He didn't ask her to send me over to his room. He's really using me as a maid. Marcia chuckled dryly. Huh. As short and to the point as ever. Just then, another maid hurried in. Mrs. Bohen, have you heard? Marcia looked up annoyed. What is it, Mina? Mina, breathless with gossip, said, I just heard it from the night outside. That's Duchess Lancaster, who was captured as a prisoner of war. Marcia's eyes widened, then curved into a smirk. Is that so? I can't believe I get to order around a duchess. Mina, do as Lord Chrysis ordered. Show her to the room at the end of the corridor. Mina nodded eagerly. Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna go mull over what to do with Miss Lady over there. Idili followed them quietly to her small room, her thoughts a mixture of disbelief and exhaustion. They're kinder than I expected, she thought. I got a change of clothes, and they even brought my food to my room. So I guess people live in rooms this small. It feels as though everything about this situation is telling me, you're not a noble anymore, she shivered. I'm so cold. I guess they don't let the staff use hot water in this house. From now on, I'll probably have to bathe in cold water even during the winter. How odd. It's not like they would have financial problems. But this house is so shabby considering it belongs to a count. She shook her head. No, let's not think about this anymore. Right now, I have to look at the reality in front of me. I'm more fascinated by the fact that I feel hungry after all that I've been through. She picked up a piece of fruit and took a small bite. It's delicious. Her eyes softened. I thought I would never take another bite of fruit ever again. I was going to give up on my life, but it's not like I thought death was my only option. I just didn't want to live as some plaything, to satisfy filthy desires just because I am a spoil of war. She pressed her hand gently to her chest, whispering to herself, I'm alive. Will I be able to taste fruit again tomorrow? Perhaps Count Chrysis won't try to lay with me tomorrow either. I want to taste the sweet nectar of fruit again and live quietly, fending for myself. Perhaps I could lead a simple life as a maid here. I'll survive and carry on, waiting for the day I can live in peace. While the torches burned low in the Emperor's castle, a servant entered the grand hall and bowed deeply before Emperor Demarcus. Sir Chrysis came to pick up the prisoner himself this evening, he said nervously. Demarcus smirked, swirling the wine in his goblet. I'm sure he did. Tell me, how did he seem to you? Did he look like a man who has been awarded the greatest spoil of war? The servant hesitated. What? I wouldn't know, sir. Demarcus chuckled softly, leaning back on his throne. Everyone else might not know, but I do. I know the true nature of the mercenary king, Laszlo. He signed a contract and joined the conquest at the last minute. He only agreed to the contract for the reward money, yet he and his band of mercenaries achieved more than the knights could ever imagine. The emperor's mind drifted back to the day of that contract, remembering how he had grasped Laszlo's arm and said, "Laszlo, tell me what you want, anything at all." The man had replied in his calm, even tone, "The contract explicitly says how much I am owed. I do not need anything more." DeMarcus remembered laughing at that arrogance or honesty. Despite having all that power, he murmured to his servant, he has no interest in social authority or status. And to top it all off, the audacity to be so brazen. Why, he would make the perfect dog. But to make him more than a loyal hound, I must lure him with something that would captivate him. Making him a count isn't enough, he smiled to himself. Yes, that encounter took place about 2 years ago, at the victory banquet. The memory flashed, nobles whispering among the glitter of gold and crystal. Did that mercenary really become a count? One hissed. Yes, it's true, another replied in disgust. Surely he would want to be treated as our equal. Just thinking about it makes me queasy. What on earth is His Majesty thinking? DeMarcus had watched from his throne, amusement curling his lips. Though he was the principal driving force behind our victory, he recalled, he was not welcome there. But in that moment, Laszlo definitely had his eyes on Ideally Lancaster. His smirk widened. That is worth a gamble. The die has been cast. Now it's time to watch. His laughter echoed through the empty hall. Brace yourself. I've never lost a bet in gambling. Meanwhile, in the quiet of his manor that night, Count Laszlo sat in his study under the flickering lantern light. Darn that snake of an emperor, he muttered under his breath. What's he after? I didn't expect the Duchess and I to cross paths like this. This is going to give me a bad headache. He leaned back and sighed, his thoughts bitter. The only reason I agreed to the Emperor's offer and accepted the pesky noble title was so my little sister could be married off to a decent family. Maybe I shouldn't have been so greedy. Though I became nobility, since I am of common birth and a mercenary, they will hold me in contempt anyway. It's obvious how my sister will be treated in marriage negotiations. His hand tightened around his cup. From what I've witnessed so far, marriage among nobles is vulgar. A father who sells off his daughter to an old man to make connections with one of the 4 most prominent families. An old duke who already has a lover and grown children, but is still getting remarried. And in these crude negotiations, the lady who was sold off at the highest price, Ideally Lancaster. His mind drifted to her image, calm, beautiful, resigned. Even though she was being married off to that old coot as a second wife, she was still smiling. If she were really against the marriage, she would have run away. Did she exchange her youth for power because of her greed? But why couldn't I take my eyes off of her? It's not like I would ever have the chance to speak with her. Unlike me, who became nobility overnight, she was born into nobility and lived her whole life as a noble. I thought I would never get to see her again. But that very same Ideally Lancaster is now at my house as a maid. He exhaled sharply. That devious emperor. He gave the ex-duchess to me as a warning to those who conspired against him, or something along those lines. If I had refused to take her, she would have been sold off, or she may have killed herself. Those were probably her 2 options. She was found in the Duke's empty castle after everyone else had fled. Count Canyon cut all ties to his own daughter to keep his own neck. Both the Count and the Duke forsook her. She tried to kill herself because of that. Nobles and their pride. I don't get what it is she's trying to protect by throwing her life away. He lifted his lantern, watching the flame flicker, and muttered, but if I keep her around, I might find a use for her. If she could break from her past, her life may not be the worst it could be. He blew out the light, and the room fell into darkness. The next morning, the clatter of basins echoed in the manor's laundry room. Housekeeper Marcia tossed a bundle of worn linens onto the table, her voice sharp. Look here, Duchess. What is this? So I guess the house you're from used dirty old rags like these? Were you too afraid to get your soft hands dirty when you were washing these? Ideally kept her head low and nodded. I'll do better, she said quietly. Marcia sneered. Of course you will. Hey, Salia. Yes, a timid voice answered. Are you sure you trained her properly? Marcia demanded. Don't go easy on this one, and keep a close eye on her. This wench is a traitor from the House of Lancaster, our master captured. Who knows what she might try to cook up? A maid whispered nervously. Are you certain? There won't be any blowback even if you say things like that. Marcia scoffed. What are you afraid of? You think the Duke will come back from the grave for his poor wife? There's nothing to worry about, so treat her however you'd like. Idili's heart ached as she pressed her hand to her chest. Head housekeeper Madame Marcia Bohen, so this is what she meant yesterday. I can't believe I get to order around a duchess. I guess she wants to show everyone how great she is by overpowering a former duchess like myself. She's been like this from the moment she introduced me to the rest of the house staff. Does she want me to break into tears? This is all very unnecessary, because there's probably no one else out there who's happier about the demise of the House of Lancaster. But more importantly, Salia sighed after Marcia left. She's finally gone. I can't believe she has the nerve to speak of the dead like that. Layla, another maid, muttered. Bohen being rude like this isn't anything surprising. We're already busy as it is, so I don't get why she comes to give us a hard time. Idili listened quietly, her mind calm yet weary. Salia is the maid in charge of the laundry room, she thought. Madame Bohen specifically picked her to train me, a former duchess, putting her in an uncomfortable position. If we get picked on again because I didn't do the laundry properly, it would make everyone else's life harder. So let's finish what's in front of me right now. I don't care about being ridiculed. The problem is, I'm not sure I have the stamina to withstand all this work. All of this is possible because I'm alive, so let's just be grateful. Meanwhile, far from there, her father, Count Dustin Canyon, sat in his office, slamming his fist against the desk. Idili, that useless girl, he shouted furiously. She's a worthless, useless excuse for a daughter. His voice echoed through the empty halls, but Idili, miles away, did not hear it. She was too busy scrubbing, enduring, and quietly holding onto the fragile thread of life that fate had left her. The teacup shattered as it struck the flower pot, shards scattering across the polished floor. Dustin Canyon's hand trembled with rage as he glared at the pieces. A man burst into the room, panting, his son, William. Father, what do we do now? Idili has become that mercenary's maid, he blurted. But Dustin cut him off sharply, his voice filled with venom. William, don't mention that worthless girl anymore. The ingrate who doesn't even have the decency to take her own life before she is humiliated. After all I went through to keep this house intact, his voice cracked with both fury and desperation. His mind drifted to that fateful day before the Emperor. Please believe me, Your Highness, he had pleaded, his knees pressed against the cold marble floor. Duke Lancaster blackmailed me into helping him commit treason. He took my daughter, Idili, against my will and kept her hostage, so as a father, how could I refuse him? Emperor DeMarcus had looked down at him, eyes cold, lips curling with disdain. I see. If you insist that the House of Canyon is innocent, then I'm sure you have nothing to say about what becomes of Duchess Idili Lancaster, he had said. Dustin had forced a bitter chuckle through gritted teeth. Why, of course, Your Highness. Once a daughter is married, she is no longer part of the family. She has nothing to do with us. I got on my knees and begged for mercy, not to mention offering the Duke's family secrets on top of half of all my assets. I survived despite the ridicule and humiliation I had to suffer through. Now, in the present, Dustin's eyes gleamed with resentment as he thought of the Emperor. DeMarcus of the Tiberine imperial family, he mused darkly. He took the throne after his incompetent father and brought on a commoner to bolster the throne's power. He isn't afraid of sinister and malevolent ways so long as the ends justify the means. He's trying to make an example out of my house to keep the high nobles in line. He turned Idili, that incompetent fool, into that dirty mercenary's toy, to tarnish the reputation of the Canyon House and to warn the others. His lips twisted into a sneer. Yes, that is exactly what he was after all along, he muttered. His thoughts burned hotter. He dare ridicule me like this? You think you can get away with manipulating me, the great Dustin? He straightened and barked, William, Geoffrey. Keep a low profile for the time being. Since the emperor got himself a trusty hound, he has nothing to fear. Yes, father, William answered quietly. Dustin looked down at the shattered porcelain at his feet and crushed it beneath his heel. You just wait and see, he swore silently. I will build myself up again and make sure no one can ever look down on the House of Canyon, no matter what it takes. The next morning, the sun filtered gently through the manor windows as Idili walked through the courtyard, a wooden bucket full of damp clothes in her hands. Idili, wait for us, called a familiar voice. She turned to see Salia and Layla, both carrying baskets. Salia. And Layla, she said, blinking in surprise. Salia chuckled, brushing back her hair. You're on your way to hang the sheets to dry, right? It won't be easy to do on your own. Let's do it together since we're headed there too. Idili smiled faintly and nodded. Together, the three women worked quietly in the soft morning breeze, the sound of flapping sheets filling the air. As she worked, Idili's thoughts wandered. It's already been 10 days since I came to this house. If someone were to ask me what I've done, I could proudly tell them that although I am a mere spoil of war, I worked hard as a maid in the laundry room. Because of it, I've gotten rather good at doing the laundry. However, if I had to complain, her thought was abruptly interrupted by a sharp, piercing voice. Hey, Duchess. Your laundry is a complete mess today too. Are you intentionally ignoring me, or are you just that dull? It was Marcia Bohen again. It would be Madame Bohen, who keeps coming around to pick on me, Idili thought with a quiet sigh. Speak up if you've got something to say, Marcia snapped. Idili looked up calmly. Excuse me, Madame Bohen, she began gently. But before Marcia could unleash another insult, Salia stepped forward. Considering that she only just began learning, she's doing quite well, she said firmly. I'm training her just fine, so why don't you return to your station and do your own job? Marcia's face flushed red. What I'm trying to say here is, she began, but Salia cut her off. I'm the one in charge of the laundry room. We're already swamped as it is, so please stop doing this. Being busy is one thing, but then why don't you show her how it's done? Here's a dirty rag. Why don't you show her how to get it nice and clean? Marcia sputtered with indignation, but turned on her heel. I may be leaving you now, but I'll be watching. Do your job properly, she barked as she stormed off. Idili blinked, surprised by Salia's boldness. Is it okay for you to say that, Salia? She asked quietly. Salia shrugged. What's there not to be okay with? I didn't do this for you, so don't worry about it. If she keeps dropping by like that, it's a nuisance for us too. Still, thank you, Idili murmured sincerely. Salia waved it off. Well, it's not like she's gonna try to get back at us, so don't worry. Our meals might get a little skimpy out of nowhere, but even that should go away in a couple of days. She's just that kind of person. Okay, we have a lot of work to do, so let's get back to it. Idili's gaze softened as she watched Salia and Layla work beside her. The head housekeeper who is harassing me, the former Duchess. Salia, who helps me as if she doesn't care that I'm the spoil of war. And the other maids who are suffering because of me. I haven't even had the chance to speak to them or ask them what they think about all this. I hope I'm not causing them too much trouble. That night, as the moonlight poured through her small window, Idili sat on the edge of her narrow bed, rubbing her blistered hands gently. I wonder if they're all okay, she whispered. Maybe. They don't have the leisure to think about anyone else. There is just so much work that my hands are all blistered and chapped. I worry about the maids too, but Count Chrysis hasn't asked for me in the last 10 days. It's almost as if he's forgotten all about me. I'm just relieved I could live as a maid. Would it anger the dead for me to say this? But I'm just happy and grateful to be free of the Lancasters. I'll do my best tomorrow too. I pray that today ends peacefully. I pray that the night remains calm. I hope to take another bite of an apple tomorrow. As her voice faded, a sudden knock startled her. Her eyes widened, breath catching in her throat. Who could it be at this hour? She thought in alarm. It can't be, but what if Count Chrysis changed his mind? Is he here to sleep with me? Her heart pounded as she rose slowly from her bed, the wooden floor cold beneath her bare feet. She took a trembling breath and whispered, "Who is it?" A soft voice came from the other side of the door. It's Daisy from the next room. Could I come in to talk to you? Ideally blinked in surprise. Daisy? I heard Daisy is the youngest maid in this house. She hesitated for a moment, then opened the door. There stood Daisy, a small, cheerful girl with an earnest smile. I'm sorry to come by so late at night, she said politely. Ideally studied her face, thinking, I've passed her a couple of times in the hallways, but we barely said hi before. She stepped aside and said softly, come on in. When Daisy entered, she fidgeted with her hands and blushed slightly. Oh, it's nothing really, she began, her voice barely above a whisper. There's just something I want to give you. It's ointment and cream for when you're hurt. Ideally stared at the small jars Daisy held out, eyes wide with confusion. What? But why are you giving me these? She asked. Daisy's smile turned shy. I heard you moaning in pain every night. The walls are terribly thin here, so you hear pretty much everything. You know, since I'm right next door, Ideally gasped. I'm sorry, I had no idea. Daisy shook her head quickly. It's fine with me. I can sleep through the noise. But I heard Madame Bohen is giving you a hard time. You probably haven't gotten used to your work yet, and if you're in pain all the time, that can't be easy. So I just wanted to give you these. Ideally felt her throat tighten. In the world I lived in, doing something just because was unheard of. I can't believe such a young girl is so thoughtful and caring about those around her. I didn't know there could be eyes of such sincerity without even a shadow of deceit. She reached out and gently took the ointment. Thank you, Miss Daisy, she said warmly. Daisy's eyes widened and she stammered. Did you call me Miss? You can just call me Daisy, Ideally smiled faintly. Then you can just call me Ideally, too, Daisy blushed, her cheeks turning red. I'm not sure I can do that. Then is it okay for me to call you Sister? Ideally's eyes softened, and she nodded, smiling gently. Should I help you put the ointment and cream on your shoulder and back? Daisy asked. I think I can handle it myself, Ideally said with a faint smile. Daisy chuckled. You won't be able to reach your back. We're both girls, so there's no need to be shy. Then, thank you, Ideally said softly. As Daisy helped her, Ideally thought, it's a shame I don't have a diary. If I had one, I would have written that I made a new friend today. The next morning, the breakfast spread was noticeably smaller, just as Salia had predicted. I told you so, Salia said with a wry smile. Ideally looked at the tray and thought, at least there's still fruit. Maybe it's because of the medicine Daisy gave me. My back feels a little better. I used to be forced to fast regularly to maintain my figure. This is fine. I'm sure today will be fine too. In his study, Count Laszlo Krisis held a letter and read it aloud, his deep voice echoing in the room. Dear Count Krisis, the loyal heart of a lion. He folded it slowly, eyes narrowing. Bring her to me. To the sitting room on the first floor. Now, he ordered. Ideally followed the servant through the corridor, her thoughts uneasy. He called for me out of the blue. There will be other people there, so I'm sure nothing will happen. But I wonder what he wants from me. Go on in, the servant said, holding the door open. Ideally took a breath. I was sure today would be a good day, too, she thought, then stepped inside. It's Ideally. I heard you asked for me, she said quietly. Count Krisis sat at the table, the morning light casting sharp lines across his face. Take a seat, he said. She obeyed, lowering her gaze. Count Laszlo Krisis, she thought nervously. I feel overwhelmed every time I see him. He leaned forward slightly. Let me ask you something. Are you familiar with Dowager Marchioness Barbara Celestine? Her eyes widened. What? Barbara, she began, then caught herself. Wait a second. Why is he mentioning the Dowager Marchioness Celestine? Do you not know her? Laszlo asked again. Ideally's pulse quickened. Is it okay for him to know that she and I are acquainted? She replied carefully, Dowager Marchioness Celestine. I do know her, but I've only had tea a few times with her. Then it must have been some tea, Laszlo said dryly. Why else would that rigid woman write to me, a bloodthirsty mercenary, begging for mercy? A letter from the Marchioness Dowager, Ideally exclaimed, eyes wide. Laszlo handed her the letter. She took it with trembling hands and read, her heart swelling with emotion. I can't believe my dearest friend Barbara wrote me a letter. The words blurred as tears gathered in her eyes. I couldn't help but write to you after hearing what happened. The entire Lancaster house kept her in the dark, so she doesn't know what happened behind closed doors. Please do not push Ms. Idili into an even greater dismay. So many people who used to know me as a duchess turned their backs on me. But I couldn't blame them. It made perfect sense. I was guilty of treason of all things. I assumed everyone had abandoned me, but she genuinely believes in my innocence and is worried for me. I thought if I just endured everything without complaints, I could protect myself. But I experience kindness and warm generosity from those who barely even know me. And now, a friend from my past comforts me so I can feel her sincere attempt to console me. But what will Count Chrysis think of this? What if he mistakes Barbara to be an ally to the Duke of Lancaster, who schemed against the Emperor? Idili lifted her eyes, voice trembling. Dowager Marchioness Celestine is a very sympathetic person. Our families are not affiliated in any way, and our friendship is nothing more than a private relationship. So I hope you do not misunderstand this letter. Laszlo leaned back, his tone unexpectedly soft. Are you afraid I might hound the old lady? I don't know why everyone assumes the worst of me. Idili's heart raced. She stood abruptly, saying, That's not it. That's not what I meant at all. I apologize if what I said offended you in any way. Laszlo's lips curved faintly. See? You're trembling like I'm about to cut someone's head off. His voice faltered, and he muttered, almost to himself, I shouldn't have said that to you just now. Idili blinked, startled. I've never seen him make a face like that, she thought. Is he sorry? Laszlo's thoughts churned like a storm. To this woman, I am the man who captured and slaughtered the members of the Lancaster house. She's probably disgusted by me, and might even think I'm some cruel and vicious monster. And what do I say to her? Hey, you're trembling like I'm about to cut someone's head off. I can't believe I said that. You insensitive fool. He sighed quietly, his gaze flickering toward her. I just wanted to know why Dowager Marchioness Celestine is going to such lengths for her. What is she thinking right now? Idili finally broke the silence. My lord, all you've done is follow His Majesty's orders and claim victory. It is an anomaly that I should even be alive. There is no reason you should feel uneasy talking about any of this. Laszlo's eyes lingered on her as she spoke with that calm, measured tone. How could she remain so composed while saying such things? He wondered. She may find it difficult to blame me right to my face, but I can't even see a faint shadow of resentment in her eyes. I guess I should say she is a true duchess. Flawless composure and careful choice of words, meticulously shaped through lessons. Her ability to repress her emotions. He clenched his fists slightly. I may be a count by title, but I remain the same man I used to be. I see. Is what I'm feeling right now shame? He cleared his throat and said, Anyway, I want you to reply to this letter. She wouldn't believe it if I wrote back defending myself. Idili blinked. Me? She asked. Laszlo nodded. She smiled faintly. What should I say? Whatever you'd like, he replied, still a little dazed. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, Oh, I would like you to include this in your letter. Tell her I won't be treating you the way the public expects. The public's expectation? Idili asked, her brows rising. She tilted her head and, with an almost playful boldness, said, Oh, please don't call for me during the night and rough-handle me. Thank you. Laszlo froze. What are the nobles saying about me now? He thought furiously. I made it very clear I would use her as a maid. I have a little sister. How could they think I would do something so brutal? Those high and mighty nobles are the ones behaving like animals. How could they say such things when I haven't even held hands with a woman before? A small bird of a woman at that, too. That's it. She may appear strong, but she's so frail you almost feel sorry for her. She can't even stand to touch a lowly mercenary like me, therefore, I shall never lay a finger on this woman. Idili smiled with genuine gratitude. My lord, thank you so much. Laszlo stiffened. Never. He vowed silently. Later that night, Daisy shivered as she rubbed her arms. It's cold, but it's not like we could skip showering because of it. Idili chuckled. It's too bad. Good work today. She watched the steam rise from the basin and thought, I guess they've never had hot water in this house before. Daisy knew exactly where to put the ointment to feel better despite being so young. I wonder how long she's been working here. I should be nicer to Daisy. As they parted for the night, Daisy waved. Good night. Sweet dreams, Idili smiled. Good night. Entering her room, Idili's eyes fell upon a neat stack of paper on her desk. What's that? Count Chrysis sent over paper for me to write the letter on. He meant what he said earlier. She recalled her own hesitant request from before. I'm sorry to ask, but could you lend me some paper and a pen? I don't have any, and his calm response. Don't worry about that. Her heart warmed at the memory. She hurried to the table. What should I write about first? There's so much I want to tell her, but he'll probably read my letter before sending it out. I can't even write my beloved and esteemed Barbara like before. She dipped the pen into ink and began to write. Dear Dowager Marchioness Celestine, Barbara, you were always concerned for me and took such good care of me. I don't know how I could thank you for remembering me and showing sympathy to a sinner like me. I still remember the first time I met you, 7 years ago, at Countess Roderick's tea party. In her mind, the scene unfolded again. Nobles murmured all around. Dowager Marchioness Celestine has arrived. I can't believe she's really here, Idili whispered to a nearby woman. Is there something wrong with her coming here? The two ladies beside her exchanged uneasy glances. Oh dear, House of Canyons. One woman nearby grabbed Idili's hand. Idili, this is Countess Roderick's tea party. The two ladies don't get along very well. You'll see, they're as different as night and day. Then why would Countess Roderick invite her? Idili asked, puzzled. Obviously, the woman began, but her words were drowned out as a voice announced, Dowager Marchioness Celestine, Barbara M. Celestine, has arrived. Idili looked toward the entrance. That isn't the sound of her heels. She's limping on one leg. Does she have a prosthetic leg? The sound of her walking echoes louder here than it would in other halls. Is this why she was invited here? Her stomach twisted in discomfort. I don't know what conflict the two ladies have between them, but using another person's disability like this is unacceptable. Without hesitation, Idili rushed toward Barbara, smiling brightly. My goodness, my lady. What a coincidence. Do you remember me? You helped me when my carriage broke down in town. You left, refusing to accept payment, so I was hoping to see you again. I had no idea you were Dowager Marchioness Celestine, the crowd murmured. Wow, did that really happen? One whispered. Yes, it did, Barbara replied calmly. I haven't been to many social occasions, so I failed to recognize you at the time. Another woman laughed awkwardly. The Dowager Marchioness showed such generosity. How wonderful. Idili smiled at Barbara. I appreciate you helping me back then. I hope this seems natural. I hope my over-the-top welcome is enough to cover up the uncomfortable noise and silence. Barbara leaned closer and whispered, Well, aren't you a nosy young lady? I'm sorry if it offended you, Idili said softly. Not at all, Barbara murmured back. Idili thought back on that day. Back then, I was young. I was proud of myself for helping an elderly lady in trouble. Around them, gossip buzzed like flies. Have you heard? Viscountess Oberon decided to divorce her husband. Isn't the House of Oberon on the verge of bankruptcy after being scammed? I heard the Viscountess has been working as an interpreter outside of the house. Don't tell me she's asking for a divorce since she's making money, another sneered. How could she hurt her husband's authority like that by earning money outside like that? Oh my, after her husband was generous enough to withstand all that, she's still asking for a divorce. Perhaps she's taken a lover on the side. Idili's expression darkened. I had no idea how easily the social scene can damage a person's reputation. She has been neglecting her duties at home, and one lady began before Barbara interrupted sharply. It would seem that you are much more conservative than when I was young. Barbara's voice cut through the murmur of the crowd, steady and sharp. It would seem that you are much more conservative than when I was young. Why should she be criticized for becoming successful on her own merit? Her house was like a sinking ship, so she did everything she could to keep it afloat. She wanted to do better, so she worked hard. Idili looked at her, eyes wide. What's wrong with ambition like that? Does that mean it's okay to be ambitious? There's nothing wrong with living like that. The woman with red hair laughed mockingly. I think you speak too boldly. How can you compare what she does with a working man? Viscountess Oberon, who failed her duties as the lady of the house, Barbara interrupted with a sigh, her tone firm. She is a progressive woman who earns a living to make up for what her husband failed to provide. You should all be fighting for your rights, but here you are, dragging others through the mud, the nobles whispered among themselves. No wonder they say she devoured her own husband. Apparently, she would lecture her husband on his affairs since she was young. Another chimed in softly. She must see herself in Viscountess Oberon. Don't mind her, Countess Roderick. We feel the same way you do. Then shall we move on to something else now? After the hectic tea party, Idili called out by the main gate, "Wait, Lady Celestine. Could you spare me some time?" Barbara turned to her. What is it, Lady Canyon? Idili bowed her head slightly. Earlier, I was wrong. I was out of line to feel sorry for you. I had no idea you were stronger than anyone in the room. I want to become as strong as you, Lady Celestine. Could I come visit you occasionally, if you don't mind? Barbara smiled softly. That sounds wonderful. I would love for us to have such discussions. Since then, they spent much time together, speaking often, laughing over tea and sharing their hearts. Before long, they became each other's dearest friends. Sweet Barbara probably loved Idili more than anyone else in the world. Had I only taken what she told me closer to heart, perhaps things would be a lot different than now, Idili thought bitterly. Her memory replayed their last encounter, Barbara's voice fierce and filled with conviction. Idili, don't ever get used to making sacrifices. Marrying the old Lord Lancaster. You must liberate yourself from the manipulative men who are trying to control you. Idili had trembled as she replied, but if I don't do as my father tells me to, my only other option is death. Barbara had reached out to her, eyes burning with urgency. Why would you die? Please, Idili. Look at me. If you would just ask for help, I will help you with everything. That was the last time she ever saw her friend. I'm sorry, Barbara, Idili thought as she wrote. I only hope that this letter would give you some peace of mind and ease your worries. Elsewhere, Marcia's shrill voice filled the corridor. Really? Count Chrysis summoned Idili. A maid nodded quickly. Yes, Madame Bohen. But he summoned her to the drawing room during the day, and she just left right now. I guess it wasn't anything serious then. Marcia's face twisted with jealousy. She is such a minx. She's not to be taken lightly. Just look at how Salia's taking her side. Another maid giggled. Salia's sort of weird, though. The same goes for Layla and Daisy too. Birds of a feather, right? Marcia clenched her fists. I'll have to make sure they know their place and keep their heads low. Those insolent brats who won't even pay their tributes, I'll make it crystal clear to them. The maid blushed and whispered about that. Some of the staff have been complaining about having to shower with cold water. They even got suspicious that I wasn't showering with them. What? You kept your mouth shut, right? Marcia barked. Of course I did, the maid laughed nervously. I made up an excuse. Warm water is a privilege reserved for you and me. Why else would I be paying 100 ling tons every month? Marcia smirked to herself. When I sell off some items from this house, it'll more than make up for my losses now. She pointed a finger at the maid. You'd better watch your mouth. If Lady Linnea finds out about this, you know what I mean, right? Of course. Besides, she's not interested in such things, the maid reassured her. Marcia's smile widened. Yes, of course things will be just fine. Lady Linnea trusts my every word, and Count Chrysis is hardly home. This entire household might as well be in my pocket. Elsewhere, Idili handed a sealed envelope to a servant. It's the letter his lordship asked me to write. Please pass it along. I will, he said with a bow. In the laundry room, Salia sighed heavily as sweat rolled down her temple. Why is there no end to this darn laundry? She's making us do such unnecessary things, Layla shrugged. I guess Madame Bohen thought something didn't sit right again, Salia frowned. Where is she anyway? Well, it's obvious, Layla said dryly. Meanwhile, Marcia was brushing the hair of her lady. She's probably whispering weird things to Lady Linnea again. Is that true? Yes, my lady, Marcia replied smoothly. Have I ever told you something that wasn't true? Leave matters concerning high society and managing this house to me. Lady Linnea turned her head slightly. Okay, Please do as you told me. This estate must run perfectly, like any other house of nobility. Marcia smiled. Yes, my lady. In another corner of the house, Daisy rubbed her aching shoulders. Ow, my shoulders. My arms almost fell out wiping and mopping today. There isn't an inch of my body that doesn't ache. Idili looked at her with gentle concern. You did a great job today, Daisy. Are we expecting guests? Why did we mop down the entire house out of the blue? Daisy shook her head. We don't get guests in this house. I guess the head housekeeper's just in a mood. Idili blinked. Actually, she's right. It's already been a month since I've been living here, but I've never once seen a guest. Count Chrysis is a nobleman belonging to the emperor's inner circle, and yet there are no visitors that come around the estate. Is it because of all the distasteful rumors about him? She paused and thought. I also had a negative first impression of him. But considering how generous he has been with me, and his general attitude, he doesn't seem like a terrible man. The only reason I can live this ordinary life is... Anyway, Daisy cut in, her tone chipper. Even if we don't have any guests, sometimes we do this sort of thing because of Lady Linnea. What? Idili jolted. Daisy offered her a piece of bread. Lady Linnea, Count Chrysis's younger sister. You've heard of her, right? Here, have some bread. Oh, I did hear that a lot of staff quit because of Lady Linnea, Idili said softly. That's right, Daisy replied. When Lady Linnea gets moody, it can be hard to bear. She's never had to work a day in her life, so I don't understand why she's so concerned with our work. Is that so? Idili murmured. Since he was young, Count Chrysis has always made a lot of money, Daisy explained. That's why they've never skipped a meal before, even though they were commoners. That pretty much says everything. Honestly, if her brother worked so hard to become nobility, she could just live her life being forever grateful. I just don't understand why she's so immature. Idili thought quietly. The Chrysis siblings who became nobility overnight, and a former duchess who became a maid overnight. It's like we're perfect opposites of each other. I learned how to wash the laundry for the first time in this house. Before I learned how to do it, I didn't know anything about it. Since this is their first time in such a high place, maybe they don't really know how to lead their lives as nobles. Despite being in the emperor's inner circle, the estate of Count Chrysis stood eerily quiet, its grand halls stripped of warmth and polish. The walls whispered neglect, and though the count, head of the family, wielded immense influence, he seemed indifferent to the state of his home. The only lady of the house fretted endlessly over the maids' every movement, as if control over them could substitute for order in the estate. But perhaps they weren't strange at all. Perhaps they simply didn't know any better. With no butler to oversee the mansion, the head maid now held all the power, ruling the staff with whispers and manipulation. One afternoon, Idili turned to Daisy, curiosity softening her tone. Daisy, did the other maids quit all because of Lady Chrysis? Daisy shook her head. No. There have been plenty of people who quit because of Madame Bohen, but if they blame Lady Chrysis, his lordship gives a good recommendation letter, so... Idili remembered the count's cold, measured voice during a past encounter. Here is your letter of recommendation. Thank you for your services. Daisy's cheeks flushed slightly as she giggled. He seems scary, but he's nice, isn't he? Idili thought silently. She's right. He does come off as scary. Still, he's a good person, but there are some serious problems here. Her gaze swept across the crumbling corridors. It wouldn't matter if this was a house on the verge of collapsing, but the House of Chrysis is a new noble family. As long as Emperor D. Marcus Tuberin's power remains strong, his right-hand man, Count Laszlo Chrysis, must serve his duty to the fullest as well. Her mind drifted. That means Count Chrysis must find himself a suitable ally as soon as possible. Maybe he could marry someone. Marriage is a great way to survive in high society. Did His Majesty not offer to introduce someone for him? Anyway, whoever he marries, I hope it's someone who pities me. The next day came swiftly. Lady Linnea stood by the parlor window, her sharp gaze fixed on Idili as she entered. So you're the famed Idili Lancaster? Her voice dripped with curiosity and disdain. Idili bowed politely. Count Chrysis and Lady Chrysis both make their summons out of the blue, she thought. They don't look much alike. Softly, she began, I'm just Idili now. Since the House of Lancaster is no, I know that much, Linnea snapped before she could finish. Idili blinked, startled. Is she mad at me? Now that I think about it, I don't even know how old Lady Chrysis is. She might be in her late teens. She doesn't really feel very threatening. Linnea leaned forward, her tone laced with mockery. So I heard Duke Lancaster was an old geezer. How did you marry someone like that? Did you want to become a duchess that badly? Idili's reply came quietly. Unfortunately, I didn't have a say in my marriage. I had to follow if my father ordered me. Linnea's eyes widened in indignation. That's awful. How could you call someone like that a father? Idili lowered her gaze. You're right, my lady. I wonder how my father didn't know something even a young girl understands. So then, Linnea pressed, how did you share a bedchamber with such an old man? He had a longtime concubine, Idili replied calmly. So I never shared a bedchamber with him. Concubine? Linnea gasped. Since she was in charge of the Duke's rebellion funds, Idili continued, she is probably dead now too. Linnea's voice trembled. Then what was your role in that house? Idili's expression softened as old memories surfaced. There was once a time when I was just dying to prove my worth. I thought if I proved my competence, if I fulfilled all the duties of my role, I thought I could be better. However, she looked up and said, I only filled in the role of Duchess to uphold the appearance of a perfect house, while taking care of some undesirable tasks here and there. Foolish Idili, she thought bitterly. What a foolish life I led. Linnea narrowed her eyes. You? Why are you smiling like that? You're looking down on me too, aren't you? Pardon, Idili asked, startled. Linnea's voice rose, cracking with insecurity. You might as well be a slave now, so why are you smiling? You were thinking that I'm trying to act like the lady of the house when I'm just a lowly commoner girl, weren't you? Because you still think you're the perfect lady. Idili froze. Why is she yelling at me all of a sudden? Did I say something to upset you? She asked softly. If you would tell me what I did wrong, I could you, Linnea shouted. You're looking down on me. Kneel this instant. How dare you look down on your employer? Without hesitation, Idili knelt and bowed her head. I am sorry. I suppose I should stand since you did not order me to sit. Linnea trembled. What are you doing? Have you no pride? You were a duchess. What are you doing in front of a mere count's sister? Idili's voice was calm, almost distant. I am no longer a duchess. Pride and honor of being a noble. Oh, what worthless value it has. What is the true pride and honor one must hold on to? My world has already turned upside down, she thought as she raised her head slowly. You are my employer, she said gently, and my knees aren't that expensive. Linnea's lip quivered. How dare you? How dare you talk back to me? Do you think I don't know what you nobles think? You mock and ridicule people after inviting them. You liars. Do you even know who you owe your lives to? My brother trained those mercenaries who ran like wild dogs and won the war for you. So then why? Idili watched her quietly. Just as I thought, Lady Linnea was seeing the other nobles through me. Get out of my room now, Linnea screamed. I don't want to see you. As Idili stepped out, her mind swirled. She's standing at the center of the high society I left behind. She could have remained free and lovely. Softly, she murmured to herself, somehow, she reminds me of you. Actually, her name is similar too. In the silence of her thoughts, a voice echoed from memory. Her sister's, fragile and trembling. I don't want any more of this, Idili. She saw the image of a young girl crying, hands trembling. I can't take it anymore. Idili had tried to comfort her then. Everything will be better once you're married. If you just hang on a little more. But her sister had shouted, slapping her hands away. No, Idili, you can't stand this because you and I are different. I've already endured as much as I possibly could. My life isn't worth living anymore. Idili closed her eyes, her heart aching. My little sister, who is no longer with me, Lynn Canyon. There wasn't much history to the House of Canyon. Idili's great-grandfather, once a reckless gambler, had won a parcel of land that happened to hold a sapphire mine. Overnight, his fortune changed. Newly rich, he offered an enormous amount of gold to the emperor, who was struggling with the royal family's financial troubles. In gratitude, the emperor granted him the title of count. Thus, the House of Canyon was born nobles of sudden wealth, but no lineage, dignity, or refinement. Dustin Canyon, Idili's father, raised his daughters under the shadow of that insecurity. "Have you memorized the 4 most prestigious families now?" he barked at young Lin one afternoon. "Yes, father," she answered timidly. "The House of Duke Lancaster, the House of Duke Barrington." "Wrong, you foolish girl," he thundered. Lin flinched. She was only 10. Turning to her older daughter, he demanded, "Idili, name the 4 houses." Idili, 12 years old, straightened and replied, "Yes, father." "The other 3 are the House of Duke Barrington, the House of Marquis Tolaine, and the House of Marquis Winblair." "Yes, that's correct," Dustin said sharply. "Those 4 houses hold power and authority that even the royal family cannot take lightly. So never forget, you will have to marry into one of them so no one will ever look down on the Canyons. Do you understand?" "Yes, father," Idili responded firmly. After he left, Lin looked up at her sister. "Hey, Idili," she whispered. "Will I become more like you when I'm 12? I feel like such a fool." Idili's eyes softened. "What are you talking about, Lin? You're not a fool." "But that's what father said earlier," Lin murmured. Idili sighed gently. "Well, you know how harsh he can be with his words. He only meant to encourage you to do better." "It doesn't mean he really thinks you're a fool." Lin hesitated. "You think so?" "Of course," Idili said, grabbing her hand. "Should we go downstairs and have some cookies instead?" "I'll give you some of mine, too." Lin blushed faintly. "Idili, when we're finished with the cookies, let's study together. I'll help you out, so don't worry." Lin smiled shyly. "Yeah, sure. With you, I'm okay with anything." But their small joy was short-lived. The cook intercepted them at the door. "Return to your room," she said sternly. "Lady Lin is not allowed any snacks starting today." "What? Why?" Idili asked. "Lady Lin did terribly on her test yesterday," the cook explained. "Count Canyon has ordered us not to give her any snacks until she earns the right to them." "How could he?" Idili began, but the cook interrupted. "Lady Lin, have you even completed your homework for today?" Lin's voice dropped to a whisper. "No." Then, before Idili could stop her, she turned and dashed toward her room. "Then you enjoy your snack, Idili. I'll be in my room doing homework." "Lin," Idili called after her, but she didn't turn back. Idili's thoughts churned painfully. Father has always been strict, but lately, he's become cruel. Why only to us? Why is there nothing I can do? My heart aches, and I'm so angry. I wish I could grow up sooner for Lin's sake. Maybe everything will be better once we're married. She clenched her fists. If I become a perfect lady, a graceful bride, beautiful, slim, always smiling, if I make father proud, maybe then he'll stop being cruel. Maybe then I'll be free. Years passed, but the cruelty only deepened. One day, Dustin's voice roared through the manor, shaking the walls. "Lin Canyon, you're already 16. When are you going to get your act together? Do you think you'll attract any men, let alone from the 4 great houses? You're just a waste of my money. Your sister has already made her debut in society, making connections. When will you be of any use to me? Why can't you become someone I wouldn't be ashamed to let out of this house?" Idili stood frozen in the hallway, her heart pounding. If I just become the person father wants me to be, would Lin like it if I gave her something beautiful? Would that make her happy? She tried to believe that someday, somehow, she'd make things better. But in her room, Lin sat on the floor, surrounded by scattered books and papers, sobbing. "Idili, I just can't do this anymore," she cried. "I don't think I could ever become a noble lady like you. The only thing I want is to fly away like that bird." Days later, the mansion fell silent. Dustin's voice, cold and unfeeling, broke the stillness. "Lin is dead." For a moment, no one moved. Idili's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Wait, what do you mean?" Dustin looked at her with irritation. "She's dead. Do I have to repeat myself?" She accidentally fell from the 3rd-floor balcony while looking out. That's all there is to it. Make sure word doesn't get out. Idili's knees gave out. I can't believe she did this. During such a busy time, she thought numbly. Later, sitting alone on her floor, she whispered, "Lin." Why did Lin? Her tears fell soundlessly. "I can't take it anymore. I have feelings, thoughts, a voice. How much longer must I endure this? I've already endured as much as I possibly could. My life isn't worth living anymore." The fragile hope she had nurtured after meeting Barbara withered into despair once more. And just as father wished, she married into the House of Lancaster, a union without love, only duty. "You know, Lin, I always thought of escaping like you did," she thought. "But with you by my side, I thought I could hold on. No one can bear the weight of a life they never asked for." And now, as she looked at Lady Linnea, angry, insecure, and desperate for validation, Idili's heart ached. If she's in pain, I wish I could teach her how to endure it, but am I even in a position to do that? My heart feels so heavy, and I'm so mad at how helpless I am. The main gate opened, and Count Laszlo stepped inside. He looked around the palace grounds, his gaze sharp and displeased, and thought, "Now even the head housekeeper doesn't bother to greet me." Although my sole purpose of accepting this estate was to have rendezvous with my soldiers, this is not how an actual count's estate would be like. Before he could take another step, Linnea burst toward him, her voice bright as she called out, "Laszlo, you're home." She welcomed him warmly, saying, "Welcome back. Did you have a good day?" Laszlo replied simply, "Yeah." Linnea then rushed behind him, her curiosity bubbling over as she asked, "What did you do at the palace today?" Laszlo answered without much thought, "Same thing I always do." "Why do you ask?" Linnea followed closely and said, "No reason." Laszlo glanced at her, his expression turning serious as he asked, "Why did you follow me into my room?" "You have something to say?" Linnea flinched slightly and replied, "Huh? Oh, I mean, it's nothing big really." She cleared her throat and continued, "I was invited to attend this party. Viscountess Emerson is hosting it." "Do you know her?" Laszlo sighed and said, "I don't." Linnea mumbled, "Oh really? Okay, I see." Laszlo then responded calmly, "You don't have to go if you don't want to." Linnea immediately flailed her hands and said, "No. If I don't go to these social events, I wouldn't have a chance to wear all the beautiful gowns I have. But it's just..." Her hands tightened as she admitted, "I don't know what to say at parties." Hesitating, she continued, "So I was wondering, Laszlo, if it's all right with you, could you find me a decent tutor?" Laszlo replied sternly, "Linnea Crisis. If I find you someone decent, will you learn without throwing a tantrum this time?" Linnea drooped and protested. "When did I ever throw a tantrum?" Laszlo pressed her, saying, "Answer me, Linnea." He glared at her and continued, "I've hired multiple tutors for you already. Remember why they all quit in less than 2 weeks?" She jolted and said, "But that's..." And suddenly memories resurfaced. She recalled a lady saying, "It's okay, Lady Linnea. I understand that you may not know things as a commoner, but I am a little worried if you'll ever be able to understand the material at all." Linnea thought inwardly, they were the ones who ridiculed me first. They always pretend to be refined and sophisticated, but what am I supposed to do when they treat me like a fool right at my face? I know it's ridiculous to even think about it at a social party. She remembered shouting, "How dare you look down on your employer?" and then thinking, "But at least I can yell as much as I want in this estate." Trembling, she had told herself, "It's not my fault. They just had such pampered lives. It doesn't make sense for them to quit like that only because their employer said something." Laszlo called out, "Linnea." Linnea turned her face and said, "Oh, that reminds me. That Duchess wasn't what I expected, though." Laszlo flinched. "What?" Linnea tilted her head and said, "She's held a higher position than any of the tutors that ever came here, but she had no pride at all. I told her to kneel in front of me, and she actually did. I called her in to see her for myself, but she was acting all high," and Laszlo suddenly yelled, "Linnea Crisis." Linnea startled and exclaimed, "What? You scared me. Why would you yell like that?" Laszlo shouted back, "Do you not understand how ashamed you should be for what you did? How could you force someone who works for you to kneel?" His heart throbbed as he continued, "Using your authority to trample on the weak. That's exactly what the nobles we hate so much do." Linnea flinched, then nervously replied, I know that, but why can't I?" Then she shouted, "I want to look down on those nobles who despise me." "Is that so bad?" Laszlo calmly answered, but you didn't treat a noble with contempt. You only ridiculed a maid. You could never do that to an actual noble. Don't you think that makes you a coward? Linnea flinched and asked, Laszlo, you don't even know what you're talking about. She thought to herself, I never told you about all the mockery and ridicule I had to endure, nor how difficult it has been and how resentful I've felt, because it would only upset you. Aren't you supposed to help me? With tears in her eyes, she yelled, fine. Aren't you just a know-it-all? She thought again, if I'm struggling to talk in front of those nobles? Then she burst at Laszlo. You don't care what happens to me at all, do you? Laszlo called out, wait, Linnea. But Linnea shouted back, well, then whatever, and slammed the door as she stormed outside. Left alone, Laszlo sighed. Darn it, he mumbled. I don't know what to do in a situation like this either. What am I doing right now? This is all because that snake DeMarcus made me a count. He recalled DeMarcus's words. You should accept the title even if you don't want to, Laszlo. You have to become a symbol for the mercenaries, Laszlo had asked. A symbol, and DeMarcus continued. If the mercenaries were to actively participate in society instead of giving up on their lives, they need a symbol like you to look up to. So become the new authority. He had smirked and said, authority will protect Calliope, your mercenary guild, along with anything else that you value. I'm offering such a high title to you for a reason. Then he grinned, someday, you two will accept your fate. Just like how I had no choice but to accept my fate. Back in the present, Laszlo thought, what is fate going to do when I don't even know how to handle my own little sister? He brushed his hair back and muttered, should I get another recommendation for a tutor from the household division? I'd better tell Linnea that this is the absolute last time. She'll probably feel better about going to the party if I buy her an expensive necklace. He then added quietly, and I wonder if Adelie is okay. His thoughts darkened as he continued. She must have felt humiliated after having kneeled before Linnea. Even if she's no longer one, she was a duchess after all. And what if she's crying alone? He put on his jacket and thought, maybe I should apologize on Linnea's behalf. No, but that would make Linnea look bad. All right, let's just ignore it. Laszlo, you are thinking way too much about this woman. Opening the door, he said, the cold air is making me feel much better. Okay, let's just drop it. Bad rumors are bound to follow if I visit her at such a late time, darn it. Elsewhere, Marquis Windblair smoked quietly and said, well, now, Duke Barrington responded, ever since the victory banquet, the mood among socialites has been quite tense. Windblair remarked, it's because the house of Duke Lancaster was brought down so easily. We all assumed that the Lancasters would have stronger foundation than the imperial house. Duke Barrington replied, I thought they would be able to survive at least until the end of the year. This is all because of him. Marquis Windblair then tossed his cigarette onto a newspaper bearing Count Laszlo's image and spat out, Laszlo Chrysis. That filthy mutt. Who would have guessed that a member of the imperial family would swallow his pride and join hands with a lowly mercenary? Duke Barrington spoke with clear disdain, saying, because they're both the same sort of brutes. DeMarcus Toberine fought in the battlefield, too. He's only royalty by title. What would he know of elegance or refinement? Which is exactly why we need a new emperor. As long as DeMarcus is emperor, us nobles will only continue to decline, Marquis replied cautiously, but it's too early for us to step in. I would much rather borrow the hands of the lesser nobles. Our 4 houses, no, 3 houses getting directly involved could come back to haunt us. Marquis Tolaine waved his hand and suggested, then what about that nouveau riche family? Duke Barrington answered calmly, oh, the house of Count Canyon. As it happens, the Count's daughter was given away to that lowly mercenary, Chrysis. Marquis Windblair smirked and said, he's a real piece of work. First, he sold off his daughter to Lancaster, hoping to forge a tie with the Duke, and now he sold her off to the Emperor to protect his house. I don't know if such a trivial man can manage to do something worthwhile, but I'm sure he'll prove to be useful one way or another. How much longer are you going to be squandering my money? What good is a daughter if not to marry off? Now that Lynn is dead, you're the only daughter, so why are you acting out? Your marriage must succeed. Mark my words, Adelie Canyon. Adelie blinked as those words echoed in her mind. Then she woke up gasping for breath. "Oh, it was only a dream," she said as she steadied herself. She sighed and thought, "I still wonder sometimes. Was being wealthy not good enough to satisfy father and the House of Canyon?" Rising from her bed, she brushed the sheets and muttered to herself, if he wanted to become an honorable noble, he could have made donations to the orphanage or the civilian hospital, instead of marrying me off to one of the four most prestigious families. But it's all useless now. Clenching her fist, she said, "Let's get ready and go to work. The morning sun is shining gloriously. It's time to start my day again." The next morning, the maids were already busy with their work. Two maids whispered among themselves, "So, it isn't going to be easy." "I don't care. Figure out a way. Keep in mind what happens when you don't meet the deadline." "Yes." Ideally tilted her head slightly and thought, they work in different stations. What could they be talking about? Actually, there could be work that I don't know about. Salia swallowed a bite of food and asked, "Ideally, if you're finished, shall we go?" Ideally replied, "Sure, Salia." When they stepped outside, Ideally looked around and said, "The estate feels emptier than usual for some reason." Layla let out a sigh of relief and explained, "It's because Madame Bohen isn't here. Lady Linnea went out today, and she went along too." Ideally thought, "Isn't it a maid's job to attend to the lady when she goes out?" Salia added, "Madame Bohen's only going to make Lady Linnea buy useless things again. It's not my money, but it still feels so wasteful." They opened the door and saw that the room was empty. Layla muttered, Ideally said, "Looks like no one has come yet." "Is everyone taking their time today because Madame Bohen's not here?" Salia asked. Do you want to see for yourself?" Ideally was surprised. "What?" Salia chuckled and said, "It's already been nearly 2 months since you joined the house, right? Then it's about time you got to take a look around the estate. Why don't you go pick up the laundry today? We'll wash all the laundry you couldn't finish yesterday." Ideally hesitated and said, "But there's a lot of it." "And they were Madame Bohen's orders." Layla laughed lightly. "It's okay. She won't be barging in on us today." Ideally still looked uneasy and said, "Still." Layla then asked, "You went through quite a lot of trouble talking to Lady Linnea yesterday." Ideally jolted and replied, "Oh, no, it was fine." Layla smiled. "Haha, well, that's good to hear. Anyway, just take your time on the way back." Salia added with a chuckle, "There's no rush, so don't worry." Ideally nodded and said, "Then, I'll be back, Layla." "Thank you, Salia." Salia pulled up her cuffs and said, "Let's get these done and over with." Layla waved her hand. "We've got it." Then she turned to Salia and said, "You're so kind, Salia." Salia asked, "Why?" Layla replied, "It would have been so hard for Ideally to wash all these by herself." Salia answered quietly, "You were worried about her too, Layla. She's rather frail. Ideally, of all people, needs to know the ins and outs of this estate. All the other maids are free to simply quit and walk out, but Ideally, as a war trophy, may never be able to." Ideally hurried through the palace grounds, thinking, "This is the first time I've left the laundry room during the busiest time of the day." Inside, the maids continued working busily. She thought, "Layla and Salia are both so kind. They gave me some time off on purpose so I could take a break. But I should still hurry back and help those two out." Pushing a trolley, she reflected, "Now that I've got a new task, I feel like I'm getting recognized for my hard work." Suddenly, Ideally noticed servants laughing and thought, It's that maid from before. And Madame Bohen's acquaintances. Why isn't she in her designated area, but taking a break here instead? Everyone else seemed busy. Where are all the maids stationed here? She was giving orders to another maid about something earlier. Was she pushing her tasks onto someone else? Lifting a bedsheet, Ideally thought, I knew there was an inner circle of maids centering around Madame Bohen. But that doesn't mean she's allowed to slack off on her work and push it onto others. What's even worse is she passed on her work to younger maids. I wonder if Count Chrysis knows about all this. Then again, what will I be able to do about the issues around how this place is managed? As she worked, Ideally suddenly flinched when she heard voices from outside the door. Then, Commander, wouldn't this only benefit the yellow fox? The crimson rat is brimming with venom, which means they'll be much more cautious. However, Ideally gasped and thought, it's Count Chrysis. Let's leave before they catch me here." A man suddenly turned and shouted, "Who's there?" He rushed to the door, threw it open, and yelled, "I've told the kitchen maid to let no one in here." "How dare you sneak in here like a little rat?" Then he demanded, "Who are you? What were you doing here? Who are you? What were you doing here?" The man demanded sharply. Idili immediately bowed her head and answered, "I'm a maid from the laundry room. I was just picking up his lordship's laundry. If my presence has interrupted you, then I can come back at a later time." Laszlo responded without hesitation, "There's no need for that. You can go now." The man looked shocked and protested, "Wait, Commander, I've never seen this maid before." "Have you verified her identity?" Laszlo replied calmly, "Yes, almost to an excessive degree." Idili lowered her gaze and said, "Then I'll be on my way, my lord." The man frowned and muttered, "What's that supposed to mean? But I feel like I've seen her somewhere before." Suddenly, his eyes widened as realization struck him, and he shouted, "That woman, is she the former Duchess of Lancaster? You really brought her in as your maid? What happened while I was away? I thought it was just a rumor. More importantly, what if she overheard our conversation?" Laszlo replied coldly, "It's none of your business. And if she figured out what we were talking about just by briefly eavesdropping, we should invite her to join our guild." The man grew even more suspicious and said, "She seems suspicious. A woman who used to be the Duchess is working in the laundry room? She probably has never even gotten her hands wet before." Laszlo snapped back, "You fool. Did you not see the condition of her hands?" The man asked, confused. "Why would I have seen her hands?" Laszlo answered, "Those were the rough hands of a hard-working woman. Don't be so prejudiced. Besides, Idili's never even gotten a discreet message from Count Canyon." The man was startled. "What?" Laszlo thought to himself. Even Dowager Marchioness wrote to her. How could they even call themselves family? Then he continued aloud, "That probably means Idili," but the man interrupted him sharply. "Did you just call her by her name?" Laszlo froze for a moment, then said, "Let's get back to what we were discussing earlier. Keep a close eye on the Crimson Rat. If the Yellow Fox makes a move, they'll surely react." The man nodded. "Okay then, I'll trust your intuition." Inwardly, however, he thought, "But sir, I have a pretty good intuition about certain things too." Laszlo turned away and said, "Then I'll be heading to the palace to work." The man stared after him and called out, "Hold on, Commander." "Sir?" Meanwhile, Idili returned, pushing her trolley as she thought, "Although the Count doesn't seem to suspect me of anything, it does put me in a tricky situation. I'm not in a position to speak up, but even if I did get a chance to speak, it seems like the Count's people wouldn't believe me. For now, I should do what I can." Elsewhere, the Grand Master of the Royal Chivalry stepped forward and called out, "Hey, Sir Milton. Are you just finishing up your training?" Edmund Milton, the second in command of the Royal Chivalry, greeted him respectfully. "Good afternoon, sir," the Grand Master asked. "Did you train to match the household division again? You don't need to overdo yourself. You already have a lot of responsibilities as it is." Edmund chuckled and replied, "I'm not necessarily trying to match our drills to the household division, sir. Although the House of Duke Lancaster's uprising has been suppressed, we never know who else might attempt to challenge the Emperor. I just thought we should always be prepared." The Grand Master nodded quietly. A knight standing beside Edmund clapped and said enthusiastically, "That was a model answer, sir." "Wow." Then he added, "What a shame. If it hadn't been for Count Chrysis, you wouldn't be just second in command of the Royal Chivalry, but the commander of the Household Division by now." Edmund smiled and replied, "Nonsense. There is a suitable position for everyone." Patting his shoulder, he continued, "I'm more than honored to be the second in command of the Royal Chivalry." The knight grumbled, "Seriously, you are just too nice, sir." It was then explained that there were two armed forces in service to the imperial household. One was the Household Division that protected the Emperor in close quarters. The other was the Royal Chivalry, which protected the palace and fought in war. The Grand Master smiled softly and said, "Well, the public does consider the Household Division as the higher order since they guard and protect His Majesty very closely. But that doesn't mean we're competing with them. "There's no need for you to become like that workaholic," Edmund replied. "I'm just doing the best I can to fulfill my duties." Another knight smiled gently and said, "That's right. Rapport with the knights is important, too. Considering that, you are by far the best." Edmund smiled faintly as he thought, "Every move His Majesty makes carries significance, because that's how thorough he is. So I'm sure he has his reasons for putting that mercenary Chrysis in an important position. But still, it is a bit much. I can tell by the reactions among the knights in the chivalry too. I don't like it." Elsewhere in the palace, Laszlo was adjusting his shirt when he suddenly noticed movement near the door. "Who's out there?" he called. A voice answered from outside, "Hello, sir. We're from the chivalry." "We are here to see you, Commander," Laszlo replied after a pause. "Come in." The door burst open, and several knights entered, greeting him formally. "Terry Bogarden, Angelo Vallon, and Joseph Oz of the Royal Chivalry, sir." Laszlo looked at them and said, "I don't think I've ever seen you around before." One of them replied awkwardly, "Oh, we haven't exactly achieved anything significant, so it's only natural that you wouldn't recognize us." Laszlo adjusted his cuffs and said, "That's enough sweet talk. What do you want?" One knight hesitated. This may be, we know this is a very sudden request," but another added, "Either way, we realize that the Royal Chivalry and the Household Division are in cooperation with each other, sir." Laszlo sighed. "Get to the point." Gathering their courage, the knight blurted out, "Please give us the honor of training with you at your estate, sir." Laszlo remained silent for a moment, then turned his face and said, "That certainly is a random request." The knights laughed nervously. "Oh, haha, this sounds ridiculous when I say it out loud. But we do understand that you are a busy man, so please feel free to decline." Laszlo stared at them and asked, "Then why are you here, asking me for a favor?" The knight was startled. "What?" Another hesitated and said, You see, we want to become strong like you, sir. But all we're doing at the palace are the same drills that everyone else does, which makes it easy for us to get lazy. So we've come to the conclusion that we need to be trained by someone strong and capable of judging us objectively." The knights grew animated and continued, "And that's why we thought of you, Sir Chrysis. Not only are you the youngest commander of the Household Division, you never let personal feelings get in the way of training. We also wanted to know how other corps train as well. I've heard from a household guard that your door is always open to anyone who is willing to improve themselves." Laszlo listened carefully and thought, "They're not entirely wrong. I've never pushed people away from approaching me. It was simply that the noble guards had no interest in seeking out a commander who had once been a mere mercenary." Then he examined them again and thought, "But they seem to be out of shape. Their posture is bad, and it doesn't look like they would improve all that much. I guess they've only recently come to their senses. I don't dislike those who wish to improve themselves. You have to become a symbol for the mercenaries." He recalled Emperor Demarcus's words, "Laszlo, someday, you too will accept your fate." Just like I had no choice but to accept my fate. Returning to the present, Laszlo thought, "So is this what he meant? I never expected the knights to tell me something like this. I'm not exactly thrilled that things are going according to his plan, but finally, he spoke aloud. The desire to train is commendable." The knight's eyes lit up. "Then does that mean?" Laszlo raised his gaze and said, "So let me ask you one question." The knights blinked nervously as Laszlo continued, "Why is it that you wish to train at my estate? Out of all places?" "Why was it that they wished to train at his estate of all places?" Laszlo asked, and the knights glanced at him before one replied with an awkward "oh," explaining that they could not exactly train at the palace training hall since the higher-ups would never approve, while another hesitated and added that it would seem strange for them to train with him when the chivalry Grand Master was around. Right, and then suddenly realized, "Oh, that's right, and even if the Grand Master were fine with it, the other knights might not be," and Laszlo responded calmly that it made sense, though inwardly he thought about the unspoken rivalry between the Household Division and the Royal Chivalry, and how he should not do anything that might bother the Royal Chivalry's commanding officers. Before finally agreeing and telling them to come to his estate next Saturday at 3, causing the knights to cheer loudly and shout their thanks, promising they would definitely be there, after which Laszlo shook his head and told them they could return to their stations. watching them leave as he reflected that teaching them a few basic skills should be fine even if he was unsure how much they would improve. Yet, such a desperate desire to get stronger was not easy to come by. Outside the palace, Marcia sharply called everyone to attention and clapped her hands with a gentle smile as she announced that they would have guests that weekend, and since it was the new year, she had planned to redecorate the manor. Anyway, ordering everyone to make sure their areas were spotless, prompting murmurs of surprise from the maids, only for Marcia to shout toward the laundry room to take down the winter curtains, wash the spring curtains, and have them ready, making Salia flinch and cry out what, while Layla nervously pointed out there were over 150 curtains in the manor, Salia shouting back that they did not even dry well in winter, to which Marcia merely shrugged and said that was for them to figure out and she did not care if they had to dry them all night long. Even cutting off Layla when she suggested starting with just the first floor lobby and drawing room by shouting enough and ordering all of them done, while Ideally listened in silence and thought this was bad. Because doing laundry was one thing, but the house did not seem ready to greet guests, making her wonder what had suddenly gotten into Count Chrysis. A few days later, Laszlo announced as he walked toward the carriage that he would be going somewhere other than the palace that day, startling the servant who replied "Sir," and then acknowledged it had been a while since he went out and asked where he should take him. And soon the carriage arrived at the residential area of the nobles on Grania Avenue, where Laszlo stepped down and was welcomed by a butler who greeted him as Lord Chrysis to the house of Marquis Celestine and guided him to the drawing room, where the Marquis greeted him warmly saying they met at last. Count Chrysis and Laszlo thanked him for the invitation, only for the Marquis's attention to shift to the Dowager Marchioness Celestine, Barbara, who smiled gently and said there was no need to call her by such a long title, and that he should just call her Barbara, prompting Laszlo to introduce himself simply as Laszlo, though Barbara replied that since he was the head of a house she would call him Count Chrysis, leading Laszlo to suggest it would be best if they all dropped the uncomfortable titles, which she admitted he was quite right about, and Laszlo thought it was no wonder she had been able to keep her house together since she was not someone to be taken lightly. After which she cleared her throat and suggested they take a seat, a maid pouring tea and serving the meal as Laszlo observed everything and thought about how impossible it would be to host guests like this at his own place, noting the properly welcoming butler, the respectful yet understated maid, and the overall elegance, when Barbara took a sip of tea and addressed him as Count Chrysis, to which he replied yes, and she asked about Ideally, wondering if she was doing okay and remarking that since she was born and raised a noble lady, living as a maid could not be easy, pulling Laszlo back to focus as he thought there was a reason he had accepted her invitation and that she likely wanted to see him a month after Ideally wrote back, before the Marquis gently stated he would be blunt and explained he still wanted to keep an eye on what His Majesty would do next, but that his mother wanted to meet him, adding that Laszlo surely already knew why, which made Laszlo nod and think about the three realms of power in high society, those supporting strong imperial power, traditional nobles wishing to maintain their authority, and moderate nobles belonging to neither, and how the Celestines were stepping out of neutrality to meet him now that the traditional noble house of Duke Lancaster had fallen, making everyone watch the house of Marquis Celestine, and he asked if that was all right with him, to which the Marquis replied of course, saying he had not changed his mind because of what happened with Lady Ideally and wanted to take the opportunity to get to know Laszlo and His Majesty, even admitting relief that Ideally had been placed in Laszlo's estate since otherwise his mother would have already kidnapped her and caused trouble, making Laszlo chuckle and remark that he supposed he should be honored they decided to discuss the matter with him first, while Barbara explained she had read the letter Ideally wrote and knew she disliked worrying people, meaning things were probably tough despite her claiming she was fine, and that of all places she had been assigned to the notoriously difficult laundry room, stating she could not sit idly by when Ideally was innocent and asking what Laszlo planned to do with her if he truly cared about the weak. To which Laszlo replied that he planned to let her live in his manor as a maid until rumors in high society settled down, prompting Barbara to glare and ask what about after that, admitting she was still struggling to decide. leading Laszlo to ask how far she was willing to go for Idili, making Barbara pause before answering that if necessary she would do anything and everything, and telling him to let go of her so she could take care of the rest, which made Laszlo comment that it sounded like she would really kidnap her if he did not, smirking as he said he thought they would get along quite well, Barbara smiling softly and teasing that they said age was but a number when it came to love, but that he should give it up and find someone his own age, causing Laszlo to laugh loudly and think that the house of Marquis Celestine was not a bad place to send Idili to, since neither the house of Count Canyon nor the three prominent houses could easily reach her there, and the emperor would welcome the Celestines with open arms if they joined the nobles who supported imperial power, believing that Idili would likely live a much more comfortable and happier life there. Yes, he was sure she would. Next day at the Chrysis estate, Idili was wiping the windows when Linnea suddenly froze in shock and exclaimed, "What did you just say?" "Say it again," the servant nervously replied. "Yes, ma'am. It's a message from Sir Chrysis. He said he will be a little late because His Majesty called for him, so when the guests arrive, he said to serve them tea and dessert first and show them around the house." Hearing this, Linnea's mind spiraled as she thought, how could this be? The knights coming today were Laszlo's guests, but he wasn't here. She had never hosted a tea party on her own before. These were the first guests visiting the Chrysis estate without Laszlo Chrysis attending, and she panicked, wondering if she had copied what she had seen before correctly, wishing Laszlo were here to tell her what to do, and fearing she would make a fool of herself again. Marcia smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, my lady, this is perfectly fine," but Linnea doubted her, thinking how could she possibly trust Marcia and wondering if there was anyone she could depend on, when suddenly her eyes widened and she cried out, "Oh, Mina, go and fetch Idili Lancaster." Mina responded in confusion, "What?" while Marcia protested, "Hold on, my lady," but Linnea shouted, "That's an order," thinking that of all people, Idili would know exactly how to host a tea party. Soon Idili arrived and asked, "You asked for me, my lady?" Linnea hesitated before replying, "Yes, come on in." "You see, the reason I asked you here," as Marcia leaned in and whispered, "My lady, you should just have her serve the guests and let her handle everything. That way, the guests will get to see how you're making a former Duchess work as a maid." "Won't the guests be impressed?" Linnea admitted. "That's right," while Marcia smirked inwardly, thinking how dare she ask for this girl when she was right there, but since Idili was already present, she might as well make her work and take a break herself. Turning gently to Idili, Linnea said, "Idili, working in the laundry room must have been tough. Today, I'll let you be my personal attendant," and Idili bowed respectfully, replying, "Thank you for being so generous, my lady." Linnea then explained, 3 knights of the royal chivalry will be arriving soon. Laszlo is running late, so we must greet them. When we do, she hesitated and asked, should I be at the doors to greet them?" Idili glanced at her and answered, "That's usually the job of a butler, but since there is no butler, what if Madame Bohen greets them at the door?" causing Marcia to flinch and say, "Wait, what?" as Idili continued, "And show them to the drawing room." Marcia cleared her throat awkwardly and commented, "I guess you do know how to host guests," but Linnea ignored her and asked Idili, "Then should I wait at the drawing room?" Idili explained calmly that most knights did not hold titles, and since Linnea was standing in as the head of the house, it would be appropriate for her to come down after the guests had arrived. Linnea agreed, saying, "Yeah, that's probably better," and chuckled as she added, "Then, once the guests arrive, bring out some tea and dessert at a proper time," thinking to herself that it sounded perfect. Idili answered, "Yes, my lady. I'll go to the kitchen to check on the tea and dessert," while Linnea felt relieved and excited, thinking everything would be set up nicely and the problem was solved. Walking alone, Idili sighed and stumbled slightly, panting, "I don't feel too well, but let's maintain composure until the guests leave." After some time, Linnea sat in front of the mirror, thinking it was almost time for the guests to arrive and reassuring herself that she could do this, reminding herself she was the mercenary king's little sister after all. When someone knocked on the door, she called out, "Come in," and Idili entered, saying, "My lady, the guests have arrived." Linnea smiled politely and asked, "They have? Then should I head downstairs now, before leaving?" Idili brushed her hair back and said, "Before we do, if you don't mind, could I have your handkerchief for a moment?" Startling Linnea, who replied, "HM? Hold on," as Idili asked, "Where is the powder?" Linnea pointed it out, saying, "Here, AN. This is the flower extract powder that's fashionable these days." Idili examined it and replied, "HM, then please excuse me," as she began wiping Linnea's face with the handkerchief, making Linnea think in confusion about what she was doing since her makeup had already been finished and Marcia had taken good care of her. When Idili said, "It is done," Linnea looked into the mirror in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh, what is this? I look much more plain than before." "Put on some more flower extract powder." Idili refused politely, saying, "I cannot." "With all due respect, my lady, I must say that such a powder is not fitting for an unmarried young lady of a noble house." Linnea jolted and asked, "How is it unfitting? Would people make fun of me for it?" And Idili explained that it was enough for young ladies to show their natural skin, and that using cosmetics to make one's cheeks appear more pink could lead some people to say a lady of such young age was already trying to seduce men. Shocked, Linnea realized why people had been looking at her strangely and admitted she had used it every day because Marcia told her it was popular in high society, then anxiously asked, "What do I do? What if there's an awful rumor going around about me?" Idili grasped her shoulders firmly and reassured her, "It's all right, my lady. All you have to do is not wear it anymore. Right now, you have to host the guests and stand in as the head of the house." Snapping back to reality, Linnea replied, "Oh right. Guests," then said, "Okay, let's go." Idili, standing before the door, she confessed, "I've never done anything like this before." "What should I do?" Idili calmly answered, "Don't worry. Nobles are bound to pay respect to the person with a higher title. Here, you hold the highest title, my lady." Linnea reflected that although Idili was the Duchess she had treated poorly and not Marcia, who had always been by her side, Idili's presence felt reassuring. Idili thought for a moment and smiled, saying, "For instance, you can just look down on them. Think to yourself, I'm the lady of this house, the house of Count Chrysis. Even the head of this house entrusts me to host guests." Everything Idili said eased Linnea's heart, and when Idili asked, "Are you ready?" Linnea nodded, and as they opened the door, Linnea thought firmly, "Lady Linnea Chrysis is here." Same morning at the Emperor's office in the palace, the Emperor of Fesphora, D. Marcus Tuberine, slammed his voice across the room and shouted, "So many people are begging for mercy after committing treason. Count Talon, the matter rests with you." As the butler nodded and asked calmly, "Did they bring up the former emperor while asking for mercy?" D. Marcus replied coldly, "Yes, the nobles loved my father like no other emperor before him. They just miss those days so much, those bastards." Yet inwardly he seethed, thinking that the former emperor, his father whom they missed so dearly, had been an incompetent ruler who cared little for governing, turned a blind eye to corrupt nobles, and lived only for his own pleasures, nothing more than a puppet ruler. And when his father died, D. Marcus had sworn he would never be an emperor like him and would save the empire from its rotten gutter and bring justice back once again. The butler responded firmly, "Those who committed treason should not be forgiven just because they are nobles. There are laws that govern this empire, and there are more than a few people who would welcome a firmer verdict," prompting the emperor to grin and say, "We need more people like that." The butler added that many competent people had gone into hiding during the former emperor's reign, making it difficult to find talented individuals, and expressed hope that Count Chrysis would come bearing good news, to which D. Marcus exhaled and said, "Indeed. I can't believe he went to see Dowager Marchioness Celestine at her estate without even telling me," while thinking that Dowager Marchioness Celestine and Idili Lancaster were far more than friends, their bond as close as mother and daughter, a truth known only to a handful in high society. Glancing up, he asked, How did Laszlo get to see her? And the butler replied while flipping through papers, according to our sources, Dowager Marchioness Celestine invited him. Perhaps Count Croesus went over to find out what the moderates are thinking. The emperor then pondered that it had been 2 months since Edele Lancaster became a maid at the Croesus manor, neither too long nor too short a time to fall for someone, and decided he would simply have to hear what Laszlo had to say, wondering how he would make his report and whether he would mention the miserable situation the poor maid was in. Meanwhile, an announcement rang out, presenting Lady Linnea Croesus, as Linnea entered the drawing room at the Croesus estate, smiling gently and saying, "Have you been waiting long? I'm Linnea Croesus. Thank you for making the trip to be here," causing the knights to blush and respond eagerly. "It's no trouble at all, and please let us introduce ourselves." "Hello, my lady." Linnea laughed softly and explained, "Laszlo will be running a little late because he has been summoned by His Majesty," prompting the knights to react with admiration, saying, "Now that's Sir Croesus, and it's incredible that he gets to speak to His Majesty privately, and of course, Sir Croesus is part of His Majesty's inner circle." Slightly startled, Linnea suggested, "Why don't we take a seat then?" And the knight smiled and replied, "Yes, my lady." As she commented, "It's gotten a little warmer today," and a knight agreed with a laugh. Sitting down, Linnea thought with relief that the conversation was flowing more smoothly than she had expected, all thanks to Edele. But then she noticed Edele was not present, only to feel reassured when Edele soon appeared with tea and desserts. Smiling, Linnea said, "I've prepared some tea and dessert. I hope you'll like them," while thinking what a relief it was that Edele hadn't left her alone. As Edele poured tea into Linnea's cup, Linnea reflected that this was the first tea party at their manor and the first dessert, but upon looking closely, she thought in shock, what the heck, this was it, as it differed from what she had imagined. Yet, she hesitated and wondered if Edele was right and how the guests were taking it. When Edele served the knights, they stared in stunned silence, and as Edele turned to leave the drawing room, Linnea noticed all of them staring at her and quickly tried to change the subject, beginning with, I, only to be interrupted when a knight cleared his throat and said, "I apologize for bringing this up in front of tea and dessert, but could I perhaps be shown to a place where I could wash my hands?" Linnea thought nervously that this was noble talk for asking where the bathroom was, and panicked at the timing, replying, "Okay, then let me call someone too," but he interrupted, "No, that's fine. There's really no need to call for someone who is far away. That maid over there could show us," shocking Linnea as he added politely, "Then please excuse me," while another knight followed, saying he would tag along as well. Confused and flustered, Linnea wondered what was wrong with them, whether it was normal for guests to leave so soon, and feared they were making a fool of her, silently pleading for Edele's help. Edele calmly said, "Please come this way," as the knights followed behind her, one snickering and saying, "Well, you're as beautiful as they say, Duchess. Who knew I'd get to see you so up close and personal," making Edele realize this was exactly why they had asked her to guide them. Pointing ahead, she said firmly, "The men's room is that way. When you return, I will show you back to the drawing room," but a knight scoffed, "Huh? How am I supposed to find my way with just that? It's our first time visiting this manor," while another added that she should show them all the way, even tapping her cheek and sneering that a mere maid wouldn't dare defy a knight. Edele clenched her teeth, thinking that though she was no longer a duchess, but a commoner and a maid, even a maid did not deserve such treatment, and when the knight boasted about the royal chivalry being the most respected order in Fesphora, she cut in sharply, saying that despite their honored status, here they were harassing a maid in the house of a commanding officer, questioning whether they were truly gentlemen of chivalry and honor when behaving like rogues. When they shouted in outrage, Edele continued coolly, asking their names and houses, remarking she would love to know which house raised such boys, reminding them this was the home of Count Croesus, commander of the household division, and that harassing staff here was insubordinate behavior, hoping it would be enough to keep them at bay. Instead, a knight trembled with rage and roared that she still thought she was a duchess and didn't understand her situation, threatening that no one would take her side, But Idili raised her hand and declared firmly that they were sorely mistaken, that she would not stay silent, that she was a maid who could not be dismissed from this house, and that she would ensure Count Chrysis heard of this, warning them to stop if they did not wish to be discharged from the chivalry. Meanwhile, back in the drawing room, Linnea sipped her tea awkwardly, thinking that they were taking quite long and silently praying, "Please come back, Idili." Idili said firmly, "If you do not want to be discharged from the chivalry, you should stop right now." But the knight trembled and suddenly shouted, "Why, how dare you speak to me that way?" as he violently snatched Idili's hand and dragged her along, yelling, "I was offering you a golden opportunity, you ingrate. Apparently words won't work on you." Stumbling, Idili screamed, "Let go of me. Someone help. Pipe down. And you call yourselves knights. Have you no shame?" While another knight cursed under his breath, and the first barked at his companion, "Hey, Joseph. Don't just stand there. Shut her up." To which he replied nervously, yeah, okay. "Stay still, Duchess, Idili." "Stay still, Idili," as Idili's mind flashed back in terror and she thought, "Please don't hit me, father." Suddenly, a knife flew through the air with a sharp whish, narrowly missing the knight as he dodged and shouted, "Who's there?" Count Laszlo stormed in, rage burning in his eyes as he declared, "Joseph Oz, Angelo Vallon. Is this why you wanted to train at my estate?" The knight's hands shook as they released Idili and stammered, "Count," while Idili pulled herself free and said steadily, "Welcome home, my lord." Laszlo stepped forward and began, "You," only to be interrupted as one knight hurriedly protested, "No, sir. Whatever you're thinking, you're mistaken," while another shouted, "She's the one who seduced us first. She begged us to take her away from here, grabbing hold of us. How dare she shamelessly act like a victim?" Laszlo turned to Idili and asked coldly, "Is that true?" As Idili began, but was cut off again with, "Of course it is. I could swear on it." At that, Laszlo drew his sword and said calmly, "Is that so? It's unfortunate that I must behead my guests," shocking the knights as one cried, "What?" And Laszlo continued, "You must pay for lying to me," his eyes widening as he added, "How much do you think I heard? Your filthy words have been ringing out in the corridors from the beginning." The knights collapsed at his feet, begging, "We're sorry. Please forgive us this once. We've never seen such a gorgeous woman that we weren't thinking straight. Please take pity on us." Laszlo then asked Idili, "So they say. What do you want me to do?" And Idili replied quietly, "I think it is only proper to follow the military code." To which Laszlo answered, "I don't have all the codes memorized," prompting Idili to explain, "Insubordination and dishonoring the royal chivalry. That means being discharged from the chivalry on top of whipping and fines," making the knights quake as one muttered, "Is that all?" Before Idili added, "There is precedent of a royal chivalry grandmaster who cut off the right arm of a knight who dishonored his daughter." The knights screamed in terror, "No. Have mercy, please, not that. Edmund. Sir Edmund. Sir Edmund Milton will explain it all." Laszlo scoffed and replied, "Huh, so he's got your backs? Can't believe you're asking for the second in command of the royal chivalry, not the Grand Master. I will go fetch him as you wish." While soldiers tightened their grips and Laszlo turned to Idili, asking, "So what's a laundry room maid doing here?" She panted weakly, I was at the drawing room." But Laszlo cut her off sharply, "Wait, you don't look too Idili," as he rushed toward her. Soon, talk about the incident at the house of Chrysis spread like wildfire among the staff, while anxiety gnawed at Marcia's heart, and Laszlo roared furiously, "How could you possibly let the mansion get like this?" pointing at her as he shouted, "Marcia. What did I say about her status?" Marcia hesitated and answered, prisoner of war," only for Laszlo to snap back, "Prisoner of war? No, she is the prisoner of war His Majesty bestowed onto me. Are you unaware of what happens if something bestowed by the Emperor is damaged? Not only have you been overworking her, you made her do your job and greet the guests. How could you be so oblivious? What have you been doing all this time?" Trembling, Marcia tried to deflect the blame, saying it was Lady Linnea who ordered it, but Laszlo cut her off harshly, "And it's your job to properly serve that very same Lady Linnea." Grinding his teeth, he warned, "If she fails to recover, you will be taken away by the royal chivalry. You are all accomplices." So watch your mouths, as sweat poured down Marcia's face and she thought bitterly about what Ideally Lancaster really was, dismissing her as nothing more than a prisoner of war sent by the Emperor and resenting how she was ruining the manor. Later, a carriage arrived at the palace and Edmund Milton, the second in command of the royal chivalry, stepped down, saying, "It's been a while, Sir Croesus. I'm sorry we had to meet under such unfortunate circumstances," while the knights gasped and pleaded Sir Milton. "Please help us, sir," Laszlo replied curtly. "Let's cut the formalities and get straight to the point," and Edmund nodded, saying, "I see. Then this is what the royal chivalry has decided. If we were to follow the military code to punish the men for harassing a maid, their punishment would be quite severe," startling the knights as he continued, "Your request is perfectly legitimate, and so they will be expelled from the royal chivalry." The knights shouted in disbelief. Did the chivalry abandon us? This is absurd, such an unfair, but Edmund shouted back, "Can you call yourselves knights of the royal chivalry after your crude and filthy behavior? You should be grateful you are only being expelled." The Grand Master was absolutely shocked. Crawling on the ground, they begged, "Please forgive us this once. She's just a maid," as Edmund tilted his head and said thoughtfully, "Now that I think about it, the victim here is the Duchess." "No, she's a maid now, isn't she?" Laszlo echoed quietly. "The victim here is the Duchess," only for Edmund to reply, "No, she's a maid now, isn't she? If it's not too much to ask, I would like to formally apologize to her on behalf of the royal chivalry." Edmund smirked as he said that he would like to formally apologize to her on behalf of the royal chivalry. Laszlo frowned, warning him that he hoped Edmund was not merely trying to get a closer look at her like them, Sir Milton. Edmund calmly replied that his intents were pure and that he was just trying to do the least he could do. At that moment, a knight turned toward him and shouted, telling him not to make him laugh, calling him Edward Milton and accusing him outright that this whole thing had been his idea. The knight's anger surged as he recalled the past, shouting that Edmund had been the one who said that if they asked Croesus to train, he would gladly accept, and that by doing things this way, they would definitely get to see that woman at the manor. He yelled that if it hadn't been for what Edmund said, they would never have even set foot in that darn house. Shaking with rage, he screamed that he had his doubts, but Edmund had just used them, demanding to be let go. Edmund only shrugged and sighed in annoyance, saying good grief and accusing them of giving Sir Croesus the wrong idea, asking when he had ever said anything like that. He then repeated calmly that the household division and the royal chivalry worked in tandem, and that if they were interested, they should personally ask for a favor. Edmund went on to explain that they had been goofing off instead of training and gossiping about Sir Croesus, so he merely made a suggestion, even advising them to focus on training and not the woman, and asked mockingly if he should bring a witness who heard their conversation. The knight trembled and stammered, asking what he meant. Laszlo then coldly commanded that they be taken away, thinking to himself that he knew it, that Edmund had manipulated these fools. The soldiers responded promptly, calling him commander, while the knights shouted no over and over in despair. Laszlo thought that there was no evidence since Edmund had not gotten his own hands dirty in the whole ordeal. Turning back to Edmund, Laszlo added that he thought Edmund should also take his leave now, stating that he would deliver the apology to his maid himself. Edmund replied that if he insisted, then so be it, and grinned as he asked if Laszlo had any other requests. Laszlo answered curtly that he did not and bade him goodbye. Edmund wished him good night and left the place, grinding his teeth as he thought angrily about Laszlo Croesus, cursing him as an insolent bastard and raging at how arrogant he had been. He thought bitterly that he should have become the youngest ever household division commander, that it should have been him, Edward Milton, who understood the dignity and honor of that title, and that having it stolen from under him by a lowly mercenary was unforgivable. He fumed that it was already unacceptable that Laszlo had become part of His Majesty's inner circle before him. As he approached the carriage, his thoughts continued, scoffing that to make such a low-born bastard account was far too generous of His Majesty, and that he could not believe that gaudy manner was what Laszlo had gotten out of it. Then his mind turned to the prisoner of war, Ideally Lancaster, who was Laszlo's captive, thinking that he had never given her much thought before, but now he was intrigued. Meanwhile, Idili lay on the bed and blinked her eyes, weakly asking where she was. Salia responded with relief, telling her she was up. Idili murmured Salia's name and asked what had happened and when she had gotten back to her room. Salia replied that Idili had collapsed and asked if she remembered. Idili answered that she did, then asked what had happened to those guests. Salia patted her head and said that could wait, reminding her that she had been seriously sick and running a high fever. Idili said she saw, then asked if Salia had been taking care of her. Salia raised her hand and explained that Daisy had been looking after her but had just left to take a little break, so Salia took her place, adding that his lordship had even called a doctor for her. Idili blinked in surprise and thought that this was really unexpected, wondering how he could call a doctor for staff when he did not even allow them to use hot water, thinking there had never been hot water in that house. Before glancing aside and thinking that more importantly, something else was on her mind. Salia apologized softly, saying she was sorry. Idili asked why she was apologizing. Salia explained that she should have turned down Madame Bohen's ridiculous demands, that then Idili would not have been overworked, and that she could not help her when Lady Lin I summoned her. Wiping her face, Salia added that she thought it would be better for Idili to attend to the guests rather than being worked to the bones doing laundry. Idili raised her voice gently and told Salia that she had helped her so much since she first started working there, that Salia had stood up for her and taken her side in front of Madame Bohen, and that she had only ever been grateful for everything she had done. Salia responded that it was just something she did for her own satisfaction, explaining that when you work as a maid, you see many people come and go, leaving for all sorts of reasons like conflict or the work being too hard, and that many people left because they could not handle Madame Bohen. She said Idili was just one more person who had to hang on and survive the day, no different from any of them, and that she wanted to help her adjust, but at some point she thought Idili would be fine with just about anything. Salia admitted she had assumed Idili would somehow be better than her since she was once a duchess, and that besides, Idili would never be leaving the manor, telling herself it was better for her to get used to it now. Idili told her not to say that, saying she had met Salia and Layla, who had been nothing but kind, and had found a good friend in Daisy, and that was what kept her above water, and that it still applied now. Tears appeared in Salia's eyes as she thanked Idili for saying that and suggested they keep it up together. Idili nodded her head. A while later, Layla and Daisy came to see Idili after they heard she was awake. Idili wondered if it was because she had not eaten the whole time she was unconscious, or because of the warm scent of the food, thinking that the food she ate with her friends that night tasted better than ever. She smiled as she picked up a piece and thought that if you could taste happiness, it would taste sweet just like this. 3 days later, at Chris's manor, Daisy told Idili that the 2 knights who had harassed her were going to be tried in a military trial, that they had been kicked out of the chivalry and would be fined as well. Idili said that was how it turned out. Daisy explained that as for Madame Bohen, she had been docked 2 weeks' salary for overlooking the disturbance, and that Lady Lin I was grounded for 2 weeks. Idili thought she understood, then added that she had been gone for 3 whole days, and asked if the laundry room was doing okay. Daisy replied that she had been assigned to help for a while, telling her not to worry. Idili thought that Count Chrysis was probably furious. Daisy encouraged her to be confident and said she would see her when she got back. Idili thanked her, and Daisy said she would see her later. Idili sighed, knocked on the door, and asked if he had called for her, my lord. Laszlo looked at her and remained silent. Idili entered the room, thinking about why he was not saying anything. Laszlo finally asked if she had heard what happened to them. Idili replied that she just had and said she thought the consequence fit the crime. Laszlo clenched his fist and said that maybe it was because he had been living without a leash for so long, but he could not help feeling enraged. Idili thought that his anger was only natural, that he had been dishonored and shamed all because of some maid. She bowed and apologized, saying she should have handled the situation better, thinking to herself that she knew how much nobles hated scandal among their staff. Laszlo looked surprised and repeated her words, asking what she was talking about right now as his voice rose in disbelief. Laszlo's voice rose sharply as he repeated her words, asking what she was talking about right now and what more she could possibly have done in that situation, stating firmly that it was the head housekeeper and Lin Ai who were at fault for being irresponsible. Idili answered carefully, saying that Lady Lin Ai probably did not have any other options, that even for a lady of nobility she was too young to be hosting guests on her own, and that anyone would be anxious and frightened when put in an unexpected and new situation, adding quietly that Lady Lin Ai was not like him, my lord. Laszlo asked bluntly if she was defending Lin Ai. Idili hesitated in her thoughts, hoping, then spoke again, saying that at the risk of sounding presumptuous, she prayed that he would be more lenient with Lady Lin Ai, who was still inexperienced, so that he would not lose his poor sister. Laszlo nodded with a faint smile and admitted that she was right, saying that as an incompetent count he had made his little sister and even his maid look bad, that he was ashamed, and that if he had had a better head on his shoulders, no one would have dared step out of line like that. Idili exhaled and told him that it was those knights who did wrong, not him, my lord. Laszlo smirked and told her she did not need to say things like that, then asked her to first take a seat. Once seated, Laszlo said he had heard she went through a lot in the laundry room and that the workload there seemed too much for her to handle, so from now on she could work in the kitchen instead. Idili nodded and answered yes, my lord, while thinking that she guessed she would not be able to work with Salia and Layla anymore, and wondering what other consequences awaited her. Laszlo stared at her and asked if it did not please her. Idili hesitated and replied, "Oh, what? Well," thinking to herself that going to the kitchen was more or less a promotion, before asking carefully if there were any other punishments besides that. Laszlo looked shocked and demanded to know what she meant by punishment, telling her she was the victim here and that blaming herself was already enough. Idili blinked and explained that that was usually how things worked, that normally in a noble family, even if something was not the maid's fault, the maid was punished so that her employer could save face. Laszlo sprang to his feet and shouted that he must be too dull to understand this, because he did not get it at all. Idili calmly explained that the truth was not important, and that if it did not become the fault of the commoner maid, then the honor and prestige of both the aristocrat employer and the aristocrat offender would be considered tarnished. Laszlo thought bitterly that this was why those bastards were so confident, certain they would not face any consequences, and cursed filthy nobles. Grinding his teeth, he turned his face away and said that unfortunately he used to be a lowly mercenary and was not familiar with such aristocratic conventions, so there was nothing for her to be concerned about, and she could return to her quarters now. Idili thought about Count Laszlo Chrysis, realizing that at first she had assumed he was frightening and cruel, but based on what she had seen so far, he might be more rational than any nobleman she had known. Gathering her courage, she thanked him for showing her mercy but thought that now was the perfect opportunity to ask him for it, and added that the work in the laundry room was even harder to bear during winter, asking if he could please allow the use of hot water for the other maids. Laszlo looked shocked and asked if they had really been doing laundry with cold water in such freezing weather. Idili replied yes, adding that the same went for the bathrooms and that everyone found it difficult to wash with cold water during winter, wondering in her thoughts if it was possible that he really did not know. She then asked if it was not his wish to prohibit the use of firewood. Laszlo shouted in disbelief, asking who would force anyone to use cold water in the dead of winter, saying he had explicitly ordered that any necessities be purchased for the estate as much as needed. He hesitated and admitted that he never specifically said everyone was allowed to use hot water, but that it was common sense, and that he had said it was okay to buy as much firewood as necessary. Idili asked whether the head housekeeper had not even asked him about it. Laszlo sighed and replied never, calling himself the worst employer ever and blaming himself for being blind to this, then promising that he would order for everyone to be able to use hot water starting tomorrow. Idili blushed and thanked him, my lord. Laszlo smiled and said he was the one who was grateful, admitting that if it had not been for her, he would never have known. Idili thought that she was not afraid of him anymore and that right now he was almost cute. After some time, Laszlo issued firm orders, telling them that when they finished moving the firewood, they were to get to work on the laundry room and all the bathing rooms, that they were free to hire more men if necessary, and to make sure there was enough firewood to last until next summer. A maid beamed and asked if he meant it, exclaiming that they were saved and that it had been really tough, while another said she had been seriously considering going back home, and yet another said she could not remember the last time she used hot water. Idili smiled, thinking how glad she was that everyone seemed pleased. Suddenly, Marcia slammed the door open and shouted, demanding to know who was making such a ruckus instead of eating like she ordered, then sneered that if it was not the prisoner of war His Majesty bestowed, accusing Idili of not understanding how hard she was making their lives by chattering away without a care in the world. Marcia turned on Salia and Layla and blamed them, saying that thanks to them, those two poor girls were stuck in a rut, and, because someone got on the Count's good side, they were promoted before maids who had been working there longer. Salia asked calmly if she really thought they would be upset over something like that when they were so close with Idili. Layla chuckled and agreed, adding that thanks to Idili, they could use hot water now. Marcia froze and asked what. Layla explained that the Count had come by the laundry room earlier to see for himself and was shocked that they were doing laundry with cold water even in the middle of winter. Marcia shouted that this was the first she was hearing of it. Daisy added that now they were allowed to use as much firewood as they wanted. Marcia turned on Daisy and shouted for her to wait so she could check that with his lordship first. Daisy remarked that Madame Bohen did not seem too pleased and suggested perhaps she quite enjoyed bathing in cold water. Marcia flinched and denied it, saying it was just that since she had not heard this yet, there might be a misunderstanding. Another maid scoffed and said misunderstanding was not a chance, pointing out that Idili heard it directly from the Count himself and that they should just enjoy it. Marcia trembled inwardly, thinking of Idili Lancaster and accusing her in her mind of snitching to tear down her authority, wondering if she still thought she was some high and mighty duchess. Out loud, she assigned Idili to be in charge of the dishes, washing vegetables, and prepping ingredients. Idili replied politely, "Yes, ma'am." Marcia snapped at her to be more sincere when answering and warned her not to ruin any vegetables. Idili turned her face and replied again, "Yes, ma'am," adding that she looked forward to working with her, chef. The chef responded awkwardly, and Marcia thought bitterly about that darn girl. Idili chuckled softly and told the chef she hoped she could learn a lot from her. Marcia's thoughts darkened as she realized that all this time, Idili had been manipulating not only the owner of the house, but all of its staff as well, believing herself to be the only staff member who never had to fear being fired, and vowing that from now on, if Idili crossed the line, she would not remain quiet about it. Meanwhile, at sunset, Linai sat on her bed sniffing softly, mumbling that she bet Idili was disappointed in her too, regretting that when they wanted to go to the bathroom she should have called another servant, and wondering why she did not say anything. She threw her powder bottle at the mirror, shattering it, and cried out that maybe it was because she was not a real noble, then clenched her dress and muttered that whatever it was all ruined. Meanwhile in the kitchen, Idili was chopping vegetables when a maid named Lola approached her sharply and said hey, she needed a word with her, complaining that she got into trouble because Idili did not wash the cauldron yesterday. Idili looked up and asked what she meant, calmly pointing out that washing the cauldron was Lola's job. Lola raged back that she forgot because she was tired, insisting that when that happened, as the newest addition to the kitchen, Idili should have taken care of it. Idili interrupted her firmly, calling her name and telling her that she should not be slacking off, reminding her that was exactly what Lola always told her, then grinned and told her to try to remember that today. In her thoughts, Idili resolved that she was not going to be a nice, pushover maid anymore. After the work was finally done, Idili sat on the stairs and tapped her thigh, letting out a tired sigh as she said phew, it was finally all done, reflecting that preparing 3 meals a day was no easy task and wondering if she should take a little break until dinner. In her thoughts, she reflected that for each meal they had to do everything from preparing the ingredients to doing the dishes, realizing that kitchen duties were just as busy and tough as the laundry room. The more she thought about it, the more she realized what a blessing it had been to have met Salia and Layla at the laundry room. As she dozed off slightly, she mumbled that her friends were eating the same food and that she should be working hard, her voice trailing off. Elsewhere, a servant named Bobax handed vegetables to Marcia and hesitantly said that these were all the vegetables she ordered, asking if it was really fine for him to sign there. Marcia smirked and told him to come on, saying it was not his first time and asking why he was being nervous. Bobax hesitated and replied that he had been doing as he was told, but something still bothered him. Marcia cut him off and asked if he was scared all of a sudden, saying there had not been any problems so far. Bobax admitted he just had a bad feeling these days. Marcia snapped back, telling him to forget about it and boasting that she could always find herself a new vegetable vendor, scolding him for complaining when she was trying to make him more money. Panicked, Bobax begged her not to say that and insisted he was always grateful. Marcia smiled smugly and said that was the spirit, reminding him that he would not be getting this much if she were not around. As he left, Bobax muttered that next time he would be back. The door creaked open and Idili, who had noticed everything they were saying, thought in shock that Marcia was embezzling money. She glanced after them and reflected on the hesitant vendor who did not want to sign his name and the head housekeeper who seemed far too familiar with it all. If Marcia had been embezzling the money meant to run the estate, Idili realized this was serious. She stood up abruptly, thinking that this time she was really going to find evidence to prove it. Following Marcia quietly, she recognized the sound of Madame Bohan's footsteps and noted that she had gone to the second floor, likely dropping off the receipt at the Count's office before leaving. Idili reasoned that since Count Chrysis was working, his office was probably empty. She sprinted inside and looked around, relieved that no one was there, thinking it was risky, but the quickest way to get it done was to do it herself. She whispered an apology for sneaking in, my lord. Picking up the receipt, she murmured that this was it, a store purchase receipt, and read through it carefully. Chewing potatoes marked as premium, carrots marked as premium, dried tomatoes marked as premium. Idili frowned in disbelief at the word premium, thinking that all the vegetables delivered had been in terrible condition. She read the total amount and the signature, then realized that the produce was charged far more than it actually cost. In her thoughts, she pieced it together, realizing they were taking advantage of the fact that no one in the house could differentiate between types of produce, and that Marcia had been embezzling money set aside for fresh produce. She wondered where Marcia kept the books that contained her illicit earnings. As she moved to leave the room, Idili thought that people like Marcia always kept records, obsessed with money and unwilling to miss a single lingdon. She was sure Marcia had dipped her fingers elsewhere too, not just the produce money, and wondered where it could be, questioning whether it was in Madame Bohan's room. Just as she considered following her again, a voice suddenly asked who was there. Idili froze when Lady Lin Ai called her name and asked if that was her. Startled, Idili flinched as Lin Ai explained she heard Idili was reassigned to the kitchen and demanded to know what she was doing on the second floor. Idili's heart raced as she wondered what she should do, realizing she had to say something before it was too late. Turning to face her, she greeted her politely, my lady. Lin Ai raised her voice and demanded an answer, asking again what Idili was doing up there. Idili hesitated and began to explain, thinking she should only tell facts that were relevant, then said she was worried about her, my lady. Lin Ai looked surprised and questioned why Idili would be worried about her. Clutching her dress, Idili explained that she heard Lin Ai was punished for what happened last time and that she was worried about how she was doing, saying there was not much Lin Ai could have done at the time and that she must have been very scared too. In her thoughts, Idili remembered how much Lin Ai's hands had been trembling and felt that if she did not say this now, she might never get the chance. Lin Ai exhaled and said she was fine, then mentioned that she heard Idili asked her brother to shorten the period she was grounded for. Idili admitted that she asked just in case he would grant it and guessed that he had. Linai exclaimed that Idili really was bold, saying no one had ever asked something like that of her brother. Idili blushed and suggested that he probably realized Linai meant well, adding that she was really glad. Linai waved her hand and said Idili just did not know her brother well enough, complaining that he was always scolding her. Idili reacted in surprise, but Linai quickly said that was not what she wanted to tell her, then thanked her. Caught off guard, Idili tried to respond, but Linai interrupted and said she had something else to tell her, asking if Idili happened to know Viscountess Emerson. Idili replied that she did and asked what it was regarding. Linai excitedly explained that she was recently invited to a party the Viscountess was hosting and that she even got a second invitation, wondering if that meant the Viscountess liked her, and asked Idili what she thought. Elsewhere, Angela Bliss, Camille's cousin, admired the party preparations and commented that the decorations for this year's party were phenomenal, asking how Camille came up with the idea. Viscountess Camille Emerson thanked her and said she had something even more amazing prepared, telling her to brace herself, then smirked as she mentioned that she invited Linai Chrysis. Angela asked if she meant the sister of that former mercenary count, and Camille confirmed it with a sly smile, saying she was sure Linai would make the party very interesting. Back with Idili, Linai cleared her throat and explained what she really meant, asking hesitantly whether Idili thought she could become friends with the Viscountess. This young woman is Linai Chrysis, an outcast in high society. Right now, she must be desperate to find a true friend whom she can rely on. She completely understands how she feels. Idili gently replied, if that's what you're wondering, then I think you should wait for a third invite. It's customary to meet someone at least twice to get to know them. Linai blinked in surprise. Oh, is that so? She blushed softly. I'm glad I asked you. I would have made a fool of myself acting all friendly around her. She glanced at Idili and fell into thought. If what she says is true, this is only my third encounter with Idili. I wonder what she thinks of me. Idili smiled warmly. Lady Linai. True friendship takes plenty of time and effort to develop, she continued gently. When you come across the right person, you will naturally know it. Linai repeated quietly time. Then she wondered, and the right person? Will those things come to me too? She clenched her fist as if trying to steady her fragile heart. Okay. I see. After a pause, she dismissed her maid. Okay, you may go now, Idili. The next morning, Idili bowed slightly and whispered, then have a pleasant time, Lady Linai. Have a safe trip. Linai rode off in her carriage. As soon as it left, the maids began whispering among themselves. Phew, she's finally gone. Let's go back inside now. Since both Lady Linai and Madame Bohen are out, we should relax and take it easy today. Ugh, I wish I never had to work, another maid laughed bitterly. Once they get back, Lady Linai will lash out at us again. I wish she wouldn't go to those parties in the first place so that she won't keep doing that to us. Idili watched them quietly and thought they should really watch what they're saying. I wonder if she got dressed appropriately today. Since the previous tea party, she's learned how to fix her makeup, but I'm a little concerned that I didn't see what she was wearing today. Maybe next time, I should make some suggestions about her attire too. I hope she didn't wear the same type of clothing as before. Suddenly, she froze. I can't stop thinking about it. I really hope nothing bad happens to her. When the carriage finally returned to the palace, chaos erupted at once. Marcia shouted, "Someone get out here, now." It's not like us going down there is going to help anyway. Another voice complained, who cares? I'm just going because we get in trouble if we don't go. A maid hurried forward nervously. We're sorry we're late. Welcome home, Lady Lin. Linai's voice cut through the air like a blade. Who left this here? It's already March, so why are the winter decors still out? If anyone saw this, what would they say? And when on earth are we getting a gardener? There are flowers blooming in the other manors. Marcia panicked. We're looking for someone as we speak. If you would please calm. Do you not work if I'm not around? Linai shouted. As she stormed away, the maids mumbled bitterly. She's lashing out at us because she felt like her house wasn't as good as the other houses. I'm so sick of this. Linnea slammed the door to her room. Goodness gracious, one maid muttered. And so, someone has to clean up Lady Linnea's room. Why am I here? The head housekeeper ran away. Who has the guts to go in there? Silence fell over the servants. What, no one? Then I'll just randomly pick someone. No, I'll do it, Idili said calmly, raising her hand. She entered Linnea's room and quietly lifted the curtains brushing against the floor. Linnea sat in a chair, sniffling softly. She said, to please come again tomorrow to brighten up the party. Isn't it just so cruel? They treat me with contempt and ridicule me, and yet, they never do it right at my face. It's so that I can't argue or get mad about it. To make it feel like it's all my fault. She pressed her hand against her heart. But what bothers me more is that I can't bring myself to say anything back to them. You must be sick of me too, Idili. I'm just such a... Idili quickly stepped forward and gently grabbed her shoulder. My lady, it must have been a tough day for you. It was. It was just so hard. First, you should take a bath and relax, Idili said softly. I don't want to. If I take a bath, go to sleep and wake up again, I have to go there again. Why do they hold these parties for 3 whole days? Idili held her trembling hands firmly. If you don't attend the party, that will give them something to talk about too, she continued. Being unwell won't be enough of an excuse either. No matter how tough it is, you must pretend like it's nothing and face them straight on. Why? Why do I have to go that far? Then why did you accept all the invitations, instead of just turning them down up till now? Linnea fell silent. Idili watched her carefully and thought, each time she goes, she feels humiliated and cries out in pain. Even though she can't stand it, she still attends the parties. And she does all this because... If I turn down the invitation, it might make Laszlo look bad. But even when I do attend the parties, it still makes him look bad. Her voice trembled. I keep telling myself it'll be better next time, but when people look down on me and ridicule me, I ruin everything again. What am I supposed to do then? Idili answered firmly, first, you must clear your reputation and make it a clean slate again. Stop. What? How do I do that? It's not that hard. I'll teach you how to do it, but first, why don't you take a bath in warm water? And we can talk about that after the bath. Meanwhile, elsewhere at the estate, Camille laughed lightly. Angela, what did you think of Linnea Crisis after seeing her in person? The way she was acting like a noble lady with the money her mercenary brother made was just so ridiculous. Angela replied with a smirk. It was just like you said, Camille. She looked ridiculous. Camille chuckled. It was, wasn't it? I invited her to the party for her own good. She needs to learn early on that she doesn't belong in high society. She tilted her head thoughtfully. But I wonder if Count Crisis will just sit back and watch. If he had any interest in his sister, would he have let her go out looking like that? Angela replied coolly. Camille slowly waved her fan. You'll see, Angela. After being completely humiliated today, she'll attend the party tomorrow and the day after to brighten the occasion. Linnea Crisis is nothing more than a pawn at my party. The next morning, the carriage reached the palace once again. Lady Linnea stepped down gracefully, and a butler bowed deeply. Welcome, Lady Crisis. Linnea inhaled slowly and told herself, it's okay, Linnea. Pretend you're fine. Just breathe and walk in. I've definitely improved since yesterday. Inside the party hall, nobles murmured among themselves. Linnea carefully took a seat and thought, phew. I sat down without any incidents. Let's not look around like I usually do. It doesn't matter if someone's sneering at me or starts to talk to me. The most elegant person I know gave me advice. Her mind replayed Idili's calm voice. When you go to the party, concentrate only on yourself. Don't let anyone see that what happened today still bothers you. Just listen to people and nod gently. You're going to become a little nonchalant about how other people see you. Oh, and don't speak too much. Linnea smiled faintly to herself. Haha, oh Idili. Then shall I have some tea now? She slowly lifted her teacup while watching the nobles dance across the hall. This is fine. I sort of get it now that I'm drinking it slowly. I didn't even realize how flavorful the tea was until now. I can't say it's easy to ignore all the looks of contempt, but I can handle this much. I guess I wasn't a complete fool after all. She giggled softly. I'll stick around until it gets too late and go. A noblewoman noticed her smile. Why is she smiling like that? She approached and addressed her politely. Lady Chrysis. Linnea froze. Yes, she wondered nervously. I wonder what these noble ladies want from me. Did I do something to offend them? The noblewoman examined her dress. The dress you're wearing today suits you quite well. Linnea flinched in surprise. Oh, thank you. Another noble lady smiled warmly. That necklace is quite beautiful too. A third added thoughtfully, young ladies these days assume wearing a lot of jewelry is the best way to accessorize, but really, what really looks good is letting yourself shine, just like this. The first noble nodded. That's right. You should keep whoever helped you get dressed today close by. Then they invited her kindly. We were on our way out too. Why don't you come with us to say goodbye? Linnea's heart skipped. I got complimented. Okay, she replied eagerly. Near the exit, Angela beamed brightly. Oh my Madame Riccio. And Dowager Lady Bringhen too. I hope you enjoyed the party. Yes, we did. We best be on our way now. Us old ladies shouldn't take up too much space. Oh no, don't say that. Please, stay a while. We're about to bring out the champagne. Angela stopped abruptly. Lady Chrysis? Linnea smiled calmly. I think I will be getting back now as well. I wouldn't want to worry my brother too much by staying out late. Angela murmured with faint disbelief. Did you not enjoy the party? Linnea gleamed brightly. Nonsense. I've had a lot of fun since yesterday. Then I'll see you tomorrow. The surrounding nobles laughed softly. One of them lightly slapped Linnea's shoulder. That was a nice one, Lady Chrysis. That was a good serve you gave to Viscountess Emerson. A good serve, Linnea asked in confusion. She is simply obsessed with making a fool of anyone that seems naive. It always made us feel so uncomfortable at every party, but we couldn't bring ourselves to say anything about it. Keep doing what you did tonight and give her firm warning. Linnea blinked in astonishment. I just said whatever came to mind, but I guess it sounded like it had some other meaning to the nobles. Then see you around, Lady Chrysis. Oh, goodbye, she replied cheerfully. Later, her heart pounded as she asked quietly, Lady Chrysis, who picked out your dress and necklace? Then she answered honestly, I picked those out. Is it weird? Idili shook her head gently. Not at all. It's simple yet elegant, so it suits you well. Linnea gasped. Elegant? You mean it's not some tacky little girl being stubborn? What? Not at all. If you attend the party wearing this with confidence, you will be more elegant than anyone else there. Linnea fidgeted nervously. No one's ever told me that before. Marcia always told me I was too young and didn't have an eye for things. She told me they would look down on me if I dressed like this in high society. She said since everything I like are all commoner-like, if I leave it all up to her, she would dress me up like a real noble lady. Idili replied firmly, she was wrong. You have superior taste than her. Your taste would better highlight your strengths. Linnea hesitated. You mean there are good things about me? Of course. Look in the mirror, my lady. If you know your strengths and play to them, you will always win. Linnea's heart swelled. Idili was right. Having faith in her was the answer. That night, Linnea excitedly called out, Come on, Laszlo. Stop rushing me. I can't believe you're summoning someone at such a late hour. Idili blinked in confusion. Did you want to see me? Laszlo turned toward her. Oh, right. I'm sorry to ask this of you, Idili, but I was hoping you would become her personal attendant starting tomorrow. Idili's eyes widened. What? Me? That's right, Linnea declared brightly. If you think about it, there's no one else in this house better suited for the job. Precisely. I can't believe I haven't thought of this before. Laszlo sighed. Anyway, I'm sorry to call you down here so late. She just wouldn't stop pestering me about it. Laszlo, why would you say that to her? It's all right with me, Idili began. Laszlo smirked slightly. Anyway, if you cause trouble again, I won't just let it slide, Lin. Linnea lightly punched his chest. Come on, I'm not some little kid. Idili watched them quietly. Oh, Linnea, Lin, she goes by Lin too. So that's her nickname. Lin Chrysis, Count Laszlo Chrysis' little sister, will grow up nurtured and free. She pressed her hand against her chest. Lin Canyon, my adorable little sister. Is it okay if I help Lady Lin by her side? So that I won't have any regrets this time. As she stood there observing them, her little sister Lin came and stood quietly beside her. They may not show it, but the two of them sincerely love each other. They had probably depended on each other since childhood, just like Lin and Idili once had. Lin and Idili had brothers too, but they never really spoke. From their daily routines to every little detail of their lives, they may as well have been total strangers. Why? Was it because they were bound to be strangers after being married off? Was it because Lin and Idili weren't boys who would later lead the family? Her brother shouted at her, "You selfish girl. If you just bear through it, everyone will be happy, so why are you refusing to do it? We don't even have Lin now to get married off instead of you. How much longer do you think you can stay stubborn? Say that you will marry Duke Lancaster." Idili thought again, and now I really am total strangers to them. Laszlo said, Idili, you will be relocated to the room next to Linnea's, and you will get a raise. Linnea, puffed at his chest, replied, It's late now, so I'll show you your new room tomorrow. You're not going to say no, are you? Laszlo pressed Linnea's head and said nervously, Yes, because we wouldn't want to force you into it. Idili smiled as she thought, I will be living in the Chrysis Manor from now on. Then she added, If you would allow me to, I will do my very best. Linnea shouted, Yay. Thank you. Laszlo replied, Forget doing your best. Moderate yourself. Linnea grabbed her hands, Quiet, Laszlo. Idili blushed, thinking, I am neither a Lancaster nor a Canyon. I am just Idili. I will be sure to protect the kind of happiness I felt today. The next morning, some maids whispered, Lady Linnea was so beautiful, wasn't she? Yesterday too. I didn't think different accessories could change her so much. Maybe that's why, but she seemed much nicer than usual. Another added, Yeah, that was so unexpected. It seems Idili had a positive influence on her. I liked Idili from the very beginning. The head housekeeper nodded, Is a bit. Yeah, me too. Meanwhile, Laszlo said, The way you dress, Linnea, is definitely different from how she normally dresses. Idili calmly replied, It was Lady Linnea who picked out the items. All I did was help her dress. Laszlo glanced at her, saying, You also seem to be doing much better than before. Idili, surprised, asked, What? Laszlo thought, I'll feel less sorry when I meet Dowager Marchioness Celestine now. It almost looks like she's glistening. Idili said, my lord. Laszlo turned to her, cleared his throat, and said, Oh, so you see, I would like to talk about what we were discussing yesterday. Idili replied, All right, please go ahead. He looked around the room and said, There's nowhere to sit. She replied, It's fine, I can stand. Laszlo thought, I'd better get a table and sofa for my office too. Then he said, Since you helped my sister out, I wanted to show you my appreciation. Idili responded, I didn't do it for a reward. The promotion I got is already reward enough. Laszlo smiled softly. It won't be easy to manage that clumsy girl. Idili hesitated, but Laszlo replied, So just hold on to this. It's nothing compared to what you've done for me, he thought, Please. Give Idili to me. Linnea came back, rushing toward Laszlo. Laszlo asked Linnea, Didn't you attend a party today? What are you saying out of the blue? Linnea replied, I already went and came back. Idili dressed me before the party. Take a look. Isn't it amazing? I got so many compliments today too. They said it looked good. It's the first time I wasn't completely humiliated. Laszlo, sinking in thought, it's the first time she wasn't completely humiliated? Does that mean she's been ridiculed all this time? I assumed that since you've always been honest and cheery, you'd be able to overcome any challenges you may face in high society. Then he turned back to Idili, saying, by believing that and leaving her alone instead of helping, we could have drifted too far to ever come back. So you're a godsend to me. I would like you to accept this blank check as a reward. Idili, surprised, blank check. Laszlo proudly said, I figured you would not like a gift of my choosing, so I thought this would be better. Idili shimmered and replied calmly, I cannot accept something like this. I have no use for it either. Laszlo asked, Why not? You can go out and buy clothes or jewelry or anything else you'd like. She replied, I'm not allowed outside the estate anyway, so how would I? Laszlo froze, What? What do you mean you can't leave? Idili turned her face. Laszlo gasped and shouted, Did you think you were under house arrest because you are a prisoner of war? You're not a slave of this house. Idili nervously said, But... Laszlo shook his head. What did I say when I brought you to my estate? Idili said, That you will use me as your maid. Laszlo replied, So you are aware. I've been paying you salary just like the other maids. Have you not been getting them by chance? Idili replied, No, I've been getting them each month. Laszlo exhaled, then, won't it mean that you don't need to confine yourself to this manner? Idili blushed, You're right. Laszlo smiled, I thought you were very clever, but I guess you aren't perfect. With helping Linnea too. Laszlo thought, I know how hard it must have been to teach Linnea without being too direct. Now I realize that this house needed someone like her. Is she some sort of an angel or something? Idili cleared her throat, blushing, I appreciate it, but if you want to reward me with something, I would like to request something else other than money. Laszlo flinched, Okay. Idili tried to say, Please trust that what I tell you is the truth. Laszlo admitted, Okay, I do. So tell me whatever it is. Idili said, That was my request. If I should say something in the future, whenever it may be, I hope that you will believe me. Laszlo replied, Okay. I will be sure to believe you. Meanwhile, at night, Linnea held an invitation and looked at it with Idili, saying, Look, Idili. I was invited to another party. Idili replied with joy, Congratulations, my lady. Linnea squealed, It's all thanks to you, Idili. I had a great time tonight, too. Idili, pleased, nodded. Linnea went to her room and said to Idili, Your room next to mine is almost ready, so I think you can start moving your things. See you tomorrow, then. I'm going to my room now. Idili bowed and replied, Okay, see you tomorrow. As Linnea reached near the door, she heard a sound. Marcia grabbed the door and opened it. Linnea flinched, What? Who is it? Marcia replied, My lady, you must have been awfully nervous without me today. It's my job to dress you. She stepped inside and said with a smile, Don't you worry now. I got you a new flower powder. With this, I could dress you up to be even more beautiful than Idili. Linnea dropped the bottle and shouted, What? I don't need that. Do you take me for a fool just because I was nice about letting you go? Now I know what kind of cosmetic products you've been using on me. A young lady who uses such products becomes a target of mockery. Marcia flinched, What? I had no idea. The other maids recommended it, saying the ladies they serve use the powder. Linnea shouted, I don't want to hear it. Get out of my room before I get really upset with you. Marcia went outside the room and said to herself, Idili, this is all her fault. Like, I'm gonna give up this easily. Like, I, Marcia Bohen, would sit here and just let this happen. You'll see, Idili Lancaster. I will survive this no matter what. A quiet corner of the manor witnessed Daisy standing with teary eyes as she cried, You're going so far away, as if Idili were leaving forever. But Idili only smiled gently and replied, Oh, dear. If anyone hears you, they might think I'm going away for good. Daisy could not hold back her frustration and shouted, The main building is too far. I can't even brush your hair anymore. I can't talk with you either. Still. This is the end of our midnight snacks together. Hearing her, Idili felt a complicated warmth rise in her chest and thought, I feel bad for thinking this, but I'm sort of happy she's sad about me moving. Daisy, blushing despite her sorrow, added, But I'm glad you get to stay in a nicer room. Ideally leaned closer and said softly, "Thank you, Daisy." "I'm sorry, I'm the only one that gets to stay in such a nice room." Daisy quickly turned and protested, "Sorry? Of course you should stay in that room. You've been promoted as Lady Linea's personal attendant. Even Mina gets to use a nice room even though she wasn't assigned any special tasks." Surprised, Ideally asked, "She does?" And Daisy explained, "Madame Bohan assigned the rooms in order of favoritism." Salia said Madame Bohan's establishing a clear hierarchy among the maids. Ideally murmured, "Our rooms were almost at the very end," and quietly thought, "It's no wonder people keep bribing her. She blatantly plays favorites. I'll have to use this as evidence, too." Suddenly Daisy brightened and said, "Anyway, MS, Ideally, I have something to ask you." "What is it, Daisy?" Ideally asked. Squealing with excitement, Daisy said, "How are you going to decorate your room? Hanging a small portrait is popular these days. That's why the Avenue of Artists is very popular." The word decorate lingered in Ideally's mind as she thought, "Decorate the room?" Looking back, I've never really done anything like that before, because I've always accepted what was given to me as is. Then, with a soft smile, she suggested, "Then should we go to that avenue together next weekend? We could go shopping and maybe eat something delicious, too." Startled with joy, Daisy exclaimed, "Yay." Ideally continued shyly, "Obviously, you'll have to be okay with it," but yet Daisy interrupted her eagerly, "Yes. I'd be delighted. I want to go." "Thank you, Daisy," Ideally said, and Daisy replied, "No, I'm even more grateful." Warmth filled Ideally's heart as she thought, "I'm looking forward to the weekend. I'm grateful for Daisy being so happy for me. It's been so long since I made plans with a friend. I've grown much closer to Lady Linnea, too. Oh, how I would love to spend every day like this." But peace in the Duchess in Ruins Manor never lasted long. Later, Lady Linnea rummaged through her belongings in frustration, muttering, "Come on." "Where did it go?" Ideally approached and asked, "Are you looking for something?" Linnea replied, "The pearl hairpin. I wanted to wear it today, but I don't see it." Tilting her head, Ideally said, "If that's what you're looking for, it should probably be in the black jewelry box with the other pearls." Linnea frowned. "That's what I thought, too, but it's not here." "Maybe I misplaced it somewhere," Ideally offered. "May. I'll check the other jewelry boxes to see if it got mixed in somewhere else." "Let's look together, thank you," Linnea answered calmly. Yet when Ideally opened another box, she froze. "Huh? Why are there a few pieces missing?" Disbelief clouded Linnea's face. "I'm not the only one who feels that way, right? I'm sure there were other earrings and a gold necklaces, too." Clenching her teeth, she continued, "If it's just one hair clip, I may have accidentally misplaced it, but this is definitely someone stealing my jewelry." Anger flared as she ordered, "Call everyone in right now." The maids gathered in the lobby, tension spreading like wildfire. "This way, my lady." Ideally guided her. Marcia stepped forward and declared loudly, "My lady. I have gathered all the maids here just as you ordered, my lady. Someone's been stealing from your room? Everyone, cooperate in finding the thief." Linnea asked coldly, "Which maids come to my room?" Marcia pointed. "These 3 maids take turns to clean your room. Aside from them, it's just me and Ideally over there." With a sigh, Linnea commanded, "Search the maids' rooms thoroughly." "You are no exception to the search, Marcia, so take someone with you, too." Marcia chuckled, "Yes, my lady. Since the other maids could be hiding the jewelry for their friends, I think we should search everyone's rooms." "Okay, come with me," Linnea ordered. Quietly, Ideally whispered, "My lady, even if you search everyone's rooms, I doubt you'll find anything. And there's a chance, I know. If they stole it, they probably sold it off already. I'm also considering other possibilities, too. It's not all that expensive, nor are they my favorite jewelry, but don't you think the truth should be uncovered for the guilty party to be punished appropriately?" Linnea replied with a grin. "You're right," Ideally said, thinking, "Just as I thought. She has a good sense for things. She sometimes gets overly angry, but it isn't easy to change your habits overnight. If I teach her right, I think she could really change for the better. If Lady Linnea becomes an elegant noble lady, surely the future of this house will." Her thoughts were cut short when Marcia shouted, "I found it, my lady." Murmurs erupted. "What? Where did she find it? Really? Who would dare? Marcia smirked and pointed. Actually, the one's over there. I found it in their room. What are you all waiting for? Take away Daisy, Salia, and Layla, who stole Lady Linea's jewelry. Shock spread across Salia's face. What? Impossible. Hold on. There must have been some sort of mistake. Kneeling with the others, she pleaded, I don't even know what Lady Linea's room looks like. Quiet, Marcia snapped. My daughter wouldn't dare, Madame Bohen, Salia cried. Idili's eyes darkened as she thought, Madame Bohen, so you finally decided to go this far, Salia insisted. These are false accusations. Low-ranking maids like us do not even have permission to enter your room. How could we steal something when we don't know what is in your room? Linnea nodded slowly. Yes, you are right. That is very odd, but Marcia said sweetly, oh my lady, you are too naive. That's not important at all. Then she whispered, those three are all very close with Idili. Like she said, she's a low-ranking maid, which means she is struggling financially. So that means Linnea flinched. So what? You think Idili stole my jewelry and gave it to them or something? What? But there's no other way, right? Marcia replied. Confidence returned to Linnea's gaze. I see, so that's what you think. I have something to take care of, so everyone please go back to work. That includes the three of you there. Yes, my lady, Daisy answered hesitantly. Marcia protested, you can't just leave things like this, my lady, but Linnea replied firmly, don't worry. I'll give this plenty of thought before I bring closure to this matter. Marcia, you go back to work, too. As everyone dispersed, Marcia thought bitterly, what are you going to do when you leave this room? It's not like you have evidence to prove they're innocent. Even if she does get away with this, it will show everyone that Idili is getting special treatment. That'll make life hard enough for you in this manner. The next morning, Idili asked quietly, my lady. You don't think I stole from you, do you? Obviously. But I am curious, Linnea replied. How did you manage to stay so quiet when the table was turning against you like that? It must have been awful for your friends to be accused because of you like that. Or is it also a quality of elegant ladies to not be crass and scream? Idili answered calmly, I'm not sure. Since I am no longer a noble lady, I'm not sure this will be a sufficient answer, but I wasn't really hurt by the fact that things were turning against me. Rather, I thought the time has finally come. Are you sure you can prove your innocence? You're going to need definitive proof to convince everyone, Linnea said. Of course. I won't let your faith in me go in vain, Idili replied. Okay, time passed, and when Laszlo returned, he asked gravely, I heard something serious happened while I was away. Are these papers related to that incident? Idili bowed her head and answered, Yes, my lord. I will explain to you everything that I know, and with that, the quiet storm within the Duchess in ruins had only just begun. In the quiet study of the manor, Idili stood before Laszlo and said carefully, First, may I share my thoughts on the theft incident? Laszlo nodded without hesitation. Go on. Taking a steady breath, Idili continued, The head housekeeper's accusation against me is weak. The fact that the stolen items were found in my friend's room isn't enough to prove that I stole them. Although the head housekeeper is also a suspect, she did not prove her innocence at all. Do you recall when I asked you to trust that what I am telling you is the truth? Laszlo answered firmly, Of course I do. I trust your innocence, but Idili shook her head slightly. I am not talking of the theft incident. It's obvious I didn't steal it. Why would I steal Lady Linai's possessions? You're right, he replied. Then Idili handed him a file. The real problem is with the files here. For the past 3 months, I kept a record of what I witnessed and heard based only on facts. The details need to be checked with your books, my lord. As Laszlo opened the documents, his expression darkened while reading, embezzled the money left over after purchasing produce, charged royalties and introduction fees while purchasing goods for Lady Chrysis, collected tribute from the staff, and formed a division based on the collected amount. Other various crimes have also been. Idili spoke again. I couldn't collect physical evidence on my own, but if I could have the trust you promised me before to make up for what I lack, I would like to request that you launch an official investigation into these matters in the name of yours and Calliope. Laszlo looked up sharply. Does this have something to do with Marcia framing you as the thief? Idili replied calmly, I suspect it is because she blames me for losing control over Lady Linai and the staff like she used to. The reason Daisy, Salia, and Layla got sucked into this mess is because Madame Bohen was trying to get rid of the maids who are close to me. I grew close to them because they offered to lend a hand when I was struggling with the tasks I was given. And the reason I was assigned the most brutal tasks was because I'm not in a situation where I could offer tribute, and I'm a low-ranking maid who has failed to join her clique. Silence filled the room. Idili thought, I made that request purely for this moment. To ask him to fully trust my words, at least for once. The Laszlo Krisis I've seen so far would have already noticed that something strange was going on at the manor. It would be nice if my testimony could arouse those suspicions and reveal the truth, but would he really believe me? Me, who was abandoned by my own family and the House of Duke Lancaster, Laszlo finally sighed. So everything was connected to one another. It's probably my fault for neglecting and putting off everything related to the manor. I can't believe she's been embezzling this much from me. Idili looked at him in shock. Do you really believe me? I promised that I would. I'm also well aware that you're not the type of person to make something up or get greedy over nothing, he replied. Inwardly, Laszlo admitted, I had neither the time nor the mind to oversee the estate, but it's my fault for blindly trusting the head maid just because she's experienced. And Idili helped me realize these mistakes. Idili blushed softly. My lord, Laszlo cleared his throat, and Idili wondered nervously, does he want something in return? But he only smiled. Idili, I'm sure you knew what you were getting into when you came to me, right? Not long after, the truth shook the entire estate. Marcia's screams echoed through the halls. Let go of me. I didn't do anything wrong. No 00. Please spare me, my lord. Our only crime is having followed orders that were given to us, dragged before Laszlo by soldiers. She trembled as he said coldly, Marcia Bohen. Sion Fes, what, and how you have embezzled from my house. It wasn't embezzlement. I have done nothing wrong. This is complete nonsense. I only did it because she cried, but Laszlo interrupted. They've already confessed everything. Isn't that right, Nathan? Nathan stepped forward. That's right. Let's see here. According to Marcia Bohen's ledger I found, she purchased the lowest grade produce, but lied and said they were highest quality goods. And she got 30% of the difference in cost. She exaggerated the prices even more on pricey items like artwork and curtains. She even meddled with the money for Lady Lin Ai's cosmetic products and dresses. There's also tribute from the staff on top of all sorts of frauds and more. Based on the book we confiscated, the total amount she embezzled adds up to about 250,000 ling-un, don't you know? Don't you know how hard I worked to manage the estate? Marcia shrieked. I worked tirelessly for the past 3 years. So please just forgive. Whispers spread among the servants. Who would forgive someone who stole enough money to buy a house? My goodness. What's wrong with her? Laszlo's voice cut through the noise. You have 2 options. You can go to the police, get 30 lashings, and pay a fine. Or you can sign a loan agreement and repay me 400,000 ling-uns. Marcia's eyes widened. 400,000. But you just said it was 250,000. The rest is compensation and the cost of your life. The choice is yours to make, he answered coldly. As Marcia's downfall became certain, Daisy whispered anxiously, Salia. This means our names have been cleared, right? We're okay now, right? That's right, Daisy. We don't have to worry anymore, Salia assured her. Yet Laszlo was not finished. And that brings us to another problem. The position of head housekeeper has become vacant. Lin Ai frowned. How did we ever live in this house with someone like her as our head housekeeper? Laszlo smirked slightly. You're absolutely right. I owe you an apology too. Anyway, we need someone to fill the position now. For instance, someone who uncovered Marcia's crimes. All eyes turned to Idili. Then Laszlo declared, from now on, Idili will be the new head housekeeper. Lin Ai smiled softly, and Daisy gasped in disbelief. Laszlo added, if anyone plans on disobeying her orders or has a problem with her, speak up now. I will at least write you a recommendation. In the aftermath of the turmoil, a heavy silence filled the estate. But the shock only lasted briefly. The guilty rushed to leave the manor while the innocent filled their vacancies. Daisy's father exclaimed, "You mean the rooms we've been using were meant for storage?" "That's right, father." When the Count heard about it, he was shocked too, Daisy replied. Salia fumed. She left the nicer rooms empty just because she didn't want to give them to us. "We never should have let Marcia walk out of here like that," Layla, carrying boxes, said gently. "Once we're done moving, we should go help Adelie." "She'll have to divide the tasks again. Hire new staff," Salia murmured. "She must be extremely busy right now." "I don't know how much help we will be to her." Meanwhile, two maids whispered, "So Adelie is the new head housekeeper." "It's not so bad," another replied. "Hiring someone from the outside won't guarantee they'll be any good anyway. The manor will be sort of chaotic for a while, but I'm just glad that Marcia's gone. We should thank Adelie for now." And yet, long after the manor had fallen silent, Adelie remained awake in her room, reading by candlelight. A sudden knock echoed at her door. "Who is it?" she asked. When she opened it, she found Laszlo standing there. "I'm sorry to drop by so late," Adelie blinked. A faint blush colored Laszlo's face as he asked quietly, "May I come in?" Once it was decided that Marcia Bohen would be fired, the mercenaries from Calliope ransacked all the vendors she was affiliated with and found the double ledger that was hidden away. What they discovered after endless comparison and analysis was that Marcia Bohen had failed to keep a straight account of anything anywhere. Meanwhile, Adelie sat with a book in her hands, grabbing her head as she muttered, "I'm getting a headache. At this point, I might as well start everything from scratch. Since I know my way around it, it's a lot easier than my previous task, but in a house without a butler, I'm not sure how much I can get involved as the head housekeeper." Thinking carefully, she resolved, "I'll have to discuss this further with the Count. I need him to sign off on all the paperwork, and I also have things to report to him." Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Startled, she looked toward the door and wondered, who could that be at this hour? A small smile curved on her lips as she thought, "I can't believe I've grown close with so many people already." Adelie from 3 years ago would be shocked. Rising from her seat, she approached the door and asked cautiously, "Who is it?" Standing outside was Laszlo, who replied firmly, "You should open your door after you hear who's on the other side." "You should be more cautious." Adelie hesitated. Clearing his throat, he added, "I'm sorry to drop by so late. May I come in for a minute?" When she remained silent, he panicked inwardly, thinking, "Oh, she might get the wrong idea," and quickly said, "It's okay if you want to leave the door open." "Don't get me wrong," shaking her head, Adelie answered, "I didn't." "Oh, okay. Come in, my lord." "Thanks," Laszlo replied. Once inside, she apologized. "I'm sorry I have nothing to offer you." "No, it's okay. I'm sorry to barge in on you like this," he said. Then she asked, "Do you have something urgent you need to take care of?" "It's nothing like that." "Well," he clenched his fist before continuing, "I feel like I'm repeating myself, but Linnea is so much happier thanks to you. And the party invites keep on coming, as if that's just how it's supposed to be." Adelie smiled gently. "It's because she's naturally bright and cheerful." "She is. That's who she's always been, but I was completely clueless. All the things I failed to do in the past 3 years, you did for her in just a couple of months." Deep down, he admitted to himself, "I've longed for peace like this for so long." Aloud, he continued, "I could thank you 100 times, and it still wouldn't be enough. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you that I'm looking forward to working with you. Not as a Count, but personally too. Linnea and I are just so different. And it's not like she had a choice in having me as her brother." Surprised, Adelie answered, "Sure." Scratching his head awkwardly, he went on, "I understand you might not like me, but please help Linnea." "What?" she interrupted. He blinked. "I don't hate or resent you, my lord. I don't understand why you would think that. You probably never wanted someone like me as a spoils of war. It would have been better for you to receive precious jewels or a piece of art like other soldiers." "It was unfair of His Majesty." Startled, Laszlo asked, "HM? What do you mean?" "He gave me the most precious person I could ask for." "Excuse me?" "The most precious person," she echoed. In his heart, he thought, "It's true, though. She held the highest title of all the prisoners." She wouldn't get the wrong idea, right? Smiling faintly, Idili said, "Thank you for saying that. No one would have thought the wife of a traitor would survive. If you hadn't accepted me as your maid, I would probably, Idili." He cut in gently. "I know things are still tough right now, but one day, things will surely get better. So from now on, don't ever think about taking your life. All right, if you live your life like you do now, one day," she repeated with teary eyes. Inside, he pleaded, "Don't cry, Idili. Hide your true self and your feelings, like you've always done. If you let your weakness show," but she could not hold back anymore. Tears streamed down as she confessed, "All I want is a normal life. I'm sorry." "I don't really know why I'm crying." Taking a handkerchief from his pocket, he handed it to her and said softly, "It's okay if you want to cry some more." Being normal must have been the most difficult thing for you, she thought. He's already seen me at my lowest countless times. What difference does it make if I cry again? Warmth seeped from the handkerchief he offered. After he left, she lay on her bed, sniffling. I really wanted to live a normal life. An average family. Typical romance and friendship. That was the hardest thing for me to get, and the most out of reach. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Handkerchief. I'll wash it and return it to him tomorrow. The next morning, she woke up murmuring, "I'm hungry. I slept like a baby. I cried so much I'm hungry. Let's get ready and go eat. I have a lot to take care of starting today." After dressing, she went to the lobby and addressed the maids. "I have reassigned the tasks according to the preferences you all shared. Things will be tough until we employ new staff, but please think of this as a new beginning and do your best." "Yes, ma'am," a maid replied. Idili then announced, "And Lady Linnea would like to say a word to you all." Clearing her throat, Linnea stepped forward. "It was my responsibility to maintain the House of Chrysis. I'll admit that I was anxious from the pressure that came with my responsibilities. And although Marcia has been manipulating me all this time, I am sorry I made things hard for you all. My goal is to run the Chrysis estate with honor and dignity. Idili will be there to support us when we need it, so I look forward to working with you all. And you three over there, I'm sorry I couldn't prove your innocence sooner," Salia answered loudly. "It's all right, my lady," the other maids beamed. "We're just glad to be able to stay at the House of Chrysis. And thank you for the new rooms, my lady. The fruits from the new vendors are delicious." Smiling brightly, Linnea replied, "Really? That's great. Once again, I look forward to working with you all." Thus, the House of Count Chrysis began anew. After a series of busy days, the day Idili had promised Daisy finally arrived. They had so much to take care of that they were not able to get a day off sooner, but she was glad she kept their promise. Salia had even lent her clothes. "Let's go, Ms. Idili," Daisy chirped excitedly. It seemed nobles came here too. She had said this place was very popular. There shouldn't be anything to worry about, right? Noticing Idili pause, Daisy turned and asked, "What is it, Ms. Idili? Is there somewhere you want to stop by? I thought I'd get some clothes to wear when I'm off duty." "I saw a dress shop over there," Daisy squealed. "Then let's go there first." As Daisy walked ahead enthusiastically, Idili reminded herself, "I should focus on having fun with Daisy for now. Let's not get preoccupied." But suddenly, a familiar voice echoed behind her, "Oh my, Idili Canyon? Is that really you, Idili? Is that really you, Idili?" The voice rang out again. Idili turned her head and answered calmly, "Lady Lucille Arton." Lucille's eyes widened in exaggerated delight. "My goodness. It is you. Who knew I would run into you at a place like this?" Then she beckoned loudly, "Everyone, come this way. Idili is here." Daisy leaned closer and whispered nervously, "Idili, do you know these people?" "I have a bad feeling about this." Idili reassured her in a low voice, "It's okay, Daisy. We'll just briefly say hello and leave." But the murmurs had already begun. But should a criminal be allowed to walk around like that? I thought she became a maid as punishment for her crimes. Where did she get those clothes? Did she steal them? Idili froze as another lady scoffed. She even got the knights of the royal chivalry fired. But look at her smiling like nothing happened. Whispers spread like wildfire. She is a criminal. Oh my, how frightening, a man snickered cruelly. If she had any shame, she would have been buried along with the traitors. Someone else smirked. Hey, that's a bit harsh. I mean, You make a good point, but still, if it were me, I would have chosen to die with honor. Lifting her chin despite the weight in her chest, Idili spoke clearly. I received permission from Count Chrysis to come outside. I'm afraid I can't explain any further, so I ask that you respect my privacy. And if you have any inquiries about my status and treatment, please take them to His Majesty. My life does not belong to me, the crowd faltered. What? They muttered. Inside, Idili steadied herself. Their words and behavior are no different from Marcia Bohen. They just want to hurt others and make them cry, so I just need to not let their words get to me. Bowing politely, she added, then if you'll excuse me. I hope you all have a good day, huh? A man barked. So what are you, the mercenary's mistress? What else could explain your insolence? Another chimed in, yeah, I can see that. She married that old geezer willingly, after all. I should have known when she kept calling that lowly bastard a count. Idili's fingers trembled. I shouldn't be affected by their words, but I can't stand them insulting others. She opened her mouth to speak, but a cold voice cut through the air. I did not realize I had a mistress. The crowd jolted. See Count Chrysis, Laszlo stepped forward, adjusting his cuff links with measured composure. Idili's heart skipped. Why is the Count here? She and Daisy were not the only ones visiting the avenue that day. 30 minutes earlier, on Baltai Street, Linai had been enjoying a snack. It's so good. No matter how expensive the food is, nothing beats this taste. I must have had it so much as a kid that it's basically in my blood now. Right, Laszlo? Not sure, he replied quietly, staring at his fist. I've been eating luxurious meals ever since I became a noble. But whenever I have these street snacks that the commoners enjoy, I can't help but feel like I'm at home. Hey, Laszlo. I haven't asked you before, but you said we were orphans 16 years ago, right? You were 12 and I was 3. That's right, but why do you ask? I was just wondering how a child was able to take care of an even smaller child. What do you think? I had to work extremely hard, she pouted. That's not a real answer. I barely remember the house we grew up in anymore. I don't recall what our parents looked like, either. I'm not a little girl anymore. I want to hear more about when we were younger. When we were younger, the oldest memory of my parents is a peaceful and happy home. Just an ordinary house you'd see anywhere. But that fragile normalcy was destroyed in the blink of an eye. In his memory, a young boy ran desperately with his baby sister on his back as she cried, Mama, Wa, Papa. SHHH, Lin IA, you've got me. I'll keep you safe. Don't ever let go of your hand. How far? How far have we come? What if they come to get me? We need to go farther away. But where to? I have nowhere to go. With Lin IA on my back and arms are starting to hurt. My body feels heavy. If there was any place where Lin IA and I could be safe, the next morning, as they hid behind curtains, an old woman discovered them. Oh dear. Kids, haven't you been out here for days now? It's the old lady who gave us a meat pie a few days ago. Perhaps it was because we'd been on the run for so long, but I instinctively knew. Smiling gently, she said, if you don't have anywhere to go, do you want to come to my house? I have delicious meat pies and soup. I can trust her, he realized before saying aloud, please, if you don't mind. I'll repay you somehow for the room and board. Oh dear. You don't have to say such things, child. It's just 2 old souls at my house, so it would be a delight to have guests. Now, could you tell me your names, if Lin IA and I could live in safety from now on? My little sister's name is Lin IA, and I don't need a name or a past. I'm going to make a new home. His heart pounded. Laszlo. Just Laszlo. Since there was someone to look after Lin IA, he went to work, running errands for mercenaries and naturally picking up the sword. Back in the present, he told her softly, they were really nice. They took care of us with love even though we weren't related to them in any way. We were quite happy at their house. If they lived longer, I would have been able to repay them. I remember Grandma and Grandpa. They were so warm and kind. But I guess you don't really remember our parents either. 16 years is a long time after all. What a shame. Yeah, he said, patting her head. We only had one window and it was very cramped, but it was nice. Is that enough of an answer for you? She chuckled. I may not remember what our parents looked like, but I don't think I'll ever forget Grandma's meat pies. And I also have you anyway. I'm starting to like our new house too. I'm really looking forward to a wonderful future ahead of us. Linae, that's all I've got. Let's cross the bridge and go over there. All right, and so they crossed the bridge, only to hear the cruel shout. So what are you, the mercenary's mistress? What else could explain your insolence? How dare they speak to Idili like that? Anger flared in both siblings. Yeah, I can see that. She married that old geezer willingly, after all. Idili tried to speak. But Laszlo stepped forward, fury simmering beneath his calm exterior. I did not realize. I had a mistress. Lucille stammered. Count. Chrysis? When did you— and no, wait, that's not what I meant. His gaze sharpened. Then what did you mean? Weren't you spreading rumors when you don't even know the facts? The crowd shifted uneasily. What's going on? It's just rumors, someone protested weakly. Another trembled. Is this how the household division operates now? By threatening civilians? Laszlo's eyes turned glacial. For someone so lowly, I believe I am being rather mannered. Then he reached for Idili and firmly took her hand. Idili is a respected member of my house. Apologize to me and my maid for your vulgar words. Idili stood firm, her voice cold as she commanded, apologize to me and my maid for your vulgar words. The man looked utterly surprised. What? Apologize? Why would we do such? Laszlo interjected calmly. Idili, do you remember their names? Since they made accusations against me, the Emperor's right-hand man, I'll have to investigate if they had any ulterior motives. Idili startled slightly. Of course. From the right, it's Lissel. The man quickly interrupted. Wait, I am truly sorry, my lord. I promise it won't happen again. Laszlo replied with measured authority. Since I don't intend to push this matter any further, I'll accept your apology. However, I cannot speak for Idili, as she may not feel the same. The man and Lissel bowed deeply. The man said, please accept our apologies. Lissel added, we're truly sorry, Idili. Please forgive us. Idili nodded, then said softly, I'll accept your apology. They thanked her sincerely, saying, Thank you, Idili. Then they rushed off, adding, then please excuse us. Lady Linnea watched them leave, muttering under her breath, they think they're noblemen and ladies after all that? What a joke. Idili was surprised. Lady Linnea, you are here, too? Meanwhile, Daisy's father grabbed Daisy's hand gently. I'm the coachman for the Count, remember? You're not hurt, are you? Daisy looked up, startled. Dad, what are you doing here? Linnea turned to Idili, a hint of amusement in her eyes. I came out with Laszlo. What were you doing here, Idili? Idili replied, I came out with Daisy to get my portrait done, but then I ran into someone I know. Linnea raised an eyebrow. You came to get your portrait done here? Daisy turned back, recognizing her. It's Lady Linnea. Idili smiled faintly. I heard there's an avenue of artists around here who can draw quick portraits for a cheap price. Laszlo and Linnea spoke almost in unison, Idili continued, then if you'll excuse us, my lady. Linnea grabbed the edge of her dress. Wait, Idili. I want a portrait of me and Laszlo, too. Laszlo hesitated. What? All of a sudden. Linnea drooped slightly, her voice softening. I'm not just saying it for no reason. You're always out in battles. Who knows when you'll end up leaving me? I want a portrait with you so I can at least remember you. Laszlo flinched slightly. She continued, I don't want to forget any more loved ones. Laszlo thought quietly to himself, it's natural for a family member to have such concerns. But if this is what Linnea thought every time I left her at home alone, once again, I'm reminded of my own shortcomings. He glanced away. I may be pathetic, but I might have one thing in common with Idili. Leading an ordinary life is the most difficult thing for us. He exhaled and nodded his head. You're right, Linnea. Let's go. You too, Idili. Linnea squealed with delight, really? Let's go, Idili. Daisy's father added, we should go too, Daisy. Daisy was shocked. She thought she was too far away to hear the beginning of this conversation. But what about my fun day off with Idili? I can't believe I have to spend it with my employers. Idili thought to herself, I feel bad for Daisy. Next time we have time off, I should spend it with her again. The shopman welcomed them warmly. Welcome. We can finish your portrait in 30 minutes. Linnea beamed. You know a place like this? It's so nice. Laszlo tapped her head lightly. Quiet down. Normally, it takes more than a month to get a proper portrait for nobles, but I heard this place gets it done more quickly since they use pastels. Daisy thought to herself, nobles these days, the source of this information, Nathan, blah 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 blah. Idili stepped forward, intrigued. Interesting. When commoners started painting portraits, it was just a trend mimicking noble culture. But now, it seems like nobles prefer to have quick and affordable portraits done. Daisy looked around in awe. Wow! Linnea echoed, really? Interesting. Idili thought, except this place seems sort of pricey since they accept nobles as clients too. Linnea exhaled. There's nothing special about nobles at all. I get it. Who would want to sit for a portrait for hours? She glanced around. Anyway, I'm glad we came to get our portraits done, but I can't allow you to sit for a portrait looking like this. Laszlo asked, curious, She shouted, so what if you're dressed like a count? Shave your beard and do your hair, too. Laszlo replied calmly, it wouldn't make a difference. Just accept it. Linnea bowed at his chest, shouting, come on. Idili turned to Daisy, smiling softly. The portrait is on me. Daisy replied, I have money saved up, too. Laszlo added, oh right. About that, I can. The shopman interrupted, please, I'll show you to your place. My apprentice will take care of the ladies. He's quite talented, so please don't worry. Daisy trembled nervously. I'm nervous. I've never done this kind of thing before. Idili reassured her, it's okay. Just pretend you and I are taking a break together. Daisy nodded. I'll try. Idili smiled softly as she thought, a portrait. I had one done after I got married. I wasn't included in the Canyon family portrait. There isn't a single portrait of me and Lynn together, either. All the portraits in the Lancaster house were burnt to ashes, so this might become the one and only portrait of me. The shopman announced, okay, all done. Idili and Daisy admired the finished work. It's nice. It's so pretty. The apprentice cleared his throat. Ahem, you two are the maids at the house of the gentleman you came in with, right? It's a shame to waste away such beauty. Why don't you try being a singer or an actor? If you'd like, I can introduce you to a theater troupe. Idili smiled softly. I'll have to decline. I'm quite happy with my life now. The apprentice chuckled. With a face like that, just standing there will be enough to sell tickets. It's a great opportunity. You should really think about it. Laszlo grabbed him by the shoulder. Hey, if you're done, why don't you draw one for me too? The apprentice was shocked. What? Who? Laszlo said loudly, Marco. Get a portrait with your daughter. Daisy's dad and Count Chrysus's coachman, Marco Moulton, asked nervously, me sir? Laszlo replied, you're here with your daughter, so you might as well. I'll pay for it, so don't worry about the price. Marco beamed. Thank you, my lord. Laszlo turned to the apprentice. Painter. I'd like you to draw another one too. Draw one of her alone. Idili tilted her head. Another portrait for me? The apprentice explained, Dowager Marchioness Barbara Celestine wants to know how you're doing. I'm sure you'll get to see her soon, but I thought I would send her a portrait first. Idili smiled warmly. That's very thoughtful of you, my lord. Thank you. Laszlo added, I should be grateful that I was able to make a connection with the house of Marquise Celestine thanks to you. She thought, I didn't even think about meeting Barbara again. I thought I was already happy as it is. I can't believe I could hope for an even better life than this. Today has turned out to be so wonderful. Laszlo asked politely, if it's all right with you, why don't you take the carriage with us? Idili replied, it's okay. We still have something to take care of. Laszlo nodded. I understand. You need your free time too. Linnea smiled softly. We'll be going now then. See you back at home, Idili. Have a safe trip back home. Ideally turned to Daisy. Then should we go back to the stores? Daisy smiled softly. Okay. Laszlo shook his head, reflecting on the day. That was an unexpectedly long day. I'm glad I got a portrait with Linnea. Not to mention a gift for Marco, who's always been so loyal. And Idili's portrait should be sent to Dowager Marchioness Barbara Celestine. Idili picked up the portrait, staring at it thoughtfully. But now that I'm about to send it, should I keep it for now? It's not like I told her I'd be sending Idili's portrait, so it would come as a surprise. Yes, that's right. Next time, when I get a chance, I'll tell her first. The eventful holiday came to an end, and the new employees that Nathan found finally arrived. Idili said cheerfully, now then. Shall we begin? Let's empty the closet so we can fill it with new clothes. Layla replied, yes, head housekeeper. With a heavier workload as the new head housekeeper, Idili realized they needed someone to be Lady Linnea's new personal attendant. She first approached Salia and Layla. Layla politely declined. Thank you for the offer, but we'll pass. Salia added, not only is it work we're not familiar with, a lot of the more experienced maids quit. We would much rather help the incoming maids adjust to this house. They spoke in unison, but we'll gladly help with anything we can. We'll be there if you need anything. Idili chuckled softly. Thank you for the support. And thus, she chose 2 maids suitable for the job from the pool of all the maids, along with 1 more maid who seemed perfect for the position. Idili instructed, okay then. Let's separate the items we're going to sell off and items we're throwing away. A maid replied promptly, yes, ma'am. Daisy hesitated, raising her hand. But do you really think I could distinguish the 2 apart? Idili reassured her, I'll help out too, so don't worry. Linnea smiled warmly. Okay, let's get started then. First, let's pick out the clothes that don't suit me. Idili thought to herself, I'm sure Daisy will do a fine job. Daisy clenched her fist with determination. Okay, I'll try my best. Idili reflected, Lady Linnea will face a wide variety of people from now on. Daisy's kindness will help her develop her character. Daisy looked at Linnea. Should I throw this one away too? Linnea replied, I'm not really sure. What do you think? Should I ask the head maid? Idili thought, Daisy's always worked around people who are relatively older than her, too. I really hope this opportunity helps them grow beyond their social ranks and bring out the best in each other. Linnea smiled brightly. Idili, what do you think about this gown? Idili replied thoughtfully, I think you could get this one altered. Linnea grinned. You think so too, right? Idili nodded. Okay. We'll finish up before lunch, and since the tailor is coming this afternoon, we'll order some new clothes then. Linnea nodded eagerly. Okay, thank you, head housekeeper Idili. After some time, a lady entered the palace and bowed politely. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the tailor of Dunamis. Linnea responded, I would like to order an outfit to wear out, a field outfit and an evening gown. The tailor replied, oh my. If you would please choose the designs from the catalog, I will measure you right away. Idili smiled, my lady, would it be fine for me to assist? Linnea chuckled. Of course, what should I look at first? I don't think the order really matters. The tailor titled her head, thinking, HM? So it's true what they say about her. She's so dependent on the head housekeeper that she can't do anything on her own. I bet I could sell the outfits at a high price. Linnea held a design book. This dress seems nice. The tailor suggested, my lady, why don't you take a look at this one instead? What do you think about this design? It's our newest addition to our collection and is very popular among the young ladies your age. Linnea glanced carefully. Idili said gently, it's very unique. I think the dress the lady chose will go well with her eyes. The tailor frowned slightly. But that dress might be a little plain. This summer, a cool and refreshing dress like this will be more popular. Idili thought to herself, seems like the tailor is trying to pass off some dead stock. How should I take care of this? The tailor suggested, or how about a white muslin dress instead? Linnea closed the book and smiled softly. There's no need. I'll just order that one dress I picked out. The tailor was taken aback. Excuse me? I thought you said 3 gowns. Linnea replied calmly, I think I'll take my time with the other 2. What is it? Did I upset you? Or, are you not happy with the dress I chose? Do I have such bad taste? The tailor flinched. Haha, of course not. Then should we get you measured? Ideally thought to herself, she's able to handle things on her own now. She's quickly regaining her confidence. As long as she keeps this up, she'll do great. I'll make sure that she can live up to the honor of her position. I'll make sure she could discern good people just like she can pick out quality products. I'll teach her one at a time. Linnea smiled. Okay then. Let me pay for these products. Thank you for buying them at a good price. I have a lot of cosmetic products I don't need. Linnea just made her first successful second-hand sale. The merchant said kindly, it's no trouble at all. You purchased many of my new products, so I'm happy to offer something in return. Linnea tapped at a piece of clothing. Before you go, I'd like to buy this too. The merchant replied, yes, my lady. I'll get going after this then. Linnea turned toward Ideally. This is for you, Ideally. Ideally asked, but why? I thought you bought it for yourself. Linnea replied warmly, this is for someone who works hard like you. Ideally smiled softly. My lady, that merchant is quite chatty and well-connected in town. If he spreads the story, I'm sure it'll reflect well on you, my lady. Linnea was startled. Really? I wasn't exactly doing it on purpose, though. The merchant thought, Lady Linnea takes good care of her staff and treats merchants well, too. I found myself a very nice client. Ideally smiled again. Then shall I return this to you, my lady? Linnea shrugged. Of course not. Do I seem like the kind of person to be that stingy? It's a gift. Ideally accepted it graciously. Thank you, my lady. Linnea replied, it's a gift, so make sure you get a good use out of it. Ideally thought, just like that, I got another item to hold dear. My room is filled with letters and gifts from precious friends. My space, filled with warmth. She rubbed her hands and said aloud, I think my scars have gotten much better, thanks to the ointment from Daisy and the cream Lady Linnea got me. She flipped the page. I should write that in my diary too. On her day off, she bought a diary at the vendor Daisy and I went to. She wanted to keep a personal record of things outside of all the records she kept for the house. She wanted to keep a record of all the memories she'll be making at this house. Linnea rushed toward her, calling loudly, Ideally, are you in there? I need a word with you. Sorry, I was in such a hurry that I forgot to knock. Ideally stood calmly. What is it, my lady? Did something happen at the party you attended today? Linnea grabbed her hands, eyes serious. Please take care of my brother. Ideally was surprised. I beg your pardon. Linnea squealed, okay. Let me explain. Later that day, at noon, the house of Bring-En, where Linnea was invited, was alive with activity. Grand Lady Bring-En's granddaughter, Jeremiah Bring-En, smiled graciously. Lady Linnea, you look splendid today as well. Linnea chuckled. Thank you. Lady Jeremiah, you look wonderful too. You look especially gorgeous in this beautiful garden. Jeremiah replied softly, thank you for your compliment. Linnea thought happily, Grand Lady Bring-En introduced me to her granddaughter. I can't believe she introduced me to such a good friend. We get along so well and I love how kind she is. And I'm not uncomfortable with anyone at this house either. At other parties, some people still gave me dirty looks, but everyone here is so nice and I feel much more comfortable. Jeremiah asked politely, but Lady Linnea. Linnea responded, yes. Jeremiah continued, does Count Chrysis not like parties? I don't think I've ever heard of him making an appearance at one. Linnea smiled. Oh, he's just terribly busy, she thought. I love that I can be honest here. Then added, there are days when I don't even see him. Jeremiah exclaimed, my goodness, really? Now that is a true commander of the household division that protects His Majesty. It makes sense that he should be so busy. But he seems rather scary. Linnea reassured her, oh, I don't mean that in a bad way. His job is to protect His Majesty, so it only makes sense that he should look formidable. But how should I put this? Jeremiah nodded. Oh, I think I get it. He seems rather difficult to approach. Another lady near them added hurriedly, yes, precisely. He seems rather liberal too. Although, I've only met him once before. What if you helped him out, Lady Linnea? She gasped. After all, he must marry soon, too. Linnea thought quietly, as they say, when the intentions are good, the bare truth reveals itself. She mumbled to herself, I get it now. Right now, the problem isn't me. Her hands trembled. You said it yourself before, Idili. Most aristocrats make up their minds about others based on the person's appearance and who they surround themselves with. I could never get my brother to change, no matter what I do. That's why I need you. Please give him a makeover so he could get married. You think so too, right? At this rate, he won't even be able to make any friends. The next morning, Linnea opened Laszlo's room door and called out, Laszlo. Are you inside? I need a word with you. Laszlo groaned. What do you need so early in the morning, Linnea? And you're here with Idili. Did something happen? Linnea flinched slightly. See, Idili? This is serious. It's hard to tell whether he's a crook or a count, right? Laszlo asked, why are you picking a fight with me out of nowhere? Idili thought, oh dear, he seems awfully tired. What should we do? Linnea asked urgently, do you know what people told me at the party? Laszlo raised an eyebrow. Did someone look down on you again? Linnea shouted, everyone thinks you look like a country nobleman who just arrived at the city. No one thinks you'll be able to get a date, not to mention get married. And they're so right. Laszlo replied calmly, at least they think I look like a nobleman. That's fine by me. Linnea slammed her hand on the table. Fine. Are you not going to set me up to be married? Laszlo said, how can you say that? Of course I want you to find a spouse as soon as you can. Linnea shouted again, how can I get married when you look like that? Laszlo flinched. Linnea pointed at him. Who on earth would court me? Nobles care a lot about appearances, too. You look like a crook right now, so who would even want to get close to you? Just look at yourself. Laszlo's desperate gaze found its way to Idili. He thought, is it really that bad? Idili replied softly, of course. You have no reason to care about what anyone thinks, except for His Majesty, but if you wish to join high society, I think changing a few things may help. Linnea shouted, see. Idili whispered, I hope I wasn't being too harsh on him. Linnea whispered back, you're always too gentle. He needs some direct feedback. Laszlo asked hesitantly, be honest. What do you think I should change then? I thought I was fine the way I am. Idili was surprised. What? Linnea interjected, you see? This is what I mean. Idili rumbled with authority, you must cut your hair and shave, and start a skincare regimen. You must always wear clothes that fit you well, and, depending on the season, people, location, or the occasion, you must wear different attire. Laszlo poked, hold on. Idili continued, before we get to your outfits, my lord, you don't even wear accessories that are more or less required for noblemen, not to mention how you wear training boots with your formal attire. That simply makes no sense at all. Laszlo interrupted, wait, Idili. Idili gasped. Linnea applauded. She's right. Laszlo sighed. Okay, I get it. Idili said apologetically, I am so sorry, I spoke out of place. Laszlo replied calmly, it's okay. I really just didn't know. Idili explained gently, it's only natural for you not to be familiar with such rules of high society. Whether you will abide by these rules is up to you. No one can force it on you, but you may want to reconsider if you care about the honor and prestige as a nobleman. Linnea asked, my lord Count Chrysis? Idili flinched slightly, thinking, I don't think I've ever heard. Linnea sounds so angry. Laszlo flinched. Linnea smiled and said firmly, my lord. If you don't intend to give up your title as count, shave that beard and join high society. She glared, don't you get time off in a few days? Let's give you a complete makeover from head to toe. Laszlo mumbled, a complete make, what? Linnea roared, be more sweet when you respond. You see what I mean, ideally? I know he's a handful, but please take him on and transform him. Laszlo replied, okay, I got it, so stop. Idili thought determinedly, it's not going to be easy to give Count Chrysis a makeover. But I have to stay strong. Helping Count Chrysis get married is one of my duties as the head housekeeper. Afternoon. A few days later, at the Chrysis Manor, Laszlo scratched his head nervously. I've never had someone else shave me or give me a haircut before. Idili smiled reassuringly. It'll be okay, my lord. It will be done as carefully as possible. Isn't that right? Barber replied, of course. We'll get started once you're ready. Laszlo thought, I'm not a kid anymore, so why does it feel like I'm being mothered? He raised his hand toward his tools. My lord, do you intend to continue growing out your hair? Laszlo admitted, I didn't exactly mean to grow it out. Barber asked, then shall I cut it short? Laszlo hesitated. I'm not sure, I've never had short hair before, either. Idili instructed Barber, he'll cut it short. Please leave his bangs to be about this long and cut the back of his hair short. And please trim the sideburns as well so they're neat. Laszlo's heart pounded. Barber asked, what about his beard? Idili replied firmly, please shave it off clean. Barber began shaving. Okay, finished. You must be quite sore from sitting still for so long, my lord. Laszlo looked at himself. You're the one who did all the work. Idili smiled. To think you've been hiding such a handsome face all this time. I think you'll be receiving some love letters soon, my lord. Laszlo chuckled nervously. Well, do you like it? He looked at himself in the mirror. This is me. Idili's heart raced as she thought, I knew he would look charming, but I didn't expect him to look this good after just a shave and a haircut. Linnea squealed, I knew we could trust the barber Idili recommended. Laszlo asked, are you that pleased? Linnea giggled, now it's a matter of time before people start making marriage proposals to you. Laszlo replied, don't get ahead of yourself. Idili was dazzled, and Laszlo blushed. Idili cleared her throat. You've always been handsome, my lord, but you look much better now. Laszlo thought in shock, me, handsome? Idili said, I will continue to assist you to the best of my abilities. Laszlo awkwardly said, oh yeah, please do. Idili added, now then. Shall we move on to your skincare? Laszlo was surprised. Huh? Linnea squealed, yes, let's go. Let's make you lovely. Beautiful. Meanwhile, a man entered and laughed. Who made you look like this? Is there someone you want to impress? I can't even breathe. Laszlo slammed the table. Why is that the first thing you jump to? He explained, that's usually the reason someone is stubborn as you would change like this. Laszlo turned to Linnea. It was Linnea. So quiet down already. The man shrugged, and since when did you do everything Lady Linnea tells you to do? Laszlo admitted, you're right. Thus far, I've lived my life doing whatever I wanted, making it difficult for Linnea. I only did what I should have done ages ago. The man looked shocked. Someone knocked at the door. The man asked, who is it, Dash? Laszlo said, come in. The man was surprised. How could you let them in without even asking who it is, huh? Idili entered holding a paper. I was unaware you were still attending business. I will return later, my lord. Laszlo replied, don't mind him. What did you need from me? Idili approached. I'm planning on purchasing formal men's attire and accessories. Laszlo nodded. I'm sure you're very well prepared. Proceed as you see fit. Idili smiled softly. Yes, my lord. Then I will be taking my leave. Laszlo thanked her, okay. Thank you. The man looked at them and thought, look, Commander. This is the first time I've seen you smile like that. Now I get it. This is her doing. Idili walked back, thinking, I hope it suits him well. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Linnea sits inside the carriage beside her brother, gushing about the garden party they attended, insisting they must fill their own garden with roses too, saying, so, Laszlo, we have to plant a ton of roses in our garden too. The party I attended last time had an amazing garden. We have to redo our garden like all the other fabulous manors. Answer me, Laszlo, while Laszlo calmly agrees. Okay, alright. We'll hire a gardener soon, too, though privately he worries that what they truly need first is a butler, since despite wanting to spend more time managing the household, he has no time to spare with the household division's training at a standstill. And he recalls Idili once telling him, please hire more intel agents, wishing his royal knights had even half the diligence of Idili, dismissing them as sheltered noblemen's sons who show no improvement no matter how hard he trains them because their will is weak, while his mercenaries from Calliope have survived purely through perseverance and skill, leaving him to wonder how to bridge that gap, and as he throbs with thought, Linnea jolts him back, snapping, Laszlo, you still haven't answered. What are you even thinking about? To which he replies, sorry. Work stuff, prompting her to scold him, sheesh. Promise me that you won't get lost in your thoughts like this when we arrive later. You remember what Idili told you recently, right? And Laszlo, rubbing his chin, admits, ugh. Of course I do, which drifts into a memory from a few days earlier at Chris's manor, where Laszlo, holding an invitation, asks this is the invite to Count Bliss' garden party, and Linnea, trailing behind him, confirms yes. I got it at Viscountess Emerson's last party. Come with me since it's on the last day of your holiday. Though Laszlo resists, there are plenty of other parties you could take me. Of all parties, do you really have to go to a party that kind of person is hosting? And Linnea, clenching her fist, insists I do. Besides, I'm not that scared anymore. But above all else, I want to show everyone how much you've changed. Before turning to Idili for backup, Idili, say something, and Idili obliges, yes, my lady, adding, my lord. I also think this party is adequate as your debut to high society. It would be even better if you were escorting Lady Linnea, which makes Laszlo ask, and why do you think so? And Idili explains, because this is the party. All those who used to ridicule Lady Linnea will be present. So once you attend this party, you'll understand. You'll finally get to experience the high society that Lady Linnea had to face all alone, leaving Laszlo to silently resolve that he must see it for himself, just as Idili said, while Linnea announces, I think we're almost here. Get ready, Laszlo, then quietly chides herself. Speak for yourself, Linnea. If I stay oblivious, I won't be able to protect what's dear to me, and as their carriage arrives, someone announces the Chris's carriage has just arrived, drawing the attention of Angela's cousin Enoch Bliss, the eldest son of Count Bliss, who asks his cousins, Angela, Camille. You said this Linnea Crisis gave you a hard time, right? And Camille snaps back, that's right. She grew up a commoner, but she acts all high and mighty around us. We tried to be nice to her at the last party because she was having a hard time fitting in, but then she looked down on me and made things terribly awkward for us. She lacks basic etiquette. That's exactly what I mean. Please put her in her place for me, Enoch, while Angela softly cautions, don't be so harsh on her, both of you. The poor girl will be attending all by herself without a partner, prompting Camille to gush, my good Angela. You are too kind for your own good, and Angela to modestly deny it. Truly, I am not, as Enoch declares firmly, don't worry. I'll find an appropriate partner for her. I know someone who is seeking a bride. He's got a violent streak, but he'll love her since he's looking for a young lady. If we help her get married to him, it's good news for her, too, right? Though Angela doubts it, I doubt she would be grateful for being set up with a gentleman, and Enoch just laughs it off. Haha, that doesn't matter. Until Angela notices the commotion rising and wonders, why did it get so loud all of a sudden, before spotting the stranger beside Linnea and gasping, oh my. Who is that man next to Linnea Crisis, which sends Enoch into a panic, Angela? I thought you said Linnea would be attending alone. So who is that guy? And Angela admits, I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen him around before. Until Enoch realizes with alarm, isn't that the commander of the household division? And Angela agrees. HM? Maybe you're right, as the murmuring nobles confirm it among themselves. He cut his hair and shaved, but it's definitely him. I'm in the household division, so I would recognize him anywhere. That's the commander of the household division, Laszlo Crisis, while Laszlo mutters to Linnea, stop tugging at me, Linnea, and Linnea beams, look over there, Laszlo. Everyone is in shock, as Camille bites her finger in fury that, wench brought who? She's really doing everything to make us look bad, but Angela leans in to steady her. It's fine, Camille. Since she's here with him, we may as well go say hello first, which Camille resists. What? She's the one who should come to greet us, though Angela reminds her she brought Count Chrysis with her, so what other choice do we have? He is of a higher status than us, then instructs Enoch. We'll go greet them, so please look after the other guests. Enoch, relieved, agrees. If you say so, Angela, while inwardly panicking. That was a close call. I don't want to bow my head to the likes of that beast. Before dashing off with, then I'll leave it to you, Angela. As Angela steps close to Linnea and greets her warmly, hello, Lady Linnea. You remember me, don't you? And Linnea turns with a soft smile. Oh, hello. Lady Angela Bliss. You gave me the invitation to tonight's party. And Viscountess Camille Emerson. It's been so long. While Camille forces cheer, you look beautiful tonight, Lady Linnea. I see you're here with a charming gentleman. Could you introduce us? And Linnea agrees, of course, though inwardly she thinks, you don't scare me even if you look at me like that. Before introducing him, this is my brother, Count Laszlo Chrysis, then turning to Laszlo. This is Viscountess Camille Emerson and Lady Angela Bliss, as Laszlo simply nods, prompting Linnea to smile and cover for his silence. Oh dear. My brother's gone all quiet again. I hope you'll excuse him, while privately cheering, good job, Laszlo, and Camille, chilled, can only manage, of course, as Angela steps forward and asks, if I'm correct, this is your very first party, isn't it, my lord? To which Laszlo murmurs, yes. So it happens to be, and Angela responds, so your debut to high society is here at our party. It's truly an honor. I would love for you two to meet our grandfather. What do you say? While Linnea listens and thinks bitterly, I knew they would change their tone if Laszlo came as my partner, but they're completely different from when I came alone. This feels far worse than I'd expected. Before Laszlo asks, by grandfather, you must mean Count Bliss, and Angela confirms, yes, if you would please follow me, but Laszlo declines, there's no need. I will go with my sister to greet him myself, which makes Camille grit her teeth and snap. What a rude dash, until Angela grips her hand to smooth things over. All right then. Have a pleasant time. It's okay, Camille. Let's go talk to the ladies, as the Count suggested, while privately assessing him, so that is Laszlo Chrysis. He seems rather proud, but he's not bad at all. Well, if he's to unveil himself, this level of buzz is to be expected, then turns to comfort Camille aloud. Don't be upset, Camille, and Camille insists, I'm fine, as Laszlo, embarrassed, mutters to Linnea, now let go of me. And Linnea only grins wider, no. High society is about to get very interesting. In the Emperor's office at the palace, Emperor D. Marcus greets Laszlo with amusement, saying, haha, I heard Count Chrysis showed up all dandy and handsome, but I had no idea it was true. Is this your sister's doing? To which Laszlo sighs, my sister proposed it. It was Linnea's personal attendant who helped, prompting the Emperor to raise a knowing hand and smile. Personal attendant? Oh, you mean Count Canyon's daughter. There's no one who knows better than her when it comes to things like this, while Laszlo glares inwardly, thinking he probably knew that too. Look at him, acting all sly, and the Emperor continues softly, haha Laszlo, they may have done this to you against your will, but to be honest, you look very nice, which Laszlo brushes off, I didn't do this to impress others, and the Emperor replies knowingly. And I am well aware. I'm sure you know what I mean, too, adding calmly, with this, you won't be able to escape from high society now. I know it wasn't an easy decision for you. So I thank you, while Laszlo mutters, it was a nuisance. Although it's not like I had any grand motives behind it, leaving D. Marcus confused, until Laszlo explains, my sister told me, if I go around looking like a drifter, no one would ask for her hand in marriage, which makes the Emperor chuckle. Your sister clearly is something. Speaking of which, it won't be long before the ladies of high society start asking for your sister, and Laszlo sighs in relief. That's a relief. Only for the Emperor to correct him. What are you relieved about, Laszlo? She's not the one they want. It's you, leaving Laszlo flinching in shock, as it becomes clear that Laszlo Chrysis, the Emperor's long disregarded right-hand man, had by his transformation not only signaled his readiness to integrate into high society, but also his declaration to become the loyal subject His Majesty desired, making him overnight an eligible bachelor in the eyes of nobles who had long been eyeing him. And dazed, Laszlo asks, then why would they ask for Linnea? To which the emperor answers, because they know that you won't be replying to them easily. So they'll try to get closer to your sister and bring up the subject of marriage after that. And Laszlo, rubbing his hand over his mouth, protests, but marriage isn't something that ever crossed my mind, prompting the emperor to ask, is that so? Then when do you think you will want to marry? And Laszlo answers flatly, when you order me to be married. I guess I'll have to oblige, which disappoints the emperor. Well, that answer is disappointing. I may not look it, but I believe in destined love. Haha, I suppose you don't. He smiles, adding, maybe I really am the last true romantic in this world, before setting down his cup, standing and saying, but I truly hope you find someone like that. I'd best be going now. And when Laszlo asks, is there something you need to take care of urgently? The emperor waves his hand. I promised my loving wife I would have dinner with her tonight. You can either go to the training grounds or go home. Do as you please. And as the emperor leaves, Laszlo stands alone musing to himself, an emperor in love. I thought marriage among nobles was a purely political move meant to bring two families together. When it comes to marriage, necessity precedes love, and it is nothing more than hypocrisy itself, riddled with lies and betrayal. At least that's the reality I knew. But if true love really exists, if I could have faith in it once again, then. Meanwhile, on the other side, Linnea sits with Idili confiding, can you believe it, Idili? I couldn't even dance with Laszlo at the party, and Idili replies simply, I see, to which Linnea shrugs, oh well. Though Idili adds thoughtfully, I should have known that his lordship wouldn't know how to dance. It is my fault for not preparing him for it, which startles Linnea into insisting, No, it's not like this was the last party. There will be other ones. Before closing her eyes and continuing, besides, I got to tell Laszlo about the nobles who humiliated me before. He seemed pretty shocked. I guess it was more than he expected, recalling how she told him earlier, oh, and over there, too. I'm not done yet, patting his chest as she added, I swear, if he had his sword with him, we would have drawn it without a second thought. Just smile for now. And lower your fist. Part of me hated him for it, but a part of me really appreciated it. If I'd known he would react like this, I should have just told him earlier, and Idili smiles hearing this, replying, it looks like attending the party with him paid off. From now on, you won't have to stand up against them alone anymore, to which Linnea beams, of course. Since the day you gave me advice, I always had you in my mind. I'm not embarrassed about not knowing something everyone else knows. Nor am I afraid of making mistakes like before. Because you'll be with me every step of the way, moving Idili to touch her chest and say softly, I'm truly honored and happy to hear that, my lady, and Linnea chuckles, I'm happy, too, Idili, before adding, so I was hoping that you might go through these invitations with me. There are too many names I'm unfamiliar with, and Idili agrees warmly, of course, I'd be happy to, while meanwhile, back at the royal palace, Laszlo flips through a stack of letters and sighs. How can they send me letters like this when they know nothing about me? Even families we've never associated with shamelessly sent invitations. They invited Linnea so she would bring me with her to their parties, and Idili explains, this is how things should have been. It took a while to get here. Not only are you close to His Majesty, your account. And now that everyone knows how handsome you are, this is only natural, which makes Laszlo blush and stammer, handsome, not used to it. I'm handsome? Me, as Idili simply nods yes, prompting Laszlo to clear his throat and ask, so, is this also one of those rules of noble society that you talked about? To which Idili replies, everyone will want to be acquainted with you. It's obvious what they want. But on the other hand, it's a chance for you to figure them out, too, and Laszlo concedes, then I guess I shouldn't decline. I'd appreciate it if you can narrow down the families I should be replying to, with Idili nodding, yes, my lord, while flipping through the letters and thinking to herself, once he starts sending out replies, he will begin meeting with many different houses. Eventually, he will get marriage proposals, too. Through these encounters, he might come across a house that will be of help to him. That would be the best-case scenario, then. Her mind drifting to a memory of Laszlo once telling her, "I endured through the shaving, but I won't stand for a skincare regiment. If there's no way around it, then I want you to do it," and she recalls in detail how his lordship's lashes are longer and darker than they appear, how he has a small scar on his lower left cheek, how he feels warmer than most people, and how up close his eyes glisten in this beautiful way, thinking, it'll be a matter of time before other people find out all of this. Until Laszlo calls out to her, ideally, snapping her back to the present as she stammers, "Oh, I'm sorry, I got lost in my thoughts." And Laszlo studies her with concern, asking, "I thought you were doing better, but perhaps I was wrong. Your face is red. You're not sick again, are you?" Her heart pounds as she thinks to herself, "My goodness. Why is my heart pounding so much?" While Laszlo, misreading her flushed face, asks, "Don't tell me you've been overworking yourself." And Idili seizes on the excuse, gasping that would make sense, before wondering privately, could it be? "I guess I was more tired than I'd thought. I can't let my thoughts keep getting away like this." Get a grip, then clears her throat and says aloud, "I appreciate your concern. I'm not struggling with my tasks, but..." Which prompts Laszlo to press, but, and Idili, refocusing, tells herself, "Let's focus on what's in front of me," before nodding and explaining, "Here's something I can't decide on my own as the head housekeeper." After all, access to the most important information about the household is reserved for the butler, and Laszlo replies apologetically, "I'm really sorry about that. We did have butlers before, but every time we hired a butler, they turned out to be spies from the 4 most prestigious families. By the time I caught on, they eliminated the butlers themselves. They were trying to keep me at bay while destroying any potential evidence. The reason I hired Marcia was because I didn't find any evidence that she ever got in touch with those families. Though ultimately, it wasn't a wise decision, which is why it's taking so long to find someone trustworthy." Nathan is busy looking for the right man, and Idili sympathizes. It really is a difficult challenge. There are only so many people you can really trust, to which Laszlo nods, "That's right. It's not easy to trust people," before his eyes suddenly widen, and he stands up in excitement, exclaiming aloud, "That's right. You can be our butler," leaving Idili blinking in shock. "What?" As Laszlo presses on, "You have experience handling the finances of a household, not to mention how competent you are in managing the operation of the house," and Idili protests, "Please. Wait, my lord." But Laszlo, caught up in the idea, marvels, "Why didn't I think of this earlier?" While Idili hesitates, "How could I possibly become a butler?" And Laszlo tells her plainly, "The most important thing is whether or not you may betray me." Leaning toward her as he adds, "You already have my trust. Now, it's time for you to show me what you can do. I promise to trust you. Because I know you wouldn't bring up anything frivolous, nor are you one to get greedy," which makes Idili admit firmly, "Well, that's true, but..." And Laszlo smiles, "There's no pressure, really. It's always been sort of a mess. No matter how you run things, it can't get any worse than this," to which Idili replies dryly, "Well, isn't that comforting?" And Laszlo laughs, "I didn't know you could be sarcastic," while Idili smiles back, "Haha, I don't have much of a choice," prompting Laszlo to raise his voice cheerfully, "So that's a yes then? Now, shall we continue our conversation? Please come with me." And as Idili stands and they walk outside, Laszlo tells her, "There's a secret I need you to know, Idili," to which Idili replies, "It's almost time for me to head to the palace," and bows, "Have a good day, my lord," while Laszlo thanks her, "Thank you. Please take good care of the manor as usual." Idili, my new butler, leaving Idili smiling. It has been a few days since Count Chrysis revealed the family secret and made her the butler, and now servants murmur among themselves while cleaning, "Hey, is the head housekeeper? No, is the butler still at the front door?" Only to learn she already left to visit the kitchen, with another maid replying, "Thanks." The Chrysis family secret lingering unspoken in the background, as a maid knocks at Idili's door and Idili calls, "Come in," and the maid enters, saying, "Excuse me, Ms. Idili. The fabric vendor is here," to which Idili asks, "Is it already time?" before ordering, "Please have them wait at the drawing room." Serve them a beverage, please, and the maid answers, yes, ma'am, while Idili smiles to herself. All right, let's pick up where we left off, as a servant presents his goods, saying, yes, ma'am. These are the best cheese and butter our shop has to offer. In terms of quality, and reflects that she has since become the butler, taking on more responsibilities than before, yet finding every day fulfilling because of the trust placed in her, while the servant bows and promises, I'll make sure to bring better products next time, as Idili points at a book of samples and says, this one and that one. Could we make them a bit thicker, only for the servant to apologize, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm afraid that won't be possible with our production. Oh, but this should be enough for a curtain. Perhaps you should settle for what you can, prompting Idili to reply coolly, that's unfortunate. Please contact me again if you find a higher quality fabric, then, which makes the servant gasp, of course, before privately regretting, I shouldn't have said that. As the narration notes that when purchasing basic necessities, one should not compromise easily, and just then Linnea bursts through the door, calling Idili. You seem rather busy since early this morning. Are you done speaking with the vendor? To which Idili answers, yes, my lady. Please don't run, then asks, are you on your way out? And Linnea replies with a gentle smile, yeah. I'm going with Daisy, her heart pounding as she adds, I won't be gone for long. Anyway, the new gardener will be here next week, right? And Idili confirms, that's right. I think you will be very pleased, while Linnea waves her hand, of course. You're the one who hired them. Then I'm going now. Please take good care of the manor while I'm out, and Idili nods in response. Some might think this is enough, before Sophia approaches, saying, MS, Idili. So the thing you said, no, I put together the report like you told me to. Would you please take a look? And Idili replies, of course, reflecting that she knows better than anyone that the smallest detail can determine the prestige of a house, as Nathan leans against the wall and remarks, it looks like we're almost done hiring the staff. These are all people who have already been vetted. Do you think that'll be enough? To which Idili answers, yes, it's all thanks to Calliope, and Nathan corrects her, I didn't do this for you. I was just following the commander's orders, and she replies simply, I'm aware. Thank you, Nathan. While Nathan clears his throat, you're the one who chose them after doing a final interview. No need to thank me. You don't need to thank me when we're just doing our jobs. Still, it's sort of nice to be appreciated. There was a time when I had my doubts about you, but I've decided to have faith in the commander's decision to make you his butler before leaving with a wave, saying, good day, MS, Idili. I have Calliope business to take care of, so bye, leaving Idili to wonder quietly to herself, could it be that the responsibilities entrusted to me are much greater than the weight on my finger and the secret Count Chrysis shared with me? The night Count Chrysis asked me to be his butler, with a much lighter gait, he guided me down the corridor and showed me, as Laszlo grabs a cloth covering something, and Idili asks, is that what I think it is? To which Laszlo confirms, yes, this is the Count's vault. Leaving Idili shocked, exclaiming aloud, my lord, are you certain it is appropriate to open something so valuable in front of me? And Laszlo replies, that's precisely why you need to see it. You're going to be the butler of this manor, after all. But she protests, even if I am the butler dash, while thinking privately, access and right to the vault are strictly restricted to the lady of the house, and Laszlo tells her plainly, you know I'm someone who could die at any moment. So marriage just isn't something I'm thinking about right now. And it would be too much pressure for Linnea to look after them. I was sort of in a dilemma because I couldn't think of anyone to leave this to, but now I have you, and though it's not shocking to know that Count Laszlo Chrysis is the war hero, the Emperor's right-hand man, and the commander of the household division, hearing him speak as though he's already accepted his own death is hard to get used to, so Idili presses her chest and asks, could it be due to the threat posed to you by the three houses? And Laszlo admits, well, that's one reason. It's always been at the back of my mind, but it recently became much more real to me, privately reflecting, I'm not just saying it for no reason, as he recalls Linnea once telling him, you're always out in battles. Who knows when you'll end up leaving me? I want a portrait with you so I can at least remember you, before he turns back to Idili and asks, anyway, could you come take a look? This is the letter from the Emperor granting me the title of Count, and some paperwork regarding the estate. I'm sure if you just take one look, you'll But Idili refuses. I cannot. Your enemies will attempt to win me over or threaten me once I become the butler. Are you certain I wouldn't give in to them? And Laszlo nods. I am. You wouldn't fall for something like that. Stepping closer to her as he explains, you are someone who appreciates the value and significance of trust. Enough to even turn down a blank check. When someone like that finds a place to settle, they become rather trustworthy, then raises his hand toward her and says, if you'll let me, I'll be the one you can lean on, and what Count Chrysis entrusted her with after saying those words were countless paperwork. A very heavy promise, and, as Laszlo later remarks, this seems fine. Let's proceed. Thank you for taking care of this, and Idili asks, are you sure you looked through all the prices in detail? To which Laszlo smiles, I'm sure you spent it wisely. And it's not like we're short on money right now, while Idili privately thinks he really doesn't know what to do with all this money. A lot more money than I'd expected, and Laszlo asks, how is the ring working out? And she replies, it is heavy, to which he says, I guess it could feel that way for you, as Idili shrugs, reflecting that he had lastly given her the signet ring granting her the right to sign off on things on behalf of the head of the house, leaving her unsure whether he's generous or naive, and Laszlo glances at her, asking, do you not like it? To which she answers, not at all. You should rest now, my lord, before stepping outside where Linnea comes rushing toward her, calling Idili. Are you done speaking with Laszlo? And Idili replies, you haven't gone to bed yet, my lady, while Linnea smiles, you and I are just so busy these days that we hardly get to chat anymore. Let's talk for a bit before we go to bed, please, and Idili agrees calmly, okay, prompting Linnea to chuckle, really? I even have some cookies for you. While Idili privately reflects, I think I'm starting to understand how Count Chrysis feels. I, too, don't want to force Lady Linnea to carry such a heavy load on her shoulders. So I must do everything I can to keep this ring safe until the day Lady Linnea grows up and becomes an elegant, mature young lady, or when Count Chrysis welcomes the true lady of the house to this manor. When that day arrives, I will return this ring to them. Meanwhile at night, Laszlo sits busy writing and murmurs to himself, I don't think she wants to end her life as much as before. Reflecting that lately it doesn't seem like Idili wishes to end her life anymore, like she did in that burning house, or in the carriage when she made up her mind to jump off, and compared to when she had nowhere to return to. It's almost like he can feel her will to live now, so he really hopes she will like all the things he'll be giving her, before catching himself, I got ahead of myself, and ended up saying more than I should have, recalling his own words, if you'll let me, I'll be the one you can lean on, and Idili's response to it, asking, do you mean you will allow me to rely on you, my lord? To which he'd answered, there's no reason not to. It's thanks to you that I stopped feeling ashamed of needing help and learned to face my problems. I've finally come to accept that I've always needed someone like you, until suddenly his pen nib snaps and ink drops onto his shirt, jolting him with, what on earth am I doing? Well, for now, let's finish writing this. A few days later, all the staff at the House of Chrysis got a day off, and one maid remarks, well, I didn't see this one coming. The masters are going away for a few days as well. Can you believe it? No cleaning tomorrow, too, while another replies, but that just means we'll have to work double when we come back, and Salia adds, even so, isn't it great? I hope I can work here forever, to which another agrees, to be honest, me too, and Salia echoes, yeah, me too, as one maid calls out from behind, wait for me. Meanwhile, Idili stands alone in her room, looking out the window and exhaling. I'm glad it's nice out today, before checking her watch and saying, it looks like I have about an hour. I should start getting ready, too, then rushes toward the door, steps downstairs, and out from the palace, hugging dear Dowager Marchioness Barbara Celestine as she says, I missed you, Barbara. I'll find a way to fill the gap that letters could never bridge. Laszlo Chrysis. Barbara smiles softly, Idili. You have no idea how much I've missed you, and Idili replies, I could say the same. I've missed you so much. To which Barbara chuckles, oh Idili. I know exactly how you feel. I'm so proud of you for enduring everything you went through, and back in the palace Idili recounts, and that's how I became their butler, which prompts Barbara to remark, sounds like Count Croesus is quite the unpredictable man. A decision like that would never even be considered in other families, and Idili agrees. Yes. Aside from my criminal status, it's almost unheard of for any household in this empire to hire a female butler, to which Barbara says, if he has an eye for talent, it's only natural that you were chosen. He values competence, which is why he recognized your potential, Idili. Wouldn't you agree? Leaving Idili's eyes filling with tears as she thinks Barbara's just as I remember her, recalling Barbara once telling her, why should she be criticized for becoming successful on her own merit? And reflecting that Barbara is the same precious friend who reminded her that ambition is natural and there's no shame in women striving for their own rights, that she always wanted to be as strong as her, but like the fool she is, she let her family sell her off through marriage, yet Barbara still looks at her with those same gentle eyes. As Barbara winks, I'm sure you'll do well, Idili, and Idili thinks, I'm so grateful for everything, while Barbara adds, smiling, especially since the Croesus family has to be established anew from the ground up. They should be grateful you're here, and Idili chuckles, recalling she ran a duke's household before, but admits frankly, but to be quite frank, there are some matters I cannot handle on my own. So I would like to ask for your assistance, to which Barbara grabs her hands. I'll be more than delighted to help. I never thought the day would arrive when you'd seek my assistance. It makes me very happy to hear it, and Idili explains, I've learned something. During my time at the late Lancaster house and here at House Croesus, privately reflecting. Responsibility does not always take the form of sacrifice. Before continuing, as a butler tasked with managing a household, I need to form relationships with various vendors. But, as you are aware, this family lacks such connections. And dealings with any shops affiliated with the Canyon family are off the table. So if I may, Dowager Marchioness Celestine, would you kindly refer me to a trustworthy vendor? And Barbara smiles softly, of course. But in exchange, I would like to hear more of your story, Idili, and later, as they walk through the palace, Barbara sighs, there's still so much we haven't said, and yet it's already time to go. Time does seem to slip away when one is enjoying it, and Idili reassures her, don't worry. I'll write to you again, Barbara, though Barbara's eyes fill with tears as she says, oh, but receiving your letter would only make me miss your lovely face even more. And Idili smiles softly, oh Barbara. In that case, you can look at my portrait, which makes Barbara repeat, your portrait? If I'd known it'd come to this, I would have arranged to have us painted back then, leaving Idili to murmur, oh. While privately wondering, didn't Count Croesus promise to send her one? As Barbara muses, I wonder if there's an artist out there who still remembers you, and Idili deflects, I wonder as well, while thinking to herself, well, he's been busy lately. So he must have forgotten. I better not say anything in case Barbara gets disappointed. Before standing at the carriage, a boy welcomes Barbara home. Welcome back, Mother, and as Barbara rides off she asks him, did anything happen while I was away? To which he reports, no. Whoever's been following us likely assumes we're just out sightseeing in the carriage. They vanished halfway through after the Count's men distracted them, and Barbara says firmly, excellent. While he asks, how is Miss Idili, by the way, and Barbara answers, she was doing better than I imagined. But she can't stay a criminal, recalling the words Laszlo had written to her in a letter, promising, I promise you, Dowager Marchioness Celestine, that once high society ceases to bring Idili's names to their lips, I'll take her to your place to leave her in your care, and Barbara slides the curtain shut, saying quietly, Count Croesus does appear to be a man of his word, but I'll still aid his house further and ensure he owes me all the more for it. So that no matter what happens, we can free our innocent Idili. Meanwhile, at the house of Wynblair, Isaac Wynblair, head of one of the 3 most prestigious households, demands of his knight. What did you just say? Barbara Celestine was seen near the Croesus estate? And this happened today? Not yesterday, and the knight apologizes. The message was delayed due to a minor disruption. I apologize, my lord, prompting Isaac to conclude, so that lowborn commoner has finally made his move. That must mean he's really sided with House Celestine, while privately wondering Barbara Celestine is already well established. What could she hope to gain now by siding with the emperor? Talks of marriage between family members should be out of question. Before tossing his cigarette and musing, come to think of it, that commoner holds the leash on Idili Canyon, doesn't he? And asking, any news of the Canyon house lately? To which the knight answers, the two sons are just barely maintaining their presence in high society, but the count himself has not been seen, leading Isaac to conclude, he must be orchestrating something in secret then. Look into it, and the knight agrees, yes, my lord, while Isaac privately reasons that Dustin Canyon couldn't care less about his daughter's life. But if she could bring him some benefit, there's no way he'd pass up the chance, and that must be why Chrysis suddenly changed. It must have been a political move. Before he remarks aloud, Chrysis, Celestine, and the Canyon families, my, what an unexpected honor, and thinks to himself, I'll make sure none of them gets what they're after. For I, Isaac Wynblair. As Leandro greets him, it's been a while, Marquis Wynblair. You've become quite difficult to meet, and Isaac apologizes, I apologize. I tend to lose track of time when I'm buried in work, while privately scheming, hold a card that could replace the emperor. Before welcoming him aloud, welcome, Your Highness Leandro. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, Laszlo sits busy reading letters as Idili explains, and so, with introductions from Dowager Marchioness Celestine, I intend to visit a renowned gallery. I hope you can join me for a more rewarding trip, and Laszlo clears his throat, I know nothing when it comes to art. While Linnea chimes in loudly, I don't know anything either. Art is so difficult. Leaving Idili to smile and think expected their reactions, as Linnea points at Laszlo and shouts, please forget about me and take her instead. Teach her how to appreciate art. And don't hold back when it comes to spending. Hey, you're just sending me because you don't want to be embarrassed, aren't you? Prompting Idili to wonder privately, oh dear, are they more uncomfortable with art galleries than parties? As Linnea continues, no. It's for your own good. Knowing how to appreciate art is an important skill to have in high society. Don't make excuses. And Idili's eyes sparkle as she says, it's true that the ability to appreciate and understand art is an important skill in high society. But its value extends to the count as well, which makes Linnea grip Laszlo's shirt triumphantly. See, though Idili adds, but if he's there too, we might attract more attention than we want. We could disturb others there. Leaving Laszlo confused and repeating, disturb, as Linnea clears her throat, oh, well then, I guess there's no choice, and Laszlo asks, wounded, do I bother people? While Linnea declares, Idili has spoken, so I'll go with her to the gallery. And Idili clenches her fist, thinking privately, with just the two of us, we'll have time to calmly appreciate and choose the art. And I should do my best to teach her as much as I can while we're there. Since Count Chrysis seems busy, I'll let him stay home, leaving Laszlo to mutter dejectedly, do I bother people because I'm big and gloomy? Linnea walks with Idili through the market, unaware that Angela Bliss has spotted them and is watching with calculation, thinking to herself, oh, that's Linnea Chrysis. Before noticing the woman beside her, then that person next to her. Is she Idili Lancaster? I heard she's working as a maid for the house of Count Chrysis, and it seems she's being treated rather well. But that doesn't change the fact that she's a criminal. How pitiful. Lady Chrysis walking outside with a criminal? The house of Chrysis must be far more lenient than I imagined. In that case, Count Chrysis will make the perfect husband for me, as she reflects that her father was born the second son of the family and never inherited a title, and she'd wondered since childhood why the Bliss Manor, full of history and wealth, couldn't be hers, having lived until now as Lady Bliss only thanks to her grandfather, though eventually she'll have to leave the manor and live in poverty, and she refuses to accept that fate, declaring inwardly, what I need right now is a handsome young man with wealth and a title. Someone exactly like Count Chrysis. I won't let this lavish life I've lived, and with some arranged marriage set up by my father. I'll capture his heart no matter what. With looks like that, I can even overlook his mercenary past. Now then, which noble lady should I ask to play matchmaker for me? Meanwhile, at the famous Otis Gallery, Idili smiles gently to herself, thinking I've thought about it a lot. But Count Chrysis doesn't seem to care much about money. He even left the whole checkbook with me, recalling how Laszlo had told her, "You should at least take this much," to which she'd exclaimed, "Pardon," and privately wondered whether that's really a good trait for the head of a family, until a gallery lady beside her calls out, "Idili, Idili." So, we'll be hosting an exhibition soon, pulling Idili from her thoughts as she says, "Oh, I'm listening," and Linnea giggles, hee hee. "Phew, you scared me there for a second," while the lady continues, clearing her throat, "Since you have an introduction from the Dowager Marchioness, we'll allow you to take a look and choose the pieces you want in advance," and Idili beams, "Oh my. We should be able to get some amazing pieces then." Before thanking her, "Thank you. We'll let you know which pieces we'd like once we've made our decision." "Shall we go, my lady?" And Linnea agrees, "Okay, Idili." But as they walk on, Linnea trudges along and grabs Idili's arm, admitting, "Idili, I really can't tell which artwork is good and which isn't." To which Idili smiles reassuringly, "Oh, that's all right. That's also one way to appreciate it," though Linnea protests, "Oh, come on. Teach me the proper way to view art," prompting Idili to offer, "Then if you don't mind, I'll explain using the pieces I've had my eye on," and Linnea agrees eagerly, "Okay," as Idili points out, "Do you see that painting depicting the countryside over there? I thought it would be perfect for your room. These two still life paintings would also be great for the sitting room and dining room," and Linnea whispers in realization, "Ah. So we're not just looking at the paintings, but at how they'll fit into the space we'll be putting them in," to which Idili confirms, "Yes. That's one way to look at it, since we're here to buy art today. There's no need to start with sophisticated ways to appreciate art. Please take a look at this piece here. Wouldn't it look wonderful in the Count's room?" The trend of paintings that praise victories in war may be fading, but since the Count is an imperial knight, it'll be fitting for him to have at least one displayed. While privately noting that Lady Linnea will have many more opportunities to visit galleries from now on, and Linnea nods, "I see. What about that one then?" prompting Idili to say, "This last piece was made by an artist I've been interested in for a while. And for some reason, it really drew me in," which makes Linnea giggle. "All right, then let's reserve all of them before we head out. I can tell from the look on your face that this one is a great art piece," but Idili gasps, her heart pounding as she deflects, "Oh, but that's just my personal taste. It wasn't made by a famous artist, and I'm not sure how others would see it," to which Linnea clears her throat, "I don't really know what others might think either, but you thought it looked nice, right?" And Idili, touched, replies, "My lady, besides, your expression made me realize I should stop overthinking and simply enjoy art for what it is and how it makes me feel," reflecting privately that the last piece she chose reminded her of a dawn she once saw, resembling the power of Lady Linnea and Count Chrysis held within the pulsing energy of hope and the path of light, before she adds aloud, "I hope others will come to appreciate it like I do someday," and Linnea smiles, "I'm sure they will." Elsewhere, William notices Idili and says, "Oh, mother, isn't that Idili over there?" prompting his mother to gasp, "What?" and Canyon to ask, "So you're saying you saw Idili outside?" to which William confirms, "Yes, father. She was with Linnea Chrysis," leaving Canyon to mutter bitterly, "When I married her off to that old duke, I thought she'd finally start paying me back for everything I did to raise her. But the Lancaster family fell into ruin before we even saw any profit. And with Lynn selfishly taking her own life a while back, I thought the whole marriage enterprise was doomed," before declaring, "But I guess Idili still has some use left in her after all," and his wife chuckles in agreement, "That's right, dear. I'm sure she's that mercenary's mistress right now. If she's walking around with his sister, her position in that house must be stable too. And we've already cut ties with her, so even if she really is his mistress, it won't damage our reputation," to which Canyon smirks, "Yes, yes. You are right," before turning to his son and demanding, "William, what do you think is the first thing we should do now?" leaving William startled, "Pardon," and stammering hesitantly, "Contact Idili," which makes Canyon twitch with irritation, "No, that's not it. We need an informant on him. Pick someone capable and have them follow him without being detected by Laszlo's mercenaries," and William obeys, "Yes, father," while privately despairing, "Just when is that child going to grow up?" That was a terrible answer. Don't nag. Mother, as Canyon reflects that despite it all, William remains the family's precious eldest son, and for him he must rebuild the Canyon family before handing things over, concluding coldly to himself, "Now then, my former daughter, I shall give you a new role to fulfill for my son." Idili calls out in her dream, "Lin. Lin, where are you? We need to head back soon. Otherwise, father's going to scold us." Panicking inwardly, "I can't find her. What should I do?" Before spotting her and jolting with relief, "Oh, there you are. Do you have any idea how much I've been looking for you? I told you you'd get lost if you don't hold my hand, didn't I? Next time, stay." But then noticing something wrong, asking curiously, "Lin, are you crying?" "I can't hear you, Lin," before leaning toward her and softening, "I'm sorry, I must have kept you waiting too long. Let's head back now. Please. Please let me hear her voice," until she wakes on her bed with tears filling her eyes, murmuring, "Lin, I guess I can't be with you, even in my dreams," recalling how when they were young the two of them once visited an art gallery with their mother, just the three of them, without their older brothers, and how it was the first time their mother had taken just them, leaving them thrilled, even if it was only an excuse for their mother to pretend she was on good terms with her daughters, as a lady nearby had once praised her. "Haha, I'm impressed, Lady Canyon. You must be deeply devoted to your daughter's education," to which their mother replied, "Well, I do try. One can't just leave everything to a tutor," and the lady gushed, "Oh my. Thanks to your efforts, your daughters are sure to marry very well. Because even without love, parents are still a child's everything, their whole world," and Idili wonders whether the dream came because of her recent trip to the gallery, reflecting that the outing hadn't been entirely bad since she'd even gotten the chance to show Lin how to appreciate art in their mother's place, though she wonders what her sister meant to tell her in the dream. Supposing she hasn't been such a good sister after all since she can't even guess, before noticing something. Oh, this letter, could this be? Her heart pounding with a flinch, just as Laszlo, setting his cufflinks, greets her, "Great work as usual, Idili. Is there anything that requires my immediate attention?" And Idili reports, "Yes, my lord. Here are the documents regarding the special payment to be issued to the servants for the recent holiday. I have also brought the other invoices for your review," to which Laszlo thanks her, "Thanks for sorting them out. But..." Before frowning, "The amount doesn't look right," leaving Idili to flinch, "Pardon? That can't be," and Laszlo clarifying, "Your pay is far too little," which confuses her. My pay?" as he insists, "Yes. 400 lingon is too little. Raise it to 1,000 lingon," and when she protests, "But he cuts her off. "Don't tell me you've got nothing to spend money on." Not budging. "Besides, you might need it someday in your duties as butler," handing her a ledger and adding, "I'm telling you, try living with a little more greed," to which she echoes, bewildered, "Greed." And he continues, "Take the money. And in return, wait, that's not the right word. Anyway, I have a reward for you," prompting her to sigh. "Is it a blank check again?" And Laszlo, blushing, insists, "Not this time," before clutching something and holding it out to her. "Will you accept this?" And Idili looks down, stunned, "My lord, these are..." Recognizing them inwardly as diamond earrings before protesting aloud, "This is extravagant. I cannot accept this," though Laszlo refuses to relent. "You can try to return them, but I won't take them back," drooping slightly as he adds, "Idili, I can't help but feel kind of hurt when you turn me down so strongly," and when she still hesitates, "But still, this is a bit much." He pleads shyly, "Please, just accept them. They're a token of gratitude for the excellent work you do. You do get that if you hand it back here, I'll look really bad, right?" Leaving her to wonder privately, since when was he like this? Before finally taking them, "I'll accept it for now, then," which makes Laszlo smile. "Thank you," as he sits on the bed and adds, "I feel much better now that the earrings are in your hands. Do you have anything else to report?" And she answers, "No, my lord." So he tells her, "Then go on and get some rest," and she bows out, "Yes, my lord. I wish you a pleasant night." But once Idili leaves the room, Laszlo tilts his head and berates himself, "I'm a complete fool," scratching his head as he thinks, "A token of gratitude? As if you only bought them because you couldn't stop thinking about her. At that party long ago, the sight of you so beautifully adorned kept coming back to me. I wish you could wear all the finest things in the world again, and smile as brightly as the jewels glistening by your ear, even though I could never bring myself to say it, before catching himself. Darn it, she'll never wear those earrings in front of me anyway. Meanwhile, at the middle of the night, Marcia trudges along muttering, "Those bastards. Just wait. I'll have my revenge. No one's young forever. If it weren't for that wench, everything would have been mine. How dare haha," when suddenly a man appears behind her and whispers in her ear, "Found you, Marcia Bohen," startling her as she spins around demanding, "Who's there?" And the man replies calmly, "Ah, there's no need to be so frightened. I'm not here to harm you," though Marcia trembles. "You expect me to believe such a lie. Who are you? Did Count Chrysis send you?" And the man grins, "Wrong. In fact, I'm more like an enemy of his," prompting her curious, "His enemy?" To which he answers, "Yes. If we're on the same page now, how about we work together to get some revenge?" Meanwhile, back at the Chrysis Manor, Idili holds a lantern and murmurs to herself, "Summer's almost here. Why did I feel that sudden chill? Perhaps I'm just imagining it. Oh no, I was so distracted by the earrings that I forgot to deliver this to him. I still need to inform the Count about the marriage proposal that will be hard to refuse." When a letter arrived at Count Chrysis's manor, a reply was promptly sent with the Count's permission, and a few days later an unfamiliar visitor arrived at the manor, Viscountess Maya Batanin, who smiles and greets him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Count Chrysis. I never imagined you would allow me this visit," to which Laszlo replies, "It is only fitting, given Count Erwin's request," while privately reflecting that though there has been little contact with Count Batanin, he is required to maintain close relations with the Erwins under the Emperor's order, which is why he couldn't refuse, wondering what she could possibly have to say to go so far as to use her connections, as Maya asks softly, "I heard that you have turned 28 this year. Is that correct, Count Chrysis?" And Laszlo confirms, "Yes, that is correct," prompting her to feign shock. "Oh, but you're still not married," to which he answers plainly, "No, I've never been married before," and she giggles, then, "Do you perhaps have someone you are courting at the moment?" And he replies, "No, there isn't," privately grumbling, "Ugh, what's with all these questions?" As Maya continues, "Is that so? Then I believe you will find this news very pleasing," smiling as she announces, "There is someone who would like to welcome you and his family as his son-in-law. Gregory Bliss, the second son of Count Bliss, has a daughter of exceptional beauty and grace," leaving Laszlo tilting his head, wondering, so why isn't she finishing her thought, while Idili gasps quietly and Laszlo simply asks, "I see. And may I ask what brings you here?" which startles Maya, "Pardon," as he continues, "If you cannot remember your errand at the moment, I am happy to wait until you do," leaving her to stammer, "No, until Idili leans in and whispers, "The Viscountess has just conveyed a marriage proposal to you," prompting Laszlo to respond aloud, "Oh, why didn't she just say so? I thought she was merely repeating some rumors she'd heard," and Idili whispers back, "I believe I informed you of this the other day. Have you read the letter I delivered to you, my lord?" To which he admits, "Yes, but I assumed it was merely a joke, since the person in question wasn't even coming here herself," and Idili explains, "It is customary in high society. The Viscountess is here to deliver the Bliss family's marriage proposal on their behalf," leaving Laszlo to remark, "Is that so? What an odd custom," and Idili hisses, "My lord," but Maya cuts in, clearing her throat, "You are indeed most humble, Count Chrysis. No young lady would ever turn away a gentleman as handsome and refined as yourself. Miss Bliss, as well, is a most admirable woman. She would make a perfect match for you," smiling as she adds, "Why, the number of proposals she has received from young gentlemen is beyond count. Surely even your butler would well understand the meaning of my words," which makes Idili sigh inwardly, recognizing that she's comparing her, who refused countless suitors and was married off to an old duke, to the lady, probably meaning to highlight what a desirable match the Bliss family presents, or perhaps simply trying to belittle her. Though either way, there's nothing she can do about it, as Laszlo cuts the conversation short. "I'll pretend I didn't hear anything you said today," startling Maya, "Pardon. But I haven't finished. Though Laszlo insists through gritted teeth, I've heard plenty, and she presses on. But I'm sure you'll change your mind if you see Miss Angela yourself. To which he replies, I had seen all I needed to at the last party. There was no further need to acquaint myself with her, prompting her to exclaim, Count Chrysis, and Laszlo to conclude, if that was all you came for, I must ask you to return now, leaving Maya standing to protest, Sir Chrysis. Are you certain you won't come to regret what you just said? And Laszlo answering coolly, even if I do, it is not a matter that should trouble you. Do ensure, however, that the other party fully understands my intentions, after which, walking outside, Maya mutters to herself, goodness. I judged him all wrong. I never thought he could be so senseless and rude. He's clearly unworthy of Miss Angela. This is for the best. While outside it rains, and Laszlo turns to Idili, asking Idili, what do you think of my judgment just now? To which she steps closer and answers carefully, I'm afraid the answer does not lie with me, my lord. You are, after all, the head of this family, and he concedes, yes, I suppose that's true. I don't regret what I've said. Nothing would have changed, even if the Bliss family had come here themselves. I have no words for those who tormented Linnea. In the future, dismiss such matters at your discretion. I don't want to waste time on such pointless affairs, and Idili agrees, yes, my lord, while privately feeling her long-troubled heart finally at ease. Marveling at how strange it is that a butler would feel relieved to hear her lord intends to decline all future marriage proposals, concluding to herself that the right marriage partner for the Count will have to be found outside the norms of high society, and that perhaps in time the Count will find a suitable partner for himself, just as. Laszlo reaches his hand closer to hers and asks Idili, I hate to trouble you, but could you brew me a fresh cup of tea? I didn't get to have any with the guest just now. And if you have the time, please join me. Linnea has been praising the new tea you bought, and I'd like to see for myself how good it is, to which Idili agrees, yes, my lord. I'll brew another cup right away, before giggling and asking, should I ask Lady Linnea to join us as well, which makes Laszlo splutter and clear his throat. No, there's no need for that. Meanwhile, in the darkest part of the night, the same man who met with Marcia arrives at the manor of Isaac Windblair, where Isaac welcomes him warmly. Welcome. I have been looking forward to meeting you. My apologies that it has taken so long, though, and the man bows his head, no, my lord. I am simply honored that you have granted me a chance to speak to you, as Isaac tosses his cigarette and says, excellent. Now, Sir Milton, do tell me the purpose of your visit, to which Edmund Milton, second in command of the Royal Chivalry, asks, if I may, I'd like to ask a question. My lord, have you ever found yourself troubled by the presence of the Emperor's hound? And Isaac smiles, haha, I imagine that bothers you even more than it does me. Frankly, someone like you should have been the one leading the household division in the first place. Wouldn't you agree? Prompting Edmund to bow, I pay no mind to such things, my lord. However, I cannot abide that a mutt like him has become His Majesty's closest aide, displacing those who have long been loyal. Nor can I conceal my disappointment in the Emperor's judgment, especially with the reforms he is implementing to punish the nobility and favor the commoners. What is your lordship's opinion on this? To which Isaac Windblair chuckles, I see what you mean. In that case, I shall ask you one more question. Edmund Milton, are you the Emperor's blade, or the sword of the Empire? And Edmund clenches his fist as he vows, I swear, upon the blue blood coursing through my veins, to be a sword that strikes down all who disturb the public order of the Empire. Laszlo finishes practicing swords with his colleagues and turns to announce, that will be all for today. Gather your swords and wrap things up here, leaving one man to marvel, he's fast. He's the first to leave again. Does he have some kind of treasure hidden away at home? The commander seems more upbeat than usual these days, don't you think? Maybe it's because we have gotten stronger, while another laughs. Haha, I doubt that, and the first admits, we've only just reached the point where training doesn't wipe us out completely. I still remember how rough training was back then. Now that I think about it, he's even less intimidating than before, to which the other agrees, that's right. And he seems to be in a good mood lately, as Laszlo simply flaps his shirt and wonders to himself, maybe something good has happened. Meanwhile, after some time, Idili prepares tea for Laszlo, saying, "Thank you for your hard work today, my lord." And Laszlo brushes it off, "Nonsense. I'm sure you've worked harder, taking care of the household matters," to which Idili rephrases teasingly, "Ah, then I shall phrase it another way. Please see the rest of your tasks through with the same diligence," leaving Laszlo startled. "What? Before he laughs, haha, then I will carry it out with diligence, just as you've said. Especially since you have prepared such excellent tea for me," privately reflecting that ever since that day he's been sharing tea with Idili, and though it lasts only a moment between the endless paperwork, it has become the most rewarding part of the day. As Idili asks, "How's the tea today, my lord?" and he answers, "Oh, it has a lovely fragrance," which pleases her. That's good to hear. "I quite like it myself," while she reflects privately that she has learned there are many different flavors of tea, which reminds her that people too are different from one another, and that certain truths reveal themselves only through experience. And only then can one find the being who brings light to the heart, before Linnea bursts through the door, shouting, "Idili, where are you?" And Idili, startled, calls back, "Oh, I'm here, my lady," as Linnea declares, "I knew it. You two are having fun without me again, aren't you?" Prompting Laszlo to protest, "What do you mean, fun? We were working. Anyway, didn't you say you'd be back late doing something with a friend? Jeremy or something?" To which Linnea explains, "Oh, something urgent happened at their manor. So I came back early," and Idili welcomes her, "Welcome back," while Laszlo presses, "Urgent? Are you sure you didn't fight with her?" And Linnea, smiling gently, denies it, "No. Do you think I'm a child?" Idili, "Could I have a cup of tea as well?" leaving Laszlo to insist, "Don't just brush off what I'm saying. Since you've finally made a friend, make sure to get along with her." To which Linnea retorts, "Don't worry about me and focus on making friends yourself, Laszlo." And Laszlo, deflated, mutters, "Drink that tea of yours already," before groaning privately, "Linnea, that little rascal. She's surprisingly sharp sometimes. I know I should be expanding my social circle, but for now, I want to spend more time with my family." The next day, at the training ground, Edmund arrives with a gentle smile and introduces himself. "Nice to meet you all. I'm Edmund Milton. As of today, I am no longer second in command of the Royal Chivalry, but vice commander of the Household Division. I look forward to working with you all," and the crowd welcomes him warmly. "Welcome, Sir Milton. It is an honor to work with you," while one man corrects another, "Hey, you're supposed to call him vice commander. We look forward to your guidance, sir." A few days earlier, the previous vice commander of the Household Division had been dismissed after causing a scandal, leaving the vacancy to be filled, though Laszlo privately reflects that he didn't think the replacement would be that unpleasant fellow. Even endorsed by so many nobles, and thinks to himself, he hasn't violated any procedures, but I shouldn't let my guard down, as Edmund asks, "Are we still making our introductions? I would like us to conclude and move along." Then let us move on," while smirking inwardly. That's right, there is something unsettling about those snake-like eyes of his. Do the others truly not see it? At the Emperor's palace, the Emperor welcomes them both. "Welcome, you two. It is most reassuring to have the esteemed Sir Milton stand by my side as well. I shall have high expectations for the future, and Edmund bows, you are too kind, Your Majesty. I seek nothing more than to help shoulder the burden that Sir Chrysis has carried by himself. Humble, I see. Just as a true knight ought to be. Thank you." While the Emperor teases, "Come now, Laszlo. Learn a thing or two from him," to which Laszlo replies flatly, "I must respectfully decline, Your Majesty," and Edmund, tapping his chest with a gentle smile, adds, "What now? One must care for the inner self as well. What good is it if only the appearance grows splendid?" Prompting Laszlo to ask, "Do you truly believe that my inner self would change so easily, Your Majesty?" While Edmund privately wonders, "Why do they seem so close?" And the Emperor chuckles, "All I ask is that you strive harder." You now have Sir Milton himself as the finest example to follow, leaving Edmund to think bitterly, "I expected that mutt to grovel before the Emperor." But the Emperor treats him as though he were his own brother, as Laszlo dismisses it. "You're worrying over trivial matters, Your Majesty," and the butler interjects with a smile, "Your Majesty, please refrain from teasing Sir Chrysis too much. What would Sir Milton make of it?" To which the Emperor sighs, "Ah yes. I can't forget about him now, can I? Well, Edmund wonders, is the Emperor always this friendly? Before the Emperor turns to another courtier, now, take a good look, Count Talon. With Sir Milton here, do I not appear all the more striking with two brilliant young men at my side? You may say I look the most dashing, of course, and the butler clears his throat. Are you aware of what the servants have been gossiping about lately, Your Majesty? It is not you, but Sir Chrysus's freshly shaved look. You should admit your defeat. Leaving the Emperor to jolt, that can't be. While Edmund thinks, stung, this is how he treats me, and the Emperor shrugs it off. Turning to Laszlo, you recall how distinguished I was in my prime, don't you? That is how I won the Empress's heart. Only for Laszlo to answer bluntly, I'm afraid I recall no such thing, which makes the Emperor laugh. Oh, how dare you, Laszlo? Haha, while Edmund seethes privately. Me, Edmund Milton, supported by all the nobles? Marquis Windblair was right. Afterward, outside the room, Laszlo offers, well then, let me show you the rest of the building. As you know, our main duty is to protect His Majesty. Make sure you know the place well so you can navigate it swiftly, while Edmund thinks to himself that reducing the nobles' power has thrown the imperial palace into chaos and reflects, well, I didn't become vice commander of the household division for no reason. I'll keep a close eye on the Emperor and force this mud out of the palace. When I become commander, you won't have a place here at all, just as a viscount dashes toward them, greeting warmly, if it isn't Sir Milton. It has been a while, sir. We had a nice chat at the last party. Do you remember me from then? And Edmund smiles, of course. It's been a while, Viscount Bringhen, privately noting with satisfaction. He greeted me before Laszlo. Good, while the Viscount turns belatedly to Laszlo. Sir Chrysus. Forgive me for missing you. Greetings, sir. If I recall correctly, I have not seen you at any parties. I hope we get a proper chance to meet someday. And Laszlo replies mildly, I agree. Viscount Bringhen, prompting Edmund to suggest, on that note, perhaps Count Chrysus might consider hosting a party at his estate, to which Laszlo responds, oh, that sounds lovely. After all, a party isn't just for dancing and drinking. It's for socializing as well, isn't it? While Sir Milton thinks scornfully, there's no way a mercenary could throw a proper party. I'll make high society see how pathetic you are. Meanwhile, back at Chrysus Manor, Idili stands in the garden as raindrops fall on the leaves of the trees, murmuring to herself, oh dear. It's been cloudy all day and it's finally raining. I hope it doesn't turn into a storm. This all began a few weeks earlier, inside Edmund's carriage, where Marcia Vahan bitterly spoke of Idili Lancaster. She angrily declared, Idili Lancaster? She's a wicked wench. She seduced that mercenary with her pretty face, then suddenly threw me out even though I was the head maid. She went on a rampage, with no regard for any dignity she once held as a noble. While listening quietly, Sir Milton thought to himself, I'm certain she's not telling the whole truth, but that's not what matters here. Hiding his true intentions behind a gentle smile, he said, I see. It must have been very difficult for you. Marcia glanced at him hopefully and replied, if only more people knew the truth about her. But sadly, I lack the power to make it known. Edmund calmly answered, then I shall purchase that information from you. Marcia's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, is that true, sir? However, he immediately added, there is one condition. In his mind, he thought, to spread information effectively, you need the right people talking. He then explained his plan. I will help you get a position as a maid in a noble house I know. While you are there, share with the guests what you told me. You do not have to share all the details. Just give them a small hint to make them think. Keep it light, like a friendly chat with the guests. Do you understand? As Marcia listened, Edmund silently smiled to himself. I will spread a storm of whispers around your veiled estate. Remembering his own words, he thought, on that note, perhaps Count Chrysus might consider hosting a party at his estate and bring it to utter ruin. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the scheme unfolding against them, Idili was shocked when the idea of hosting a party was brought up at the Chrysus estate. We have to host a party? She asked in disbelief. Laszlo awkwardly explained, it does not have to be extravagant. I will simply invite a few acquaintances and dine with them. Hearing that, Idili immediately corrected him. Pardon? That would be a banquet, not a party. Surely you do not believe a few pieces of grilled meat will suffice. Embarrassed, Laszlo apologized, sorry. But Idili continued seriously, a party requires proper preparation. You cannot simply command it without any discussion. Feeling guilty, Laszlo lowered his head. I'm sorry, Idili. I must have decided too hastily. Before he could finish, Idili stopped him. Just a moment, please, my lord. Laszlo replied. She looked at him with determination. My lord, I have an important question for you. As I understand it, you have pledged yourself as one of His Majesty's chief supporters. Is that correct? Laszlo reluctantly admitted. I hate to admit it, but you are right. Hearing that, Idili smiled confidently. Don't worry, I won't let that add to the burden you already carry. Then let us seize this opportunity. We shall show everyone a side of the Chrysis family they have never seen, and make them recognize the immense capability you possess. We ought to hold it in October, when there are no other events in the palace. If granted permission, I will proceed to create and send the invitations immediately. We must avoid overlapping dates with other houses. Overwhelmed by how quickly she had planned everything, Laszlo could only answer, oh, all right. Without wasting another second, Idili continued, since this is your first party, I will limit the invitations to around 150 guests. Laszlo nearly panicked. Isn't 150 too many? However, after watching her organize everything with incredible speed, he laughed. Haha. You figured everything out so quickly. You really are incredible, Idili. With a gentle smile, she simply replied, I have hosted more parties than I can count. Memories of her former life filled her mind. Hosting flawless, grand gatherings had once been the life of Idili Lancaster. She had labored not for her own sake, but for the delight of others. Yet this time was different. Still, this will be the most enjoyable preparation I have ever done. The estate's decor will finally serve its purpose. Seeing her shine so brightly while doing what she loved, Laszlo thought, Idili shines brightest when she takes matters into her own hands. So the first thing I must do is… Then he smiled warmly and said, let me help you put together the guest list. Touched by his support, Idili replied, thank you, my lord. Let us make our way to the office. Then, watching her leave, Laszlo silently made another promise to himself. Give her my full support, so she can pursue whatever she wishes. Thus, invitations were sent to numerous families, and news of the party spread rapidly throughout high society. Naturally, the nobles wasted no time gossiping. One lady remarked, I never imagined the Count would host a party. And I hear the guest list is rather limited. I wonder if most of the guests will be his knights from the household division. That won't do at all. A proper party needs people who can truly bring elegance and prestige to the occasion. Nearby, Angela quietly sighed. As always, high society is quick to react to such news. She then smiled and asked, well, I hear today's chatter is all about the Chrysis estate. Did you receive an invitation as well, madam? Another lady nodded. Yes, it came to me through my son, who serves in the household division. Inwardly, she thought, that's precisely why I arranged this tea party today. Then she asked, who will be representing the Bliss family at the occasion? Angela answered happily, oh, grandfather has decided to send me. I am very much looking forward to it. Hearing that, Camille teased her. I suppose it is not the party itself you are looking forward to, but seeing a certain someone's face. Blushing immediately, Angela cried, Camille. That was supposed to be a secret. Camille only shrugged. What does it matter? It is not as though you are plotting a crime. The other ladies instantly became curious. Might we ask what is it you two are speaking of? Angela knew that in high society, nothing delighted people more than gossiping about others' love lives. After hesitating for a moment, she confessed, well, the truth is, I am in love with Count Chrysis. The ladies gasped in excitement. Oh my, that's right. You two met at the Bliss Manor party. He was much more dashing than I expected. He would be a perfect match for you, Miss Angela. Angela could already imagine everyone sharing their opinions. And no one can resist having their say. Blushing again, she said, what does his lineage matter, now that he is a count? Another lady enthusiastically agreed. That is true. He is handsome and has both rank and riches. He is ideal in every regard. Still uncertain, Angela quietly asked, "But do you think he could ever be fond of me?" The ladies immediately reassured her. "Oh, there is no need for such modesty, Miss Angela. Any man would fall for you in a heartbeat. We will help you, so do not worry." Smiling brightly, Angela replied, "Is that so? Thank you, everyone. I am truly happy to have your support." Once the excitement settled down, Camille looked at her seriously and asked, "So, is that your final decision, Angela?" Without hesitation, Angela answered, "Yes, Camille. I am going to marry Count Chrysis. He is the perfect choice for me. I agree that it will benefit your family as well, but I know that you are concerned. But I plan to marry off his insolent younger sister to a faraway place, so there is nothing to worry about." In her heart, she added, "You will help me, right, Camille?" Camille suddenly remembered something. "Oh, I almost forgot. I have a gift for you all. Thank you for attending our party despite your busy schedules. Please accept this small token of our appreciation." After opening the gift, one lady smiled. "Oh, it smells wonderful. We drink this tea at our house as well." Camille silently thought, with this gift, everyone will have to support Angela. Being an older sister truly is tough sometimes. Just then, she noticed one guest looking troubled. Walking over, she gently asked, "You seem troubled. Is the tea not to your liking?" Startled, the woman hurriedly replied, "Oh no, Viscountess Emerson. Please keep this between us, but I have heard some troubling rumors." Leaning closer, she whispered, "You know about the criminal living there, yes?" "From what I gather." At that very moment, far away in the Canyon household, William was reading a letter before Count Canyon. "People say she has become Count Chrysis's mistress." Canyon frowned. "Hasn't that rumor been circulating for some time?" William nodded. "Yes, but this time, it's coming from a maid who used to work there. Apparently, Idili is even teaching the commoner girl how to behave like a proper noble." Count Canyon suddenly exploded in outrage. "What? Then they must pay tuition."
Thank you so much for watching. I hope this romantic journey made your heart flutter just like mine. If you enjoyed this recap, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the bell so you never miss another love-filled episode. And don't forget to leave a comment sharing your thoughts. I love reading what you think about the story. Your support means the world. See you in the next romantic adventure.